The case of Adam Strong. Adam Strong was born in 1972 in Cornwall, Ontario, Canada. Very little information is available regarding his family and upbringing. He never married and had no children. Strong was employed at a local gas station and also worked as a security guard on a film set. Those who knew him described him as eccentric and arrogant, convinced that he was more intelligent than others. He enjoyed engaging in arguments and insisting on his opinions until others conceded, though he was not typically aggressive. On September 11, 2017, a fisherman in Oshawa, Ontario, made a horrifying discovery in the city's harbor. He found a severely disfigured and decomposed human torso floating in the water. The fisherman immediately reported his discovery to the police, who retrieved the remains and sent them for forensic examination. Due to the extensive decomposition of the body, experts faced great difficulty identifying it. The torso was missing its limbs and head, and all internal organs had been removed. The only available clues about the victim indicated that she was a young woman between 18 and 25 years old. Her fingerprints, dental records, and other identifying features could not be used for confirmation. A partial tattoo on her neck was visible, but its design was impossible to determine due to decomposition. Consequently, DNA testing remained the sole method of identification, yet no matches were found in the existing database. Police then began investigating reports of young women who had gone missing in the preceding months. In November 2017, almost 2 months after the discovery, authorities identified the body as that of 18-year-old Rory Rush, a high school student who had disappeared in mid-August. She had been several weeks pregnant at the time she went missing. Divers searched the harbor and the nearby shoreline of Lake Ontario, but no additional body parts were recovered. Both the time and cause of death remained uncertain. Experts examined the remains and discovered numerous severe injuries inflicted while Rory was still alive, suggesting she had been subjected to prolonged torture before her death. This finding marked a major breakthrough in the investigation. For months later, an unexpected development occurred. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. In December, the Wood family moved into a residence at 19 Macmillan Drive in Oshawa, where they immediately noticed a foul odor. Their downstairs neighbor, 45-year-old Adam Strong, assured them it was merely a small plumbing issue that he would resolve soon. Though he tried to appear friendly and polite, there was something distinctly unsettling about him. When David's wife attempted to welcome him with homemade cookies, he refused to let her enter his apartment, instead stepping out into the hallway and promptly closing the door behind him. In that fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of the interior, which was in disarray, and was struck by the overpowering stench inside. Adam accepted the cookies, thanked her, and quickly excused himself. Later, when they encountered each other in the yard, he apologized for not inviting her in, explaining that he was preparing for renovations and that his apartment was not presentable at the time. Despite his polite manner, he appeared visibly uneasy. As the Wood family settled into their new home, they tried their best to ignore the unbearable odor. However, on December 29th, they finally called a plumber to inspect a sewer blockage that had worsened the foul odor. Although the issue initially appeared minor and easy to resolve, the discovery the workers made inside the pipes was horrifying. Even seasoned forensic experts were shocked to learn that human body parts had been found. Sean Fenn, a plumber, and his partner had been summoned to the Wood family's apartment to repair a clogged refrigerator drain. However, upon arrival, they were met with an overpowering stench, which they soon realized originated from the apartment below, occupied by Adam Strong. Upon entering Strong's apartment, the smell grew even stronger, becoming nearly intolerable. Sean, an experienced plumber, had never encountered such an unbearable odor in his entire career. While attempting to clear the pipe, Strong's behavior became increasingly odd and anxious. He refused to leave the area, continuously asking questions about the procedure. The plumbers tried to ignore Strong's peculiar conduct, but what they discovered next was beyond belief. As they extracted the blockage, they uncovered over 10 kilograms of tangled flesh, hair, and bone fragments, including deformed human fingers. Strong remained unerringly composed, asking how the remains could have ended up in the pipe. Fenn immediately contacted the police, suspecting they had discovered human remains lodged inside. When the authorities arrived, They confirmed that the material was indeed human flesh. Instead of denying the accusations, Strong calmly confessed that the body parts of Rory Rush were stuck in the pipe and that additional remains were stored inside his freezer. A search of the freezer uncovered a severed head, fragments of limbs, and more, all sealed within plastic bags. The apartment itself was in chaos. Dirty dishes, decaying food, garbage, and empty pizza boxes covered the floor. Police also found numerous adult magazines featuring sadistic content, along with sexual paraphernalia such as gags, whips, handcuffs, and devices for restraint and suspension, creating a deeply disturbing environment. Adam's social media profiles openly reflected his interest in BDSM practices, containing explicit photos and videos. Although he lacked a long-term partner, several former partners accused him of abusive behavior, which had led to their separations. He also wrote reviews of adult films and magazines, suggesting that he spent most of his free time indulging in such material. Beneath his calm exterior, he maintained a secret, depraved existence. Police sealed off Adam's apartment, designating it as a crime scene. The initial findings indicated that investigators faced an immense task ahead, with potential discoveries possibly as horrifying as the severed head found in the refrigerator. Significantly, the evidence recovered led investigators to suspect that the remains belonged to Rory Rush, whose torso had been found in the water 4 months earlier. A distinctive tattoo on the neck and DNA analysis supported this conclusion. Inside Adam's residence, investigators uncovered deeply disturbing proof of a heinous act. Hidden among heaps of garbage were the blood-stained clothing and shoes of Rory Rush, later verified to belong to the missing schoolgirl. The bedroom, where her bed was located, was drenched in her blood, with splatters covering the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling. A dissection table was discovered in the kitchen, indicating that the suspect had dismembered and gutted the girl there. The entire area was contaminated with blood, skin particles, hair, and bone fragments. The bathroom was equally horrifying, filled with grime, blood, and evidence of brutal acts throughout. It appeared that Adam had attempted to dispose of the body by flushing it down the toilet in pieces, but when that failed, he tried to repair the blockage himself. A large assortment of sharp weapons was also recovered from the house, believed to have been used to dismember the girl's body. Rory Rush was born in 1999 to her single mother, Shannon Dion. Despite the absence of her father, Rory was raised in a loving environment. With the support of her mother and grandmother, her family had a distinctive background. Her maternal grandfather was the founder of a motorcycle club and a skilled boxer with connections to the criminal underworld. Rory's childhood was peaceful and carefree. She excelled in dance and was an accomplished student. At the age of 13, she earned an award as the best cadet of the year in her local army unit. However, her life changed dramatically at 15 when a friend introduced her to drugs, leading her into addiction. She began spending time with questionable people, neglected her studies, and eventually stopped attending school entirely. For about a year, Rory's family tried to help her overcome her addiction, but she repeatedly relapsed. At 17, she ran away from home and resorted to prostitution to fund her drug habit. Her mother eventually managed to enroll her in a specialized program for teenagers struggling with addiction, which required mandatory treatment. This time, the intervention succeeded, and Rory managed to rebuild her life. She found a job, pursued remote studies, and ultimately earned her high school diploma. She began planning to attend college and entered a serious relationship with a young man named Anthony. In June 2017, Rory told her mother that she was pregnant and intended to keep the baby. However, her mother was unaware that Rory had started using drugs again. In mid-August, Rory met with Constable Christopher Crane at a shopping center. He had been monitoring her for the past 18 months in an effort to steer her away from harmful influences. During their meeting, Rory admitted that she had resumed using drugs and had lost her job a month earlier, frequently trading sexual favors for money or drugs. Constable Crane was deeply troubled by her confession and promised to help her. He stepped away to make an urgent phone call to arrange her hospitalization. However, when he returned, Rory had disappeared, and despite searching the area, the constable was unable to locate her. The following day, Rory's mother and uncle brought her to the hospital after finding her incoherent due to substance use. They left her waiting in the emergency room line and stepped out for about an hour. When they came back, they were horrified to learn that Rory had vanished, and tragically, she was never seen alive again. A review of the hospital's surveillance footage revealed that Rory simply stood up and walked out of the building on her own. Her family reported her missing the next day, but despite extensive search efforts and widespread social media coverage, no one was able to locate her. It is believed that her addiction drove her to seek out drugs at Strong's residence, where she may have exchanged sexual favors for them. After Adam informed the police of the location of the remaining body parts, an investigation began. Detectives expected him to cooperate, but instead, he became unresponsive and refused to answer questions at the station. He stayed calm and denied any involvement. Since there was no direct evidence connecting him to the girl's murder, Adam was initially charged only with the desecration of a body. His attorney's attempts to obtain bail were unsuccessful, and he remained in custody awaiting trial. Investigators struggled to find an effective strategy to interrogate him, trying to provoke an emotional reaction that might lead to a confession. Strong was evasive when asked about Rory's presence in his apartment and what he had done to her, yet he freely discussed his fascination with bladed weapons and his large knife collection. A detailed search of Adam's residence led to the discovery of a filthy hunting knife with dried skin fragments that appeared human, hidden inside a closet. Although the DNA on the knife did not match Rory's, it was found to belong to another person. It took several months to identify the source of the DNA, but by July 2017, it was confirmed that the traces on the weapon belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, who had disappeared nearly a decade earlier. Candace Fitzpatrick shared many similarities with Rory. Both struggled with addiction and legal problems, grew up in unstable families, and had a history of running away for extended periods. To survive, she stayed with acquaintances and exchanged sex for food or drugs. Born in 1989, Candace was 18 years old when she vanished. Her family did not immediately realize she was missing and only reported her disappearance nearly 2 years later, by which point all leads had gone cold. Candace's lifestyle and social connections led many to believe that she could have ended up anywhere. Her parents believed she had run away and continued to hope she would return. However, in 2018, news from law enforcement shattered their hopes of ever seeing their daughter alive again. It is noteworthy that both of the suspects' victims were the same age and bore a striking resemblance to each other, almost like sisters. This led many to believe that the police had apprehended a serial predator. When questioned about the second woman, the suspect unexpectedly agreed to cooperate in exchange for improved living conditions. He requested a private cell, a large television, internet access, and specific meals. Law enforcement officials were outraged by his demands, but reluctantly agreed in order to obtain the information. Adam began his account by discussing his troubled childhood, describing how he was abused by his stepfather beginning at the age of 5. He also admitted that he started torturing and killing animals when he was 7 years old, deriving physical pleasure from these acts. When the conversation shifted to Rory, Adam Strong gave a detailed description of how he had dismembered her, appearing to take satisfaction in recounting it, though he claimed he only did it because she had died from an overdose. The police, however, did not believe him, and he failed to convince them with his story. When asked about Candace, who had disappeared 10 years earlier, Strong appeared shocked that the police knew about her. He tried to find out how they had uncovered his secret, and when informed about the human tissue found on an old knife, he became quiet and regretful for not taking better precautions to conceal his actions. Strong admitted to having met Candace, but denied killing her. Nevertheless, the evidence gathered did not support his denial. While attempting to elicit sympathy, he inadvertently incriminated himself. When police informed him that Rory had been pregnant at the time of her death, Strong adamantly denied it. Detectives realized that Strong had a tendency to argue endlessly to prove himself right, so they decided to provoke him into revealing more information. They insisted that the victim was pregnant, and in his attempt to disprove them, Strong described in disturbing detail how he had examined Rory's reproductive organs and felt a pulsation, leading investigators to suspect that she might still have been alive during the assault. Later, Strong tried to retract his statements, but his confession had been recorded on camera and was later used as evidence in court. He refused to reveal what he had done with Candace's body, and her remains were never recovered. Detectives were also unable to determine whether there were any additional victims. During one of his final interrogations, Strong callously stated that he wanted his condolences to be passed along to Rory's parents. At trial, his defense attorneys argued that Strong was mentally ill and therefore not responsible for his actions. However, A psychiatric evaluation concluded that, despite certain psychological disorders, Strong was fully aware of his behavior and could be held legally accountable. The trial commenced in September 2020, 3 years after Rory's death and 12 years after Candace's disappearance. Strong was charged with 2 counts of murder and with desecrating Rory's remains. Although he never admitted guilt, the evidence and his recorded confessions left no doubt about his involvement in the horrific crimes. 4 of Strong's former partners also testified, describing his cruelty and violent behavior. According to the prosecution, Strong had lured both women to his home under the pretense of paying them for intimate services, only to kill them. Adam Strong brutally murdered his victims, subjecting them to prolonged and excruciating suffering. It is believed that he killed Rory out of fear that she would report him to the authorities. On September 4th, his cell phone signal was traced near the city harbor, where he had disposed of the victim's torso, hoping the water currents would carry it away. In April 2021, Adam Strong was found guilty of murdering Candace Fitzpatrick and Rory Hash, as well as desecrating Hash's remains. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. However, Strong displayed no remorse. In his final statement, he remarked that his prison cell was an improvement compared to his previous living conditions. 6 months into his sentence, Strong unexpectedly disclosed the location of his first victim's remains. Following his directions, police conducted a lengthy search and eventually unearthed human bones. DNA analysis confirmed that the remains belonged to Candace Fitzpatrick, and this finding was officially announced. Investigators believe there may be additional victims linked to Adam Strong's case, possibly including at least one other woman. Notably, when Strong was initially arrested, police confiscated his personal belongings, among them a chain with 3 rings. Later, he requested that the item be returned, claiming the rings had sentimental value. The families of Rory and Candace subsequently identified 2 of the rings as belonging to their deceased daughters. However, the 3rd ring remains unidentified, fueling speculation that there could be additional, as yet undiscovered, victims. Moving on to the next case. Alexandra Morgan. Alexandra Morgan, known to her friends and family as Alexandra, is a single mother of 2 children, aged 4 and 11. They reside in Wilsley Pound, Cranbrook, Kent. Alexandra has lost contact with the children's father and has had to raise them alone, which has been far from easy. According to certain reports, she works as a dog groomer. Alexandra is described as an energetic and determined woman who is constantly devoted to her children. She aspires to give them a better life and has worked tirelessly to achieve that goal. On November 13, 2021, Alexandra met with her parents and left her children in their care. She told them she was going on a 3-day spa holiday with friends. However, by November 17th, Alexandra had not returned to collect her children as planned. Her parents became alarmed when they were unable to reach her by phone or text message, which was highly unusual. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their daughter, they decided to report Alexandra missing to the police. Kent police suspected that Alexandra Morgan's disappearance might be linked to a criminal act. They began their investigation by looking into the spa where Alexandra claimed she was going with her friends. The police also sought to identify these friends to begin their inquiries. Investigators obtained CCTV footage from a gas station in Cranbrook, where Alexandra was last seen. They attempted to trace her by searching for her white Mini Cooper. On the morning of November 14th, Alexandra stopped at the station to refuel, made a few small purchases, and then drove off. The footage revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Rose McCauley, the petrol station manager who had known Alexandra for 17 years, was present when Alexandra bought £10 worth of petrol, a cup of coffee, and a snack on the morning she disappeared. Rose stated that no one knew what had happened to Alexandra or where she might have gone. She added that she and a friend had searched throughout Hastings but found no trace of her. Rose mentioned that Alexandra was not a shy person, so she did not believe she would be too afraid to come home. She simply hoped that nothing terrible had happened and that Alexandra would return safely. "It's worrying," she added. When Alexandra came in that Sunday morning, she was very well dressed, wearing more makeup than usual, with her hair done and stylish clothing. She arrived earlier than usual, appearing cheerful and smiling. Alexandra's friends recalled that in 2018, she had shared on social media that she was being stalked. In 2019, she posted a photo captioned, "Hello Stalker." accompanied by a message urging the individual to stop following her page. A police spokesperson stated that it was highly uncharacteristic of Alexandra not to contact her family, and that they were treating the matter as a potential murder case. As the investigation advanced, authorities appealed to the public for anyone who might have seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to come forward. The spokesperson added that even if people were uncertain about what they had seen, they should still report any suspicious details. Alexandra was described as a woman approximately 168 centimeters tall, of slender build, with shoulder-length brown hair. She was last seen wearing a knee-length green quilted jacket, a black top underneath, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. Normally, when someone goes missing, they leave behind no trace for the police to follow. Many such missing person cases remain unresolved. However, Alexandra Morgan's case stood out as different. She left behind digital traces that provided the police with crucial clues to her fate. Moreover, these traces revealed some shocking secrets. Further investigation allowed the police to uncover more about Alexandra's life. She had wanted to improve her financial situation, so she began working as a call girl, advertising her services online without informing her family or friends. Women in this line of work are among the most vulnerable, as everyone knows the risks they face. It is impossible to predict whether the next client will be harmless or dangerous. The profession is inherently unsafe. According to the investigation, Alexandra had arranged a meeting with a regular client before she disappeared. The police subsequently arrested this man. On November 25, 2021, they detained a 40-year-old man named Mark Brown from St. Leonards-on-Sea on suspicion of murder. Mark Brown, a construction worker, was married and had a son. His family had been entirely unaware of his secret life. Sussex police stated that before Alexandra's disappearance, she had met with Mark multiple times, and he had even purchased a Mini Cooper for her. Their first encounter occurred on June 8, 2021, after Mark came across her profile on an adult website. They met at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. The meeting went well, and they continued seeing each other occasionally afterward. Their second meeting took place on June 21st, nearly 2 weeks later. This time, Alexandra went to Little Bridge Farm near Hastings, Kent, a property Mark rented to meet women and for other activities. They met an additional 7 times in August and September. Alexandra did not realize that she was being drawn into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Mark sent her a text message asking if she would be interested in a risk-free business proposition. He offered her £100,000 for 35 days at a hotel he claimed he would protect, along with a new ID, a clean car, and spending money. Mark told her that she would only need to perform simple tasks, such as going out for a smoke, packing the money, and making small purchases. After receiving this offer, Alexandra conducted online research that showed her genuine desire to improve her children's lives. She searched for the minimum deposit required to buy a house in 2021. Alexandra also planned to use the money to start her own business. She looked up topics such as profits from opening a sunbed salon in the UK and the taxes applicable to £100,000. These actions demonstrated Alexandra's character and her determination to build a better life. Alexandra lied to her parents, telling them she was going to a spa with friends, when in fact she was planning to meet Mark at the farm. On the morning of November 14th, she left home and was captured on CCTV at 7:20 a.m. buying petrol in Cranbrook. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm around 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Mark drove Alexandra's car to Holmhast Lane, St. Leonards, after replacing the genuine number plates with fake ones. The next day, November 18th, Alexandra's mother contacted the police to report her daughter missing, as she had failed to return to collect her children and had stopped responding to messages. On November 23rd, police uncovered CCTV footage showing Alexandra's car following Mark's Jaguar to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police sealed off the entrance to the farm and questioned Mark. He admitted to meeting Alexandra, but insisted that she had left after about 45 minutes. Mark consented to provide his fingerprints and DNA. 2 days later, on November 25th, police arrested Mark as the prime suspect in Alexandra Morgan's disappearance. Before delving into what happened to Alexandra, it is necessary to look back at when she first met Mark Brown. At that time, Mark had a partner named Leah Ware. Leah, aged 33, was a mother of 3 but did not have custody of her children. She first met Mark on March 25, 2018, through a prostitution website where she had advertised her services. A few years later, Mark would meet Alexandra Morgan on the same website. In late 2018, Mark and Leah began a relationship and moved into an apartment together. After 6 months, when their lease ended, Leah moved into a shipping container on Mark's property at Little Bridge Farm. Mark described their relationship as a turbulent one, filled with highs and lows. Leah had lived a difficult life. She received weekly benefits that were typically managed by Mark. She had a past marked by drug use and mental illness, though many people said she was making an effort to turn her life around to regain custody of her children. Mark and Leah were together for 3 years before Leah mysteriously vanished in May 2021. On the evening of May 5th and the early morning of May 6th, Leah spent time with her friend Jack Tyler, a known drug dealer. They used drugs together and were intimate that night. This was the last time anyone saw Leah alive. The final call from her phone was made at 8:55 a.m. on May 7th. Police believe that Leah died that same day. On June 8, 2021, Mark met Alexandra for the first time at her home. Their meeting went well, and Alexandra found Mark to be kind and generous. However, she had no idea that just 1 month earlier, Leah, Mark's previous partner, had vanished without a trace. During the course of the investigation, detectives discovered significant text messages sent by Mark to his former high school girlfriend, 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the content of those messages was not about Alexandra. They were about Leah. The message stated, "I'll try to be careful. This happened recently. It's a nasty thing to get rid of. Just an old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and everything is gone. It burns so hot, it almost glows white. My actions are heartbreaking. It's ironic that a psychopath has a conscience." Investigators suspect that Alexandra Morgan is dead and may not be Mark's only victim. Sussex police appealed to the public for assistance in finding Leah or locating her body, as well as any information related to her disappearance. After Mark's arrest on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm and found a container that appeared to have been recently burned. Inside the container, forensic experts discovered bone and tooth fragments. Tests confirmed that the remains belonged to Alexandra Morgan. In a joint statement, Kent and Sussex police expressed their condolences to the families of Alexandra and Leah. They confirmed that Alexandra's remains had been recovered, while Leah's remains have not yet been found. The investigation remains active, and authorities continue to appeal for information. Police described Leah as a white woman, 168 centimeters tall, of slim build, with very long black hair and blue eyes. She had 3 tattoos, a dragon on her right leg, Chinese characters on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower with the name Ryan on her right leg. The search of Mark's property lasted approximately 1 month and concluded on January 7, 2022. During the investigation, police uncovered the skeleton of a Pomeranian dog at the bottom of a pond, weighed down by a heavy object tied to its neck. Investigators believe the dog belonged to Leah and that Mark disposed of it after killing her. On February 1, 2022, police charged Mark with Leah Ware's murder, even though her remains had not been found. Mark had already been charged with Alexandra Morgan's murder. Initially, he denied all charges. However, after police presented evidence showing that he had burned Alexandra's body, Mark admitted to her death, but insisted it was an accident. Mark Brown's trial commenced on October 17, 2022. During the proceedings, new information about both cases emerged. The jury learned that after Leah Ware's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Mark regularly used her newly issued bank card to withdraw money from her account each week. The card had been sent to the address of his sister, Cheryl. In July 2021, the jury was informed that Mark had withdrawn £200 twice from Leah's account shortly after transferring £200 into his own. When questioned, Mark explained that he might have used her £200 and then repaid it, stating that at the time someone owed him £430, so he could have reimbursed her. Prosecuting attorney Duncan Atkinson then asked whether it was merely a coincidence that Leah had died after receiving a new bank card. A surprised Mark replied that he didn't understand what Duncan meant and that, as far as he knew, Leah was still alive. Duncan continued by asking if Mark was trying to take Ms. Leah's money and pointed out that Leah was in a place where money didn't mean anything. Mark was confused and said he didn't understand what Duncan was talking about at all, adding that it sounded like they were talking about two different people. During the trial for Alexandra Morden's death, Mark maintained that it was an accident. He explained that Alexandra slipped and fell on a piece of equipment in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Fawn, causing her to hit her head. When he rushed to her, he found Alexandra bleeding profusely. He grabbed a towel to try to stop the bleeding, but when he lifted her head to put the towel under, more blood came out. Prosecuting attorney Duncan Atkinson objected to the defendant's testimony, stating that when the defendant first saw the victim lying on her back on the ground, there was a lot of blood around her head. This clearly showed that she was seriously injured and needed immediate help, especially medical attention. This was obvious before the defendant did anything else. Mark replied that he was panicking, and his first reaction was to grab a towel to stop the bleeding. After performing CPR and checking for breathing by holding a mirror to Alexandra Morgan's mouth and nose, Mark confirmed that she was dead. Over the next 5 minutes, he did 3 things. He used his sweater to block the blood. He went outside to vomit, and he retrieved his phone to call 911. He explained that he subsequently decided to conceal the entire incident by wrapping Alexandra's body in a sleeping bag and placing a towel around her head to stop the bleeding. He wondered how he could prove it had been an accident and admitted that covering it up was foolish and the worst mistake of his life. Mark then decided to dispose of Alexandra's body using an incinerator he had built from an old oil drum earlier that year, which he frequently used to burn rubbish. "I had heard stories about burning dead bodies," he said, "and I didn't want anyone to stumble upon a body lying around." Mark therefore insisted that he had nothing to do with Leah Ware's disappearance and believed she was still alive, while Alexandra's death, he maintained, was accidental. During the trial, the court heard testimony from Mark's employer, Alan, who stated that Mark had warned him the police might come to arrest him. This conversation took place on November 24th. When Alan asked why the police would arrest him, Mark replied, "For double murder." This statement was significant because it implied that Mark had admitted Leah Ware was dead and that Alexandra Morgan's death was not accidental. Mark denied making that statement, claiming he had only mentioned facing a 25-year sentence for 1 murder, not 2. Prosecutor Duncan questioned him about the murders, and Mark acknowledged that his emotions surrounding Alexandra's case had driven his actions, despite his inability to prove his innocence. The jury also learned that Mark had deliberately attempted to smear the reputations of Alexandra and Leah, as the prosecutor stated, to construct a misleading image of the women. What should be remembered about Leah and Alexandra is that they were always smiling and joyful in life. Both women deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their remarkable and positive qualities. On December 1st, 2022, a jury of 12 found 41-year-old Mark guilty on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this was an exceptionally serious case and that the impact on the victims' families was immeasurable. He announced that Mark would receive a life sentence and that he would determine the minimum term Mark must serve, or whether clemency should ever be considered. The judge emphasized that if Mark revealed what he had done with Leah Ware's body, that information would be taken into account during sentencing. However, Mark refused to provide such details. Before the judge delivered his decision, the court heard from Leah Ware's mother, Rebecca Martin, who spoke about the devastating impact the case had on the family. "Mark continues to cause our family pain by not revealing what happened," she said. "Leah lost her life because Mark Brown wanted to satisfy his dark desires," she continued. "He controlled and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When she was no longer of any value, he discarded her like a lifeless object." The court also heard from Alexandra Morgan's parents, who described Alexandra as intelligent, energetic, and determined to succeed. Despite the challenges she faced, she persevered and remained hopeful for her future and for the children she cherished deeply. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life terms. He will be eligible for parole after 49 years. Judge Hilliard delivered the sentence in absentia because Mark refused to appear in court. "No sentence can ever reflect the number of lives lost," he said. "Nothing can undo the defendant's actions. It cannot. His conscience is unmoved by what he has done." Moving on to the next case. The case of Chris Coleman. Chris Coleman, a former Marine, met his wife Sherry, an Air Force member, while they were both serving in the military. Sherry immediately fell in love with Chris and felt certain he was the one. They married before the birth of their first child, Garrett, as they were devout Christians. After Garrett's arrival, they welcomed their second son, Gavin, who was more energetic and mischievous compared to his calm father and brother. Chris and Sherry were devoted parents who deeply cherished their children. Sherry was fiercely protective of them, while Chris enjoyed every moment he spent with his family. After leaving the military, Chris moved his family to Waterloo, Illinois, where he became the head of security for television evangelist Joyce Meyer. Joyce's lavish lifestyle stirred controversy, with critics accusing her of taking advantage of her followers' fears. Chris's job involved protecting Joyce from threatening letters and hate mail. He worked as her personal bodyguard and earned a generous salary, ensuring his family's financial stability. However, his constant travel with Joyce strained his family life, as he was frequently away from home. His sons missed him deeply, and Sherry felt exhausted, underappreciated, and weighed down by the household responsibilities. In October 2008, Chris traveled to Florida, where Sherry had grown up, and met with an old friend, Tara Lintz, who showed him around the city. Days later, Chris received a disturbing email from an address called Destroy Chris, warning that he and his family would be in danger if he continued to work for Joyce Meyer. The ministry also received more threatening emails that included a specific time and date for a potential attack on Chris's family. The emails appeared to contain insider information about Chris's schedule, including his upcoming international trip. Chris informed Sherry about the threats he had been receiving and reported them to the local police the following Monday. Since Chris frequently traveled for work with Joyce Meyer Ministries, the police offered to increase patrols around the Coleman residence during his absences. Despite these measures, Sherry's anxiety about her family's safety only grew. Her fear was so intense that she once asked a friend to stay with her while Chris was away because she felt unsafe alone in the house. She expressed that she would do anything necessary to protect her family. 2 months after the initial threats, the Colemans received a chilling hand-delivered letter demanding that Chris publicly renounce his faith or face dire consequences. The letter's menacing tone left Sherry genuinely terrified for her family's safety. The threats deeply affected her, and her fear grew stronger with each passing day. To address the ongoing threat, Chris and Sherry implemented additional safety measures to protect their family, including installing surveillance cameras around their property that recorded the surrounding area and transmitted the footage to a monitor in their basement office. Chris believed the cameras would help reveal the person responsible for the threats. After the installation, the threats abruptly ceased, and life gradually returned to normal for the Colemans. For several months, everything seemed peaceful. However, in April 2009, the family received another alarming letter warning that Sherry's deepest fears were about to come true. The letter's menacing tone left Chris profoundly unsettled. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, Chris was startled to spot a shadowy figure. Although the person's identity could not be determined, the sight of the silhouette reignited Chris's anxiety about his family's safety. The renewed sense of danger prompted the police to intensify their efforts to protect the Colemans. Detective Sergeant Justin Barlow of the Columbia Police Department took a special interest in the case and volunteered to assist the family. He set up additional video cameras to monitor the Colemans' driveway, but unfortunately, the recordings did not capture the person behind the threats. On May 5, 2009, Chris went to the gym and later called his home phone to check on Sherry and the boys, wanting to ensure they were awake and preparing for school. When no one answered, he tried again, but there was still no response. Growing concerned, Chris phoned his neighbor, Detective Justin Barlow, at 6:45 a.m. Chris explained that he had left for the gym in St. Louis County around 5:30 a.m. and had been unable to reach Sherry by phone. Worried for his family, he asked Barlow to go over and check on them. Barlow gathered his equipment, including his weapon, handcuffs, flashlight, and radio, and headed to the Coleman residence. While waiting for backup, his primary focus was to make contact with Sherry and confirm that everyone was safe. Filled with both apprehension and hope, Barlow approached the front door and knocked firmly, hoping for a response. When he arrived at the Coleman home, the stillness and darkness inside filled him with a growing sense of dread. The absence of movement or light heightened his unease. Moments later, another officer arrived in a patrol car to assist. The second officer moved toward the back of the house, attempting to see or communicate with Sherry or the boys through a window or door. Instead, he noticed indications of forced entry leading into the basement, which immediately drew Barlow's attention. Deeply alarmed for the safety of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin, Detective Barlow and his fellow officer decided to enter the house through the basement, announcing their presence as they proceeded. Despite their calls, they received no answer. During their meticulous search of the basement, they discovered a detached video cable near the computer desk. This finding led them to suspect that the digital video recorder connected to the surveillance cameras was missing. Detective Justin Barlow and the assisting officer continued searching the Coleman residence from the basement upward, noticing a strong odor of aerosol spray paint that intensified as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the main floor, they found the walls defaced with derogatory messages aimed at Chris, Sherry, and their sons. 13 minutes after Chris had called Detective Barlow, he returned home from the gym and was instructed to remain outside while the officers completed their search. He complied, sitting quietly on the porch without asking questions or attempting to go inside. Meanwhile, a third officer arrived, and together the three continued their search of the house in an effort to locate Sherry and the boys. On the upper levels, they discovered additional hate-filled graffiti. When they reached the second floor, Detective Barlow entered Garrett's bedroom, where the boy initially appeared to be asleep. However, upon closer examination, the detective realized that Garrett was lifeless, showing no signs of breathing and a body gone cold. Ligature marks on his neck indicated that he had been strangled to death. The detectives were horrified by the discovery of Garrett's body. In the adjacent room, the second officer went to check on Gavin and was horrified to find that he, too, was dead, with the same ligature marks visible around his neck, suggesting he had been killed in the same brutal manner as his brother. The gruesome discovery was made even more unsettling by an obscene message spray-painted directly on the bedsheets. In the master bedroom, the third officer found Sherry's lifeless body lying on the bed, her hair obscuring her face. It was immediately evident that she had been murdered. Upon closer inspection, the officer noticed multiple bruises on her body, suggesting that Sherry had fought back and attempted to protect both herself and her sons. After uncovering the bodies of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin, Detective Barlow and the other officers heard Chris re-enter the house after waiting outside for updates about his family. Detective Barlow led Chris back outside to give him privacy as he absorbed the devastating news. However, once the reality of the tragedy set in, Chris's reaction became overwhelming. He grew nauseous, collapsed to the ground, and curled into a fetal position, unable to control his emotions. The sheer horror of the murders was beyond his comprehension. Chris was in utter disbelief that his entire family had been taken from him in such a violent way. In his anguish, he reached out to his father, Ronald, and told him that something terrible had happened to Sherry and the boys. Ronald immediately sensed that Chris was in shock upon hearing the tragic news and was left stunned by the devastating loss that had struck his family. The shocking news of the murders of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin spread rapidly throughout the small community of Waterloo, Illinois, where the Coleman family lived. As neighbors learned about the horrifying tragedy, they were left heartbroken and frightened. Chris expressed regret for leaving his family alone while he went to the gym. However, when asked if he had any idea who might have been responsible for the murders, he claimed to have no clue. Despite his apparent grief, Detective Barlow noticed several suspicious behaviors during his interview with Chris. One red flag was Chris's unusual lack of curiosity about how his family had been killed, which seemed strange given the horrific nature of the crime. The detective also noticed that Chris appeared to be hiding scratches on his arms throughout the interview, even using a blanket to cover them despite the warm temperature. The marks immediately drew attention, as they suggested Chris may have been involved in a physical altercation, similar to the struggle Sherry had clearly fought before her death. When questioned about the scratches, Chris claimed he had gotten them while installing a satellite dish the previous day. He also denied having any extramarital affair, though he admitted to maintaining a close friendship with Tara, a cocktail waitress, and an old high school friend of Sherry's who lived in Florida. Chris said that his conversations with Tara were harmless, though he admitted his wife would not have approved of them. He insisted he would never consider leaving his family for her. However, when detectives reached out to Tara, her account directly contradicted Chris's version of events. She revealed that she and Chris had been involved in a romantic affair since November 2008. Tara provided extensive evidence from her phone and computer, including emails, explicit photographs, and videos that confirmed the intimate nature of their relationship. When detectives confronted Chris with the material Tara had supplied, He admitted to seeing her more frequently than he had previously disclosed. Further investigation revealed that Chris and Tara had arranged secret meetings at locations where he was assigned security duty for Joyce Meyer, sometimes traveling together to luxurious destinations such as Hawaii to spend time away from their families. Although Chris continued to insist that his relationship with Tara was not an affair, detectives uncovered additional evidence on Tara's phone and laptop that suggested otherwise. Tara had marked a wedding with Chris on her personal calendar and had also planned vacations with him, clear indications that she believed he intended to leave his family for her. Detectives grew increasingly suspicious of Chris, as the evidence directly contradicted his claims that the relationship was casual. Chris's father, Ronald, was stunned when he learned about his son's affair, but he refused to believe it had any connection to the murders of Sherry and the boys. Ronald described Chris as a gentle, soft-spoken man who would never be capable of committing such a brutal and violent act. However, the detectives believed that Chris's affair with Tara provided a powerful motive for the murders. Despite this theory, their initial investigation failed to uncover enough solid evidence to charge him with the crime. After being questioned for 6 hours, Chris was released without any charges. Tara also became a person of interest in the case, but she was later cleared as a suspect when investigators confirmed that she had been in Florida on the morning of May 5, 2009, when the murders took place. The Coleman family killings triggered one of the largest murder investigations in Illinois history. A special task force of 25 detectives was assembled with the mission of identifying the person responsible for the brutal deaths of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin Coleman. The team worked tirelessly, often spending up to 20 hours a day for 15 consecutive days, while bringing in outside experts to assist in solving the case. One of their main priorities was determining who had sent the series of threatening emails to Chris Coleman. Investigators meticulously reviewed every hate-filled message received by Joyce Meyer Ministries over the past year, following leads across the country. The detectives interviewed each individual who had sent any type of threatening correspondence, but none appeared to be connected to the murders. To strengthen the investigation, a team of digital forensic experts was called in to analyze computer data that might hold crucial evidence. The experts began by examining the email account associated with the username Dyrus. They discovered that the account had been created on November 14, 2008, just days before the first threatening email was sent. In a shocking twist, the forensic team traced the origin of the threatening emails and found that they had been sent from Chris Coleman's own computer IP address. Meanwhile, detectives carefully studied the hateful spray-painted messages found throughout the crime scene, comparing them to Chris's handwriting samples to establish a possible link. They photographed the graffiti and collected written samples from Chris, which were sent to a forensic handwriting specialist. The expert's analysis revealed a match, confirming that Chris Coleman himself had written the messages on the walls of his home on the night of the murders. Further examination revealed that the spray paint used was Rust-Oleum Candy Apple Red. Investigators soon discovered that Chris had recently made a purchase from a nearby hardware store, prompting a detective to contact the store's manager. The manager confirmed that Chris Coleman had indeed bought a can of Rust-Oleum Candy Apple Red spray paint, identical to the type found at the crime scene, just days before his family's murder. This discovery provided a vital link directly connecting him to the killings. The established timeline also raised serious doubts about Chris's alibi. Although he initially claimed to have left his home around 5:45 a.m. on May 5, 2009, the medical examiner concluded that the murders had occurred at approximately 3 a.m., proving that Chris was at home when his wife and sons were killed. 2 weeks after the discovery of the bodies, Chris Coleman was taken into custody and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. The prosecution maintained that Chris's motives were rooted in greed, selfishness, and narcissism, arguing that he sought a new beginning, but his family was an obstacle to that goal. In April 2011, Chris Coleman went to trial for the murders of his wife, Sherry, and their 2 sons, Garrett and Gavin. The prosecution asserted that Chris murdered his family so he could be with another woman, Tara, since divorcing Sherry would have caused him to lose his lucrative position with Joyce Meyer Ministries, an organization that strictly forbids divorce. Meanwhile, Chris's defense attorney contended that an unknown intruder had broken into the Coleman residence on May 5, 2009, and carried out the killings. However, 2 years later, on the anniversary of the murders, Chris was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, despite being eligible for the death penalty. The judge's decision was shaped by the recent abolition of capital punishment in Illinois, which was set to take effect a few months later. In the aftermath, Sherry's loved ones sought to preserve the memory of Sherry, Garrett, and Gavin by raising funds to support victims of domestic violence, a cause that deeply resonated with them. Moving on to the next case. Brianna Marie Schneller. On May 2, 2009, in Wausau, Wisconsin, USA, a horrifying crime occurred. An 18-year-old girl named Brianna Marie Schneller was the victim. For the small town, such an incident was shocking, particularly because the girl's death was the result of acts carried out with unimaginable cruelty. Yet, even more shocking than the crime itself was the motive behind it. Brianna possessed a vibrant personality, loved Mexican cuisine, music, and dancing, and she enjoyed roller coasters. She was highly diligent and performed well academically. She was the top student at Everest High School in Washington, according to Craig and Lori Schneller, her parents. She had a trip planned to Tennessee that summer. The young woman was the only person in the state of Wisconsin who had advanced through the qualifying rounds of a competition held by a renowned national nonprofit organization for students in professional and technical fields, where she was to present her project. Brianna aspired to pursue higher education in restaurant management and dreamed of someday opening her own business in the food service industry. Therefore, she worked part-time at the El Moscow restaurant in Rib Mountain to earn money and gain the necessary experience and skills. Friends, colleagues, and even patrons described her as a kind and responsive person. She was only a month away from significant milestones in her life. She was about to graduate from school and marry her beloved 22-year-old Sebastian Ramirez. Initially, her parents had objected to their relationship and the age difference. In their view, their daughter had matured too quickly. However, after getting to know the young man better, they trusted him. It was evident that he genuinely loved Brianna and had serious intentions regarding their future together. The couple moved in together, renting an apartment on 12th Avenue in Wausau, along with Sebastian's 19-year-old brother, Hugo. Outwardly, it appeared that the trio got along well and lived peacefully. Many envied their friendship. The brothers supported Brianna's interests, as they also worked at a restaurant called El Tequila Salsa in the same area. It is possible that one workday was when Sebastian and Brianna met each other. In any case, no one anticipated that a horrific tragedy could shatter the plans and dreams of the two lovers. The morning of May 2, 2009, began as usual. Sebastian was the first to rise in the house. He did not want to wake the girl sweetly sleeping beside him. It was a day off, and she had no need to rush to school. While the young man was in the shower, Brianna awoke. They exchanged sweet greetings and discussed their plans for the day. Meanwhile, Sebastian attempted to wake Hugo, who had come home early that morning and had clearly overindulged at a party the night before. Afterward, Sebastian left for work, which was only a 5 to 10-minute walk away. His younger brother followed shortly after. The girl remained home alone. She exchanged messages with her mother and then attended to her tasks. That day, Hugo felt restless. He had a headache from excessive drinking and regretted overindulging. Struggling to focus, he decided to swap lunch breaks with a colleague, and at 1:20 p.m., he headed home to get some sleep. Upon entering the apartment, nothing seemed unusual at first. However, as he proceeded further, he noticed disorder in his brother's and his girlfriend's room. For some reason, Brianna was lying on the floor. Hugo rushed to her and asked what had happened, but she did not respond. He did not immediately notice the blood. The young man lifted the towel that had been covering her face and screamed. She was unrecognizably disfigured. He grabbed the phone to call emergency services, but his hands were trembling and his mind was clouded. Nevertheless, he realized he had to act, and he ran to his neighbor's apartment, a floor below. Through tears, young Ramirez tried to explain what had occurred and asked the woman to call for help. At 1:30 p.m., emergency services received the call. Despite it being a Saturday, the day was far from peaceful. Unfortunately, incidents often happen on days when people are supposed to relax. The woman on the other end of the line reported that she was calling on behalf of a neighbor. He had asked her to summon emergency medical services for his brother's girlfriend. The unfortunate woman lay on the floor with cuts on her body and a disfigured face, showing no signs of life. Police and paramedics were dispatched to the address immediately. The parking lot of the apartment building was crowded, but one individual stood out from the crowd and approached them. It was Hugo Ramirez. He led the officers to the apartment. The young man could barely speak, so he merely pointed out the shocking scene. At the center of it lay Brianna, her body bearing deep wounds. Stab wounds were visible on her chest, neck, and wrist. The officers asked the young man to leave the room while forensic specialists began their examination. One speculated that the victim had been lying there for some time, as the blood scattered around had already begun to dry. It was evident she had fought back, as indicated by the defensive cuts on her arms. However, the assailant had overpowered her. The crime scene was full of evidence. The first thing the forensic team noticed was a bloody iron lying on the floor, broken, with some pieces scattered nearby. It appeared that the perpetrator had used it to strike her face. 2 knives lay in the bathroom sink, one missing its sharp tip. Blood was found on the soap, leading investigators to speculate that the assailant had used it to wash their hands. But the bloodied shoe print left on the carpet drew even more attention. Overall, the examination of the dwelling revealed several curious details. There were no apparent signs of forced entry, suggesting that the victim knew the assailant or that he had some way of gaining access to the apartment. Another notable detail was the scattered bills, ranging from $1 to $20, amounting to a substantial sum. Hugo explained that these were tips they had collected at work, so much so that they were just left anywhere. At first glance, nothing seemed to be missing from the apartment. Everything indicated that Brianna was the target of the attack, not robbery. This was confirmed by the broken knife tip found in her body. What kind of force could have been required to break a knife? Who could harbor such feelings toward a young woman? And most importantly, what could have triggered such unprecedented cruelty and aggression? Eager to illuminate the matter, law enforcement officers were intent on speaking with the girl's relatives and close friends, particularly as they needed to deliver the dreadful news. In the police department's office, Craig and Lori Schneller awaited information. They had heard that something terrible had occurred at the home where their daughter lived, but unfortunately, they had been unable to contact her. With heavy hearts, they went to the police station seeking answers. The officers had to confirm that the parents' worst fears were indeed true. There is no greater sorrow for parents than to endure the loss of a child. The devastating news divided the Schnellers' life into before and after. Authorities provided photographs of Brianna for identification. The process was largely a formality, as her identity had already been established, but protocol required it. Due to the horrific nature of her injuries, not all photographs taken at the scene were shown to the family. Only those showing part of her face were displayed. Once confirmed, the Schnellers could hardly believe what had occurred. After consulting with a psychologist, Craig and Lori were able to answer a series of questions. They were eager to assist the investigation and apprehend the person responsible, so they provided as much information about their daughter's life as possible. The parents insisted that she had no known enemies or ill-wishers, at least to their knowledge. It was also revealed that Brianna's mother was the last person she had communicated with. That morning, Lori had taken Brianna's car to the auto repair shop and had messaged her daughter around 10 a.m. to inform her. Brianna had responded, which indicated that the tragic incident occurred after she spoke with her mother and before Hugo's arrival, thereby establishing a timeline for the events. The police launched a comprehensive investigation. The first individuals invited for interviews by the detectives were the Rodriguez brothers, Sebastian and Hugo, who were questioned separately. The fiancé of the victim, Sebastian, reported that he woke up at 9:15 a.m., had a brief conversation with Brianna while preparing for work, and then woke his brother. By 10:15, he was already at the restaurant. He learned about the incident after receiving a phone call. Hugo's account matched, stating that he left the house about 10 to 15 minutes after Sebastian. He returned home at 1:20 p.m. because he was feeling unwell and wanted to rest. However, his illness and fatigue vanished when he discovered Brianna lifeless. After that, everything seemed like a blur. He explained that he was so stunned that he could not think clearly about how to react properly. His mind shut down and his hands trembled, leaving him to run to a neighbor and request help. The Ramirez brothers were deemed credible, and their distress appeared genuine. However, the police had frequently encountered convincing performances before, so they required solid proof of the brothers' innocence. It was entirely possible that one of them was the perpetrator and the other was covering for him. Therefore, detectives inquired about their relationships with each other. Sebastian declared his love for Brianna and his excitement for their upcoming wedding. Hugo was asked if he harbored any grievances against his brother's girlfriend or if they had argued, to which he responded negatively. He also clarified that despite her attractiveness and charm, he had no intentions toward her because he valued their good relationship and would never interfere with Sebastian's happiness. Brianna was like a sister to him. The interrogations lasted for hours, yet neither brother raised any suspicion. After obtaining DNA samples from the young men, they were allowed to return home. To confirm or disprove the Ramirez brothers' alibis, detectives interviewed employees of El Tequila Salsa restaurant and reviewed the establishment's surveillance footage. Sebastian and Hugo's accounts were corroborated. The theory of a domestic-related crime was dismissed. Then who had murdered this innocent young woman? Could there be a predator in the city? Perhaps he had been observing Brianna earlier and had learned much about her. Maybe on a day when she was alone, he executed his criminal intent. The investigation continued. By this point, the autopsy results had arrived, confirming the police's initial suspicions. The sequence of the crime was reconstructed as follows. Brianna first sustained a blunt force injury to the head, likely from an iron. Then the perpetrator cut her throat, followed by multiple stab wounds to her body. The ferocity and relentlessness of the attack were evident in the number of wounds, which were so numerous that even experts could not count them. At least 2 of these injuries were immediately fatal. The young woman fought fiercely for her life, as indicated by the foreign DNA found beneath her nails. Later developments revealed that earlier statements claiming nothing was missing from the home were inaccurate. The victim's phone had disappeared. Sebastian discovered its loss and promptly informed the detectives. This piece of information became a critical lead, and once the police received this new clue, they began searching for the mobile device. Brianna's cell phone provider reported that her phone was still active and provided its location. It turned out that the phone had been nearby all along, specifically within the premises of the restaurant where Sebastian and Hugo worked. The investigation grew more complex, with the brothers' undeniable alibi and one of them reporting the missing phone, against the backdrop of suspicious coincidences. Detectives urgently traveled to the indicated location, but upon arrival, they found that the coordinates led to the parking lot of a shopping center housing the restaurant. It appeared that the sought-after item was in one of the trash bins. After a brief search, a plastic takeout bag with the logo of El Tequila Salsa was discovered inside a container. Within the bag were the girl's phone, 2 mismatched gloves, and a pair of women's underwear. One of the gloves was stained with blood. This unexpected discovery shifted the narrative, as theories about a predator and a crime motivated by intimate intentions began to gain traction. The bag and its contents were sent to the laboratory for further examination, potentially still containing fingerprints or DNA from the perpetrator. When shown a photo of the contents, Sebastian recognized his girlfriend's underwear. The investigation proceeded with numerous interrogations of the restaurant staff. On May 5th, everyone was asked to provide DNA samples and undergo examinations for any scratches or injuries. Additionally, both the external and internal surveillance footage of the building and neighboring establishments was thoroughly reviewed. The police faced a considerable task in determining who had disposed of the bag. Initially, a kitchen worker attracted attention because he had arrived notably late for work, arriving when Brianna was already lifeless. However, the young man explained that he had been stopped for speeding on his way to the restaurant. Nonetheless, reviewing the surveillance footage proved invaluable to the investigation. Another individual, the 24-year-old kitchen manager Raul Ponzrocha, became a person of interest. On the day of the crime, he left the building at 10:18 a.m. wearing a brown hoodie and returned at 10:53 a.m. without it. During questioning, he was asked about his whereabouts and intentions. Raul explained that he had gone to pick up his friend Luciano, a dishwasher at the restaurant. Interestingly, Luciano lived in the same building as Brianna, Sebastian, and Hugo. When asked how long his errand had taken, he said about 20 minutes, but there was a problem with the timeline. What occurred during the remaining 15 minutes? Raul refused to explain. Meanwhile, Luciano confirmed Raul's story, saying they had not stopped anywhere on their way to work. However, the 15-minute discrepancy continued to trouble the detectives, and Raul's behavior raised questions. He had cuts on his hands, which he attributed to working with knives. Raul was clearly suspicious, but there was not enough evidence for his detention. By May 9th, it was established that on May 2nd, at 1:16 p.m., a single employee exited the back door of El Tequila Salsa, and at the same time, only one person approached the trash bins. Identifying the suspect took little time. When his name was announced, the investigative team was not surprised. It was not Sebastian or Hugo Ramirez, as initially suspected, but the suspect Raul Pons Rocha. When a search warrant was obtained for his home, curious details about the manager's life emerged. Under the mattress of his bed were found 4 pairs of women's underwear, several adult videos, along with a brown hoodie and a glove resembling the one found in the trash bin. On the same day, Raul's DNA samples were sent for comparison with those found on the plastic bag. A strand of female hair found on his clothing was also analyzed. Everything pointed to the victim, Brianna. It was now just a matter of matching the test results. Raul was arrested on suspicion of first-degree murder when it became known that the alleged perpetrator had been identified. Sebastian could hardly believe his ears. He had never imagined his colleague capable of such cruelty. The main question that troubled him was why he had done it. They barely knew Brianna and had only seen her in passing. Raul had always appeared to be a kind and cheerful individual, someone who would not harm a fly. Yet the answer was eventually uncovered. The trial of Raul Pons Rocha took place in 2011. Despite the lengthy investigation, Pons Rocha never admitted guilt and consistently denied any involvement in the crime. However, the prosecution presented compelling evidence. The defendant's DNA was found on all key pieces of evidence: the iron, the knives, the plastic bag and its contents, and beneath Brianna's fingernails. Additionally, a shoe print discovered on the carpet at the crime scene matched the size and pattern of the suspect's shoes. The investigation reconstructed the events clearly. On May 2, 2009, Raul arrived at work at 9 a.m. en route to the restaurant. He passed the victim's house, a location that had long attracted his interest. Not seeing her car, he assumed she was out and perceived it as an opportune moment to enter her apartment and take what he desired. The accused had a peculiar habit of collecting women's underwear, evidence of which was found under his mattress. After the Rodriguez brothers arrived at work, Raul left the restaurant under the pretense of picking up Luciano. Instead of signaling his friend immediately upon arrival, he entered the victim's apartment. He easily unlocked the door and went inside. It appears he went into Brianna's room and began rummaging through her belongings. He was likely caught off guard at that moment. Otherwise, he could have excused his unexpected presence by claiming he was searching for one of the brothers and that the door had been opened. Realizing the absurdity of the situation and fearing recognition, he struck her with the first object he could find, an iron. He then slashed her throat with a knife, followed by inflicting multiple stab wounds. The investigation concluded that the act of taking her life appeared to gratify him, as evidenced by the excessive number of wounds inflicted on the poor victim. It also noted that Raul used multiple knives during the attack. Afterwards, the culprit attempted to cover his tracks by washing his hands and removing his jacket, as he still had to meet Luciano and drive him to the restaurant. He then resumed work as if nothing had happened, which was captured on the kitchen's video recordings. When many staff members took their lunch breaks, he seized the opportunity to dispose of the bag containing the evidence in a trash bin. Shortly before the trial, Raul stated that he had indeed met with Brianna, but did not take her life. However, he claimed to suspect who might have committed the crime and named a former restaurant employee. According to the defendant, he saw this acquaintance at Brianna's house on the day her life was tragically ended, thus confirming that he had indeed entered the Ramirez apartment. However, when he left, Sergio remained with Brianna, apparently having an argument. The defendant's statement raised additional questions and prompted further investigation. The information he provided required verification. Moreover, the individual he mentioned was abroad. Nonetheless, authorities managed to contact Sergio. He even appeared at the trial to testify to his non-involvement and to refute Raul's false accusation. The young man easily demonstrated that he was not in the country on the day of the crime. Weeks earlier, he had left to care for his gravely ill father in Mexico. Apparently, the defendant had hoped that contact with Sergio would not be established, thereby sowing doubt among the jurors. However, his plan failed. The defendant merely emphasized that he had no qualms about falsely accusing an innocent person of a heinous crime. It was clear that he felt no remorse for his actions. During the trial, Brianna's relatives, as well as Sebastian and Hugo, were present. The young men struggled to contain their emotions, prompting officers to repeatedly call for calm. Ultimately, Raul Ponsrocha was found guilty of the crime against Brianna Schneller, as well as burglary. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. He is serving his sentence at a correctional institution in Walpun, Wisconsin. Following the verdict, the victim's father stated that his daughter's case had become personal for many involved, as they all have families and children. He shared that he has not parted with a Father's Day card Brianna had given him, cherishing every memory of her. Craig Schneller confessed that Brianna's death broke his heart and caused him to lose faith. No information about Sebastian Ramirez is available. It is only to be hoped that he has closed this tragic chapter of his life with a sense of completeness and has been able to move forward. One day, his brother Hugo appeared on a television show discussing the ordeal they endured. Raul's actions were fatal for Brianna. He not only ended the life of a beautiful young woman, but also devastated the hearts of her family. Things could have been different if the young man had not chosen to cover his tracks. He might have escaped with clumsy explanations and apologies to the girl. At most, it would have ended with a confrontation between him and the Rodriguez brothers. It is unlikely the victim would have reported him to the police. Even then, the incident could have been resolved with minimal harm. Moving on to the next case. Georgina, an energetic and resolute escort, lived in a realm surrounded by wealth and magnificence. Yet beneath the surface of refinement and opulence existed a maze of deceit and manipulation, which eventually brought about her untimely death. She was constantly captivated by her looks, and this fixation grew stronger over time. In pursuit of a larger space for their family, Georgina, Pete, and Emily located a modest terraced home and relocated there, enjoying a stable income and financial comfort. Money never posed a problem for them. Pete prospered in his career within the electric vehicle sector, while Georgina, feeling unfulfilled by her routine 9-to-5 position in the loan industry, started exploring different professional options. She confided in her friends, admitting that the conventional 9-to-5 schedule was not compatible with her. In time, Georgina began increasing her income by performing as a burlesque dancer in a bar and later joining an escort agency. Both professions attracted her due to the attention they offered. However, it was during her period at the agency that her life underwent a dramatic transformation. In May 2012, at 20 years old, Georgina encountered Peter Morgan, then 49, a prosperous property developer who lived nearby. Peter enjoyed a life of luxury, happily married to Helen and a devoted father to their 2 children. His fortune stemmed from a multi-million-pound real estate portfolio, which notably featured a grand windmill located on an expansive 300-acre estate that he shared with his parents and brother. Peter's upbringing was characterized by early familiarity with agricultural equipment and vehicles. By the time he turned 10, he was skilled at handling tractors and motorcycles. Choosing to forego higher education, he stayed involved in the family business until he reached 34, living a lifestyle where money was rarely an issue. Peter admitted to one lapse in judgment, an encounter with a sex worker in Amsterdam, but otherwise claimed loyalty to his wife. However, a perceived midlife crisis in his 40s prompted him to use devices such as smartphones to interact with sex workers through escort services. In his own account, Peter valued the transactional quality of these encounters, describing the allure of being able to have sex, shake hands, and depart. Nevertheless, everything changed when he met Georgina. She distinguished herself from the others, unexpectedly capturing Peter's affection. Before meeting her, Peter had been regularly visiting numerous sex workers, with such visits becoming weekly. While managing the restoration of a lighthouse for his real estate projects, Peter lavished Georgina with extravagant gifts, including a Range Rover priced at more than $112,000 and an $11,000 shopping spree. He even compensated her $1,000 for a single night together. Georgina relished the admiration and opulent way of life, but exclusivity within her relationship with Pete remained unattainable. She continued to meet other clients while preserving a romantic connection with Pete. Unlike her arrangement with Peter Morgan, he felt a profound resentment toward Georgina's involvement with other men, even though they shared no romantic exclusivity. By 2015, he had convinced Georgina to work solely as his private escort, compensating her with monthly payments between $7,000 and $10,000. During this period, Peter was managing the restoration of his Grade 2 listed castle, including Castle Bungalow, a cottage situated on its estate where Georgina moved in as part of their agreement. Over time, she made the cottage her home. Peter opened up to Georgina about his feelings and dreams for the future. He chose to end his 22-year marriage to Helen, ensuring her financial comfort while allowing Georgina to continue living in the cottage. This development left Pete's former partner and the father of their daughter heartbroken, feeling as if he had lost the woman he adored. In August 2015, the pair set out on a journey to Africa, yet Pete could not escape the sense that Georgina was slipping away from him. The thought of her being with other men, particularly someone as wealthy as Peter Morgan, drove him into a state of deep despair. Even though he recognized Peter's ability to offer Georgina an extravagant lifestyle that greatly impressed her, Pete felt powerless beside Peter's financial advantage. Pete's mother, Lynn, reflected on that time, explaining that he was happy to be with Georgina and earned enough for them both to enjoy a comfortable life and do what they desired. She believed he tolerated a lot, as she had never realized anything else was happening. Morgan occupied a dominant place in his thoughts. He was constantly preoccupied with him, and his emotions were growing stronger. However, he cared too deeply for his mother to discuss these problems. On November 15, 2015, Pete Dean disappeared following a heated dispute with Georgina about text messages. Tragically, he was later found dead by hanging in a wooded area. 2 days afterward, Alexei Butcher, a friend of Georgina's, concisely summarized the situation. Rich Pete had been utterly infatuated. He adored and valued her, envisioning a shared future. However, it appeared Georgina's interest in him was driven purely by financial motives. It is uncertain whether she ever truly loved him, even though she claimed to have left poor Pete for him. Her intention all along seemed to be to exploit rich Pete for as much as possible before returning to poor Pete. Adding to Georgina's anguish, she had lost her father to suicide only a few months prior to Pete's death. Despite the adversity she faced, it was apparent that she sincerely cared for Pete, as many others did. However, she was forced to face the painful truth that her own actions had played a role in his tragic end. The news of Pete's passing profoundly impacted Georgina, causing a noticeable transformation in her character. She held Peter responsible for Pete's death and grew increasingly intolerant of his possessive and controlling tendencies. Moreover, she blamed Peter for her involvement with social services concerning her daughter's welfare. Georgina openly condemned Peter in front of his friends and family, which enraged him. Peter grew increasingly frustrated that even after Pete's death, he still could not have Georgina completely to himself. Later, he would recall that Georgina had nearly succeeded in taking her own life by cutting her wrists in the bathtub. Peter recounted that she had been submerged in the water when he pulled her out. After the death of her former partner, she began frequently consuming drugs and alcohol. She blamed him for Pete's death, making him feel guilty and insisting that it had been entirely his fault. Tensions between Georgina and Peter Morgan intensified further following Pete's funeral in December 2015, when Georgina started dating Tom Ballinger, one of Pete's friends. Furious, Peter began confiscating Georgina's phone to read her messages. He had also installed a listening device disguised as a white plug adapter inside the cottage, from which he made a total of 514 calls, allowing him to secretly listen to all her phone conversations. One night in January 2016, Peter overheard a discussion in the bugged cottage that deeply unsettled him. Georgina was confiding in Tom Ballinger about her plan to blackmail Peter into surrendering the cottage. She revealed her intention to move to London, where she could continue her escorting career and greatly increase her income from high-end clients. Upon hearing this, Peter felt devastated, struggling with the realization that Georgina might not be devoted to their relationship. She issued severe threats to expose damaging information about him publicly, confident that she could destroy him. Georgina claimed that Peter had hidden $50,000 in cash at his home to evade taxes and had participated in the construction of buildings that did not comply with code regulations. In addition, she asserted that she possessed proof on her phone showing that Peter had continued seeing sex workers while still married to his wife. After 3 years of involvement with Georgina, Peter was aware of the explicit photos and videos depicting their participation in group sexual encounters, along with private moments in his marital bed. He also knew that Georgina had previously blackmailed at least 3 of her past clients. Realizing that Georgina posed a grave threat to his reputation and career left Peter feeling that he had no alternative but to contemplate drastic measures for his protection. Terrified by the potential fallout of Georgina's blackmail schemes, Peter began considering her elimination as a solution. He prepared carefully, meticulously compiling a list of required items in the Notes app on his iPhone. On January 12, 2016, Alexei, one of Georgina's friends, contacted Welsh authorities. Later that day, Alexei and Georgina had arranged a playdate for their daughters. However, Georgina never arrived to collect her child from school as planned. When police reached the cottage, both Alexei and Georgina's mother were present, along with Peter. Peter informed the officers that Georgina had been struggling recently, turning to alcohol and drugs to cope with the loss of her father and ex-boyfriend Pete. He expressed concern that Georgina might have harmed herself, suggesting that she could be in the nearby woods. Despite an extensive search of the area, Georgina was not located. Owing to her mental condition, authorities classified Georgina as a high-risk missing individual. In the end, Peter admitted to the police that he had intervened and confiscated Georgina's phone, fearing she planned to use it to arrange a drug deal. Furthermore, information collected from Georgina's friends and family revealed that Peter was profoundly obsessed with her, while she regarded their relationship purely as a professional arrangement. Alexei informed investigators that Georgina had decided to end her association with Peter and was optimistic about her future. Peter was taken in for questioning once the authorities recovered the phone. After hours of interrogation, he ultimately confessed to strangling Georgina and burying her body on his property. Law enforcement officers discovered Georgina's remains hidden beneath farm machinery, bound with rope and with an orange cord fastened around her neck, signifying that she had been strangled. Georgina's handbag, car, and house keys were found thrown away in the garbage, along with her high-heeled shoes. Additionally, the police uncovered Peter's listening device, which he claimed had been installed for Georgina's safety. However, Peter's call records revealed that the device had been used 514 times between 2015 and 2016. Ultimately, Peter defended his purchase of the listening equipment by asserting that he suspected Georgina was taking advantage of him. He alleged that he had overheard her discussing plans to extort him into relinquishing the cottage. Peter had carefully compiled a checklist on his phone as a reminder of the supplies he needed to buy, including a polytarp, handle, snips, string, tape, gloves, a plug, and a bag, tools later used in Georgina's killing. Furthermore, the police obtained surveillance footage from the farm's security cameras, which recorded Peter arriving and departing in his vehicle, as well as concealing Georgina's body. Authorities believed that Peter was unaware his wife had installed the cameras after he left on January 14, 2016. Peter was officially charged with murder, and his trial commenced on November 28, 2016. During the proceedings, he entered a plea of not guilty. The prosecution contended that Peter's obsession with Georgina had driven him to meticulously plan and execute her murder. Conversely, Peter's defense argued that his Asperger's syndrome limited his capacity to fully grasp the consequences of his behavior, potentially reducing his responsibility. Despite testimony from 2 doctors, the prosecution's expert witness rejected this claim. Ultimately, the jury found Peter guilty of murder on December 21 and sentenced him to life imprisonment with eligibility for parole after 25 years. In October 2017, Peter filed an appeal against his conviction and sentence. However, the appeal was denied in March 2018. The sudden and tragic death of Georgina deeply affected her friends and family, engulfing them in profound grief. Her lively spirit, now a cherished memory, remains a poignant reminder of a life ended too soon. In the wake of this tragedy, the community united in compassion, extending heartfelt support to Georgina's loved ones as they struggled with their pain. Their unwavering presence stood as a powerful testament to the resilience found in collective strength during hardship. Although Georgina's life was tragically brief, her memory continues to endure in the hearts of those who loved her. May her legacy encourage others to embrace every moment and value the fragility of life. Moving on to the next case. The case of Milleke van Doorn. Milleke grew up in an ordinary family with her parents and 2 sisters in Zaanstad, a city located in North Holland, Netherlands. Milleke was a well-mannered child who kept out of trouble and was kind to everyone. Having recently graduated from high school with a good reputation, she was anticipating a bright future. However, her life took a drastic turn one summer evening. That summer night altered everything for Milica, and her story soon became a national sensation. On the evening of Sunday, June 7, 1992, Milica attended a birthday party for a friend, which took place in an apartment within a local building. The building appeared nearly the same back then as it does today, except for the taller trees that now surround it. Milica left the birthday celebration early to catch the last bus home, but when she arrived at the bus stop, she realized she had missed it by 30 minutes. Unaware that the bus schedule had been changed because of the Pentecost holiday, she was left stranded. She had another option to get home, by taking the train from the station situated half a mile away on the same street. However, she never made it home. The following morning, the pastor of St. Joseph's Church, located near the train station, made a horrifying discovery during his morning walk. He spotted a body floating in a pond beside the church and immediately called the police at 8:54 a.m. Within minutes, detectives arrived at the location, and the tragic news was soon conveyed to the Van Dorn family, leaving them in shock and anguish. Milica's body was retrieved from the water, displaying clear signs of a brutal attack. Injuries to her neck, face, and body, including multiple stab wounds, were visible. She was also discovered partially undressed. In an effort to conceal the crime, the perpetrator had attempted to cover her body with reeds, but this attempt failed, resulting in its discovery. The news of Milica's tragic death devastated her family, who had dreamed of a promising future for her. The autopsy offered several details about the crime. The presence of semen and pubic hair in Milica's body indicated that she had been sexually assaulted. The absence of water in Milica's lungs revealed that she had not drowned in the pond. Instead, she had most likely been killed elsewhere, and her body was later submerged in the water in an attempt to conceal the crime. The precise time of Milica's death remained uncertain, with estimates ranging from immediately after she left the party to several hours later. Because Milica's body had been immersed in water, determining the exact time of death through body temperature alone was impossible. The pond was the site where her body was disposed of, but it was not where the murder actually occurred. The police began searching for the original crime scene, where they expected to uncover evidence consistent with the severity of Milica's injuries. An essential piece of evidence was that one of her shoes was missing, which could possibly help investigators locate both the crime scene and the perpetrator. The police distributed leaflets containing details about the case, including the information that one of Milica's shoes was missing. They urged the public to report if the missing shoe was found, and eventually, the second shoe was located. At the time of the 1992 investigation, DNA analysis was not advanced, and DNA samples collected from Milica's body did not provide any useful leads for the detectives. The investigation started with interviews of Milica's family to determine whether she had any disputes or enemies. However, the family stated that Milica had no conflicts with anyone and was doing well personally. She had a boyfriend of about the same age, and they rarely argued. After discovering that Milica had attended a birthday party on the night of her death, investigators interviewed all the guests, including her boyfriend. However, numerous interviews yielded no leads, and everyone gave the same account that Milica had left the party shortly before midnight and intended to take a bus to her neighborhood. Sadly, none of Milica's friends knew that the final bus had already departed by the time she reached the bus stop. In 1992, mobile phones were not commonly used, which made it difficult for investigators to determine whether Milica had boarded the bus or made it home safely. After eliminating her friends as suspects, the police started searching for witnesses who might have seen or heard something on the night of the murder. They carried out door-to-door interviews with residents in the area where Milica's body was discovered, collecting a considerable amount of information but very few specific details. Several witnesses reported hearing a woman scream briefly during the night, but it was not alarming enough to cause them to act. Others claimed to have seen a man of Turkish appearance riding a bicycle toward the place where Milica's body was later found. Consequently, investigators turned their attention to the Turkish community residing in the Kogravel neighborhood. A few young men from the Turkish community had prior encounters with the law, drawing the investigators' attention. However, despite months of investigation, the police could not identify a suspect. The men they interrogated denied being near the pond on the night of the murder, resulting in a deadlock in the investigation. 6 months after the murder of Milica Van Dorn, a major discovery occurred when a roofer working on the roof of St. Joseph's Church found one of Milica's shoes. The shoe had remained on the roof all that time, but it was unclear how it had gotten there, since the only way to reach the roof was by using a ladder. The conclusion was that the perpetrator must have intentionally thrown the shoe onto the roof while at the pond, but the reason behind this act remains unknown. Unfortunately, any possible evidence that might have existed on the roof was destroyed by severe weather conditions over time. Years passed, and Milika's case remained unresolved, bringing unbearable sorrow to her parents. Despite the passage of time, the police reopened Milika's case, conducting numerous interviews with local residents in an effort to gather new information. Furthermore, the case was featured on several television programs, which prompted a surge of calls from the public offering potential leads. However, none of these efforts produced a breakthrough, and the identity of the suspect remained unknown. The authorities had the perpetrator's DNA samples preserved, awaiting advances in testing technology. By analyzing these samples, forensic experts concluded that the perpetrator was probably a male of Turkish descent who lived in the Kogreveld area in 1992 and was between 16 and 30 years old at the time of the murder. To narrow the search, nearly 200 men from the community voluntarily provided cheek swabs for DNA testing, but unfortunately, no match was found. Nearly 20 years after Milika's murder, a major development occurred in April 2012 when the Netherlands revised a law permitting DNA kinship testing. By analyzing the autopsy findings, physical evidence, and the perpetrator's actions, investigators developed a psychological profile of the suspect. The profile indicated that the perpetrator was a bitter and frustrated man harboring anger toward women in general. Milika was most likely an unintended victim who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong moment. The perpetrator may have had a brief exchange with Milika before attacking and threatening her violently. After satisfying his impulses, he murdered her to prevent her from identifying him. For several weeks following the crime, he likely maintained a low profile, possibly feigning illness to avoid social contact, and hide the scratches he sustained during his struggle with Milika. The police profiler described the suspect as an irritable, selfish, and judgmental man with few friends, strained relationships with girlfriends, and an inability to accept criticism. Based on this assessment, investigators estimated that the perpetrator was between 18 and 25 years old in 1992. In April 2016, investigators reopened the cold case of Milika van Doorn, which had remained unsolved for over 2 decades. A new lead surfaced in June 2016 when a report mentioned the names of 2 Turkish men who had lived in Zandvoort in 1992, around the time of Milika's death. Interestingly, both men had left the area shortly after the incident. The police sought to determine whether these 2 individuals were linked to the crime. Tracking them down proved difficult, taking more than a year to locate them in Turkey and obtain the required DNA samples. Ultimately, the DNA analysis failed to match the genetic evidence collected from Milika's body. In 2017, authorities employed DNA typing technology to re-examine Milika's case. Consequently, the police reached out to 133 men of Turkish origin who had lived in the vicinity of the crime scene in 1992, requesting voluntary DNA samples for comparison with the crime scene DNA. The objective was to study the Y chromosome pattern, which passes from father to son, to identify possible relatives of the perpetrator. The authorities assured these men that their DNA would be used solely for this investigation and destroyed afterward. Most of the 133 men consented to provide samples, with only a few declining. In total, 126 men participated in the study. The police expressed gratitude for their cooperation, calling it a reflection of the community's commitment to justice. After a month of analysis, the results revealed that the original perpetrator's DNA was not among the samples. However, the DNA of a man unknowingly related to the perpetrator was discovered. On Monday, December 10, 2017, the police apprehended the suspect who had eluded capture for 25 years. The man, 47-year-old Hussein, had declined to provide his DNA for testing, but a skillful investigation led to his capture. Because local laws forbid the release of suspects' personal details, his full name and photograph were not made public. A major breakthrough in the case occurred when investigators cross-referenced DNA profiles of relatives, concentrating on individuals who, like Hussein, had declined to provide a sample. By coincidence, Hussein's brother had voluntarily submitted his DNA to the authorities, unaware of how it would implicate his sibling. This allowed investigators to compile a list of individuals connected to Hussein through family relations, ultimately identifying him as the suspect who had managed to remain hidden for nearly 25 years. The police obtained a warrant to collect Hussein's DNA without his consent. A comparison with the DNA retrieved from Milika's body revealed a perfect match, providing compelling evidence against him. Consequently, Hussein was formally charged with the crime. During his 2018 trial, Hussein pleaded not guilty. At first, he claimed he had been possessed by an evil spirit and could not recall the attack. Later, he altered his story, asserting that he had a secret relationship with Milika, which explained why his DNA was found on her body. He claimed he had to conceal the relationship because he had recently married. However, the judge rejected Hussein's new claim for two main reasons. Firstly, he made this statement a year after his arrest. Secondly, no one could confirm that Milika and Hussein even knew each other, let alone shared an intimate relationship. Milika's family testified during the proceedings. Milika's sister addressed the suspect directly, accusing him of remaining silent for years, refusing to cooperate with the police when asked for a DNA sample, and continuing to live freely in the neighborhood. She condemned him for starting a family and fathering 4 daughters, calling him a monster who had destroyed Milika's life. She voiced her disgust at men like him who used and exploited women, treated them as disposable, and then moved on with their lives. The other sister expressed her sorrow and frustration that Hussein had not accepted responsibility for his actions or shown any remorse. Instead, he had made a shocking claim about a secret affair with the victim and complained about his own family difficulties. She noted that Hussein's family could visit him in prison if they wished, whereas she could only visit her sister's grave. She prayed for justice, believing that her sister deserved it after suffering such a cruel fate. It was an intensely emotional moment for the Van Dorn family. When their father was given a chance to speak, he was overwhelmed with anger, declaring that Hussein's silence for 25 years was an act of cowardice. He described Hussein's treatment of Milika as deeply disturbing and said he had been devastated by the news of her death. On December 11, 2018, Hussein was convicted of Milika's murder based on DNA evidence. The court ruled that the murder had been committed to conceal another crime, a sexual assault. Hussein was sentenced to 20 years in prison and ordered to pay €10,000 in compensation to Milika's family. Significantly, Hussein refused to be present in the courtroom during sentencing and instead remained in a cell outside. In February 2019, Hussein appealed his 20-year prison sentence, which was reduced to 19 years and 7 months. However, he ultimately did not serve the full reduced sentence. Hussein was found dead on June 13, 2022. According to his lawyer, he died shortly after exercising despite receiving emergency medical treatment. Attempts to resuscitate him were unsuccessful. Moving on to the next case. Tara Lynn Grant. Tara Lynn Grant was born on June 22, 1972, in Michigan. She was raised on a farm with her parents and her older sister. During her childhood, Tara loved spending time outdoors doing activities such as horseback riding and helping her family care for farm animals. She was also very involved in school sports, cheerleading, basketball, and playing music in the school band. After finishing high school, Tara chose to attend the University of Michigan. It was there that she met her boyfriend, Stephen, and married him after she graduated. After completing her studies, Tara obtained a good position at a large international company. Meanwhile, Stephen had been active in politics, working as an assistant to a state senator. However, when the senator retired, Stephen lost his position. Therefore, he decided to work at his father's small tool shop. After 4 years of marriage, Tara and Stephen welcomed a daughter, followed by a son a few years later. When their second child was born, they bought a new house in Malm County, Michigan, just outside Detroit. Tara was thriving in her career, but because of the nature of her job, she frequently traveled to other states and countries, leaving her with only weekends to spend with her family. Consequently, Stephen had to take on most of the childcare duties. Managing both his father's store job and the children's care proved difficult for him. So, they decided to employ a full-time nanny to help lessen the load. After a brief search, they found the right person. They hired a young German woman who quickly connected with their children and assumed most of the childcare responsibilities. Because of Tara's work, she only returned home on weekends, which caused arguments between the couple to occur more often. Tara hoped that after her next promotion, she would be able to adjust her schedule to spend more time at home with her family. But when she finally received her promotion, she ended up traveling for work almost every day. This continued until February 14, 2007, when something unexpected occurred. On Valentine's Day, Stephen informed the police that Tara had been out of contact for 5 days. This was unusual since Tara was always in touch with her family, especially concerning her children. Stephen described the situation as follows. On the evening of February 9th, Tara returned home from a business trip and said she had to leave sooner than expected, remaining home for only 1 day. This led to an argument, and Tara started packing her belongings. As she exited the house, she told the driver of a dark-colored car, "I'll be waiting down the street." After that, Tara was unreachable and did not answer any calls. The police questioned why Stephen waited 5 days before reporting her disappearance. Stephen explained that he was initially unconcerned because he assumed Tara had simply left for work early as planned and had not contacted him because of their recent argument. However, he grew concerned when Tara failed to contact her family for a long period of time. Normally, when she was away on a business trip, she would always call her 2 young children, but this time she did not reach out to them. Furthermore, Tara's boss called Stephen on Monday to inform him that she had missed an important meeting. This made him even more anxious, and he became certain that Tara was missing. Stephen then called Tara's parents and told them about her lack of contact with home. However, her parents believed that Tara simply needed some time away following an argument with Stephen. In the past, Tara had told her parents that her relationship with Stephen was strained because of work and that they often argued. Therefore, her relatives assumed that Tara just wanted to temporarily leave and would come back home once she felt calmer. As more time passed and Tara still did not appear or answer any calls, Stephen began to fear for her safety. He decided to reach out to the police for assistance. During questioning, the police noticed some suspicious scratches on Stephen's body. They asked whether the scratches were connected to the argument with Tara, but Stephen denied it. He explained that he frequently got hurt while working at his father's store. After the interrogation, the police said they needed to search Stephen's house, and he consented. Upon arrival, the police found that all of Tara's belongings were gone from the residence, including her documents, wallet, and suitcase. Stephen also allowed them access to Tara's personal computer. The police examined it and discovered that there had been no bank activity in the days following her disappearance. The officers were puzzled because Tara would have needed to cover expenses if she had traveled somewhere, such as purchasing a plane ticket or reserving a hotel room. During their search of the house, the police found no trace of Tara's location after she vanished. There were no clues or evidence. Consequently, the investigators decided to focus on figuring out what she had done and where she had been on February 9th. The area they lived in was considered one of the safest in the country, and the local police department had limited experience with investigating similar disappearance cases. The police asked Stephen to take a lie detector test, but he declined. Stephen insisted that he would never harm his wife and became very emotional. The police then left his residence and discussed their next steps. However, the following morning, Stephen contacted the police again and said he was ready to cooperate. Yet, shortly afterward, Stephen's lawyer reached out to the authorities and stated that he had advised his client not to cooperate with them. Other than following standard procedures in such situations, the investigators were unable to find any further leads. During the investigation, Tara's family, friends, and co-workers all said they had not heard from her since February 9th and did not know where she could be. Moreover, her bank account had shown no significant transactions, even though she would have needed to make basic purchases. Police began questioning Stephen and learned that his driver's license had been revoked. However, Stephen continued to drive despite the suspension. The police used this as a reason to arrest him for driving without a license. After being arrested, Stephen claimed that the police were treating him as the prime suspect in his wife's disappearance and refused to answer any questions. With help from his lawyer, Stephen was released on bail and returned home. The investigation continued, and police requested Tara's cell phone records to collect more evidence. On the day Tara went missing, she made one final call. It came from the airport, during which she told Stephen that she would be home soon. Stephen then called her several times, but every call went directly to voicemail. The police listened to these recordings and heard Stephen pleading with Tara to pick up or call him back. He accused her of neglecting the children and begged her to come home for their sake. However, Tara's cell phone had been turned off and was last connected to a tower near her home on the night of her disappearance. It is important to note that the police found no record of any incoming calls to Tara at that time, even though Stephen had claimed that someone had called her before she left the house and told her that they would be waiting on the street. Stephen appeared deeply worried about his wife, but also angry at Tara for abandoning their children. Although the police continued their investigation, they were unable to uncover any new leads. Stephen still refused to cooperate with them, accusing the authorities of wasting time by suspecting him instead of searching for Tara. During this period, Stephen began actively appearing in the media. Tara's mysterious disappearance attracted widespread public attention, and in front of the cameras, Stephen pleaded for her to return home safely. When the company that had provided the nanny for Stephen and Tara learned about the case, they decided to send the nanny back to Germany. Before her departure, the nanny spoke to the police about her working schedule at their home. She stated that on the evening Tara returned home, she herself had gone out to a bar with friends. When the nanny came back home, she encountered Stephen, who appeared upset and told her that Tara had just left the house. Although Stephen refused to assist the police, he hired a private investigator, a former FBI agent, to look into the case. However, this investigator was also unsuccessful in locating Tara. The police then decided to alter their strategy and contacted the nanny agency that had supplied help to Tara and Stephen. They uncovered a crucial detail. Before employing the German nanny, the couple had hired a total of 6 other nannies, but none of them had stayed for a long period. The police interviewed these former nannies, most of whom said that Stephen behaved oddly and made them feel uneasy. They claimed he would go through their personal items, ask intrusive questions, and verbally harass them. The police began to investigate why the last nanny from Germany had given a completely different account of her experience with the family. Up to that point, they had only heard positive remarks about Stephen. To clarify the situation, the police monitored the nanny's emails and phone calls. This led to an unexpected discovery. Investigators found text messages between her and Stephen, which revealed that they had been in a romantic relationship. It was discovered that the 19-year-old had been having an affair with Stephen during Tara's business trips, and that their relationship continued until she quit her job and had to return to her country. Although this was a significant clue, the police still could not conclude that Stephen was involved in Tara's disappearance. Therefore, they continued searching for additional evidence. During their investigation, police interviewed Tara's relatives and friends and learned that most of them disliked Stephen because of his odd behavior. They believed that Stephen wanted to control every aspect of Tara's life and often created conflicts with her family. The investigators also uncovered another crucial detail. Stephen's ex-girlfriend, whom he had dated before meeting Tara, contacted the police and revealed surprising information. According to her, Stephen had reached out to her again a few months earlier, and their conversations gradually became intimate. Eventually, Stephen expressed his wish to rekindle a romantic relationship with her, even though both were married to other people. Stephen frequently complained about Tara and her constant absences. He suspected that she was having an affair with her boss. To confirm his suspicion, he installed tracking software on her computer that allowed him to read her messages, but he found no evidence of any infidelity on Tara's part. This information made the police even more suspicious of Stephen's involvement in his wife's disappearance. However, they still required more proof. Since several weeks had passed since Tara went missing, investigators began to suspect that she might no longer be alive and initiated an extensive search for her remains. Police officers, along with volunteers, started searching the area surrounding Tara's home, as well as a large nearby park stretching several miles. However, after several days of searching, they found nothing. Everything changed on February 28th. A woman walking through the park noticed something unusual under a tree near the path. A plastic bag had been covered with branches and snow, but it was clear that something was hidden inside. Out of curiosity, she decided to take a closer look. When she examined the bag, she found rubber gloves and metal fragments, along with a dark red substance pooled at the bottom. She immediately called the police to report the discovery and decided to keep the bag to hand it over to the authorities. Police suspected that the dark red substance could be blood, so they sent the bag to a laboratory for analysis. However, because of the heavy workload, experts stated that the DNA testing could take up to 2 months. In the meantime, forensic specialists examined the bag and confirmed that the dark red substance was indeed human blood. The police then concentrated all their efforts on the area where the bag had been discovered, mobilizing every available resource for the investigation. Meanwhile, Stephen did not participate in the search efforts. Instead, he spent his time giving an interview to a news channel, during which he provided many suspicious statements. Stephen repeatedly criticized Tara for being away from home too often. He called her a bad mother and claimed that he carried most of the responsibility for taking care of the children. When the reporter questioned him about their financial situation and whether he was living off Tara's income, Stephen became defensive and angry. He insisted that he did not need a single penny from her. During the interview, Stephen accused Tara of having an affair but failed to offer any supporting evidence. He continued to criticize Tara repeatedly. The police obtained a search warrant for the couple's house. As officers arrived at Stephen's home, he returned from the interview with the reporter. The police informed him that they had a warrant to search his property. Stephen allowed them inside and immediately called his lawyer. The lawyer asked the officers if Stephen was under arrest, and they replied that he was not. Stephen then told them he was going to take his dog for a walk and left the house. During his absence, the police began searching every room inside the residence. Eventually, they reached the garage and discovered a large green bin filled with several plastic bags. When the officers opened one of the bags, they found an unknown substance and women's clothing inside. Upon opening another bag, they were horrified to find human remains. After examining all 5 bags within the bin, police quickly confirmed that they contained parts of a woman's body. Investigators believed that they had found Tara's remains and suspected that Stephen was responsible for her death. However, Stephen was nowhere to be found, so the police immediately launched a search operation to prevent him from escaping or harming anyone else. Meanwhile, officers requested additional reinforcements to continue searching the park for the rest of Tara's body, as several parts were still missing from what had been recovered in the garage. Over 100 police officers from neighboring counties were brought in to assist with the search, and their efforts soon produced results. A few hundred meters from where the first bag had been located, investigators discovered another body part, and shortly afterward, they found the head. Due to the cold weather, the remaining parts of the body were relatively well preserved, allowing police to confirm that the remains indeed belonged to Tara. The search continued, and several more body parts were recovered. However, as evening approached, the operation was paused until the following morning. During this time, the authorities also attempted to locate Stephen but were unsuccessful. They contacted his friends, and one of them revealed that Stephen had called him, informing him that the police were searching his house and asking to be picked up. The friend then went to retrieve Stephen and brought him home. On the way, his friend noticed that Stephen's behavior was extremely unusual. He appeared frightened, his hands were trembling, and he seemed deeply depressed. When Stephen arrived at his friend's house, he said that he wanted to see his children and asked to borrow his friend's car. However, at that time, Stephen's children were staying at his sister's home in another state. The friend agreed to lend him the pickup truck, and Stephen drove away. To track his movements, the police obtained his phone and credit card records. This allowed them to quickly trace Stephen's route. By monitoring his bank withdrawals and phone calls to his sister, the police realized that Stephen was traveling to see his children. Upon learning this, the police immediately began pursuing him. Then, something unexpected happened. The police received a call from a German woman with whom Stephen had been in a relationship. She told them that Stephen had just contacted her and confessed to killing his wife, Tara. According to what he told her, they had argued that night, and after Tara slapped him, he lost control. In a fit of rage, Stephen pushed Tara, causing her to fall to the floor and die from a head injury. After this confession, the police no longer had any doubts about Stephen's guilt. However, they still needed to locate and arrest him. For hours, officers searched the area along the highway leading to the neighboring state. Eventually, they discovered Stephen's vehicle near the entrance to a national park, but Stephen himself was nowhere in sight. The police began an extensive search of the surrounding area, and after several hours, they located Stephen using a thermal imaging camera. He was lying beneath a tree, dressed in light clothing, and suffering from severe hypothermia. The officers noticed that he was behaving erratically, talking to trees and mumbling incoherently. Fearing for his life, they quickly arranged for him to be airlifted to a hospital. At that time, his body temperature was only 88 degrees Fahrenheit, but doctors managed to save him. However, he required time to make a full recovery. While Stephen was hospitalized, he was formally charged with murder, and the case was transferred to court. Interestingly, on that same day, Stephen's attorney refused to continue representing him. When questioned about the reason, the lawyer gave only a vague explanation. Subsequently, a new attorney was appointed to defend Stephen. Meanwhile, forensic pathologists began examining Tara's remains. One of the nation's most experienced pathologists, who had previously worked on such high-profile cases as the JFK investigation and the JonBenet Ramsey case, was appointed chief medical examiner. After analyzing Tara's remains, the chief medical examiner concluded that Stephen's account did not match the evidence. According to Stephen, Tara had died from head trauma, but the investigation revealed that the actual cause of death was strangulation. Once Stephen recovered, the police visited him in the hospital, and he recounted what had happened that night. The incident began when Tara returned home and mentioned that she needed to leave a day earlier. This sparked a heated argument between them, and in a fit of rage, Stephen attacked her. Tara tried to escape, but he restrained her. Tara fought back by punching Stephen in the face, which enraged him further, prompting him to attack again. The confrontation escalated as Stephen shouted at and strangled Tara. He then dragged her body from the second floor down to the garage and placed her in the trunk of his car. Meanwhile, the nanny came home. To conceal his crime, Stephen told her that Tara had left him. The following day, he transported Tara's body to his father's workshop, ensuring that no one else was present. To cover his tracks, Stephen destroyed all of Tara's documents and personal items, then used a saw to dismember her body. Several hours later, he packed the remains into plastic bags, placed them inside a container, and returned home, leaving the body in his car for several days while he contemplated how to dispose of it and create an alibi for himself. Stephen repeatedly called Tara's phone, leaving voicemails pleading for her to come home. He then took his son's sled and went to the park, where he placed the container holding Tara's remains on the sled and began pulling it up a hill to avoid crowded areas. However, the rope he was using came loose, causing the sled to slip from his hands. The sled rolled downhill, the container tipped over, and the bags containing Tara's remains spilled out. After gathering the bags, Stephen put the container back on the sled and eventually found a remote spot where he buried the bags beneath the snow before leaving the park. A few days later, police began searching for Tara, and detectives announced that they would conduct a search in the area of the park where Stephen had buried the remains. Stephen panicked, realizing that the largest bag had been poorly concealed and could soon be discovered. To prevent this, he decided to relocate the remains to a safer location. Stephen went back to the park, retrieved several bags, carried them on his shoulders, and transported them to his father's workshop, where he hid them on the roof. The next day, before heading to an interview, he took a box from his home, went back to the workshop, and moved the bags into his garage. However, the following day, police obtained a search warrant for his house, where they found the bags inside the box. When the situation became clear, Stephen admitted that he had not initially planned to turn himself in. During his interrogation, Stephen displayed no remorse for his actions. Instead, he often smiled and joked as he described how he had hidden and disposed of Tara's body. While Stephen awaited trial in prison, his children continued living with his sister. This situation displeased Tara's family. Nevertheless, Stephen's sister maintained contact with him, even expressing sympathy for him and responding to his jokes about Tara's murder. Eventually, Tara's family won custody of the children, though Stephen's relatives were still permitted to visit them. In November 2007, Stephen's trial began. However, he did not deny his guilt. His new attorney attempted to secure a reduced sentence for him. The lawyer argued that Stephen and Tara's troubled marriage, along with her frequent absences, were the main causes of Stephen's actions. During the trial, it was revealed that Stephen had lied about Tara's plans to return home a day earlier. Tara's sister, who had spoken with her before the murder, confirmed this statement. In that conversation, Tara had told her sister that she would be home soon afterward, as she did every week. There was no indication that Tara had lied to her husband. Tara's boss testified that her relationship with the man Stephen suspected was purely professional, which was confirmed by their emails and text messages. The prosecution failed to prove that Stephen had planned the murder in advance. He had clearly committed the act in a moment of rage, which could have led to a charge of second-degree murder rather than first degree. On December 21, 2007, the jury unanimously found Stephen guilty, and he was sentenced to a minimum of 50 years in prison. Stephen's attorney attempted to appeal the verdict, but the effort was unsuccessful. He has since remained incarcerated. However, his story did not end there. Tara's murder captured national attention, and Stephen appeared to enjoy the notoriety. While in prison, he began writing a book and begged his sister to help him get it published. They even discussed the possibility of adapting it into a movie, with Stephen fantasizing about which famous actor could portray him. In 2008, another shocking revelation surfaced. Stephen's children told their aunt that they had actually witnessed their father killing their mother that night. They had come out of their room after hearing screams and had seen everything. When this information became public, Stephen's relatives accused the children of lying and continued to defend him. That same year, it was revealed that Stephen's father, unlike the rest of the family, refused to support him. Unable to live with the shame of his son's actions, Stephen's father was later found dead in his home. To this day, Stephen remains imprisoned and will not be eligible for parole until 2058. Moving on to the next case. Amanda and Anna Marie McClure. Amanda and Anna Marie McClure were two sisters who lived in an orphanage. Life in an orphanage can be extremely difficult. You don't have a space of your own or time for yourself, and if you're unable to stand up for yourself, you risk being bullied by children who have been there longer. Usually, bullies target those who are quiet or isolated. Sisters Amanda and Anna Marie McClure were more fortunate than most because they always had each other for protection. They felt safe in each other's company and made no effort to befriend anyone else. Unfortunately for Amanda and Anna Marie, their family secret was about to come to light. Their father, Larry, had been convicted and sent to prison, and this news had been widely broadcast on television by numerous media outlets. One day, the McClure sisters, Amanda and Anna Marie, came to the aid of a new girl named Meredith who was being bullied. Meredith had been living with her mother, who was addicted to drugs. After her mother died from an overdose, Meredith was too frightened to seek help and remained in the house with her mother's body for several days. It was only when a friend came by and discovered the body that emergency services were contacted. Meredith soon became close friends with the McClure sisters, and the three of them enjoyed spending time together. Amanda and Anna Marie never revealed why they were living in an orphanage, and when Meredith asked, Anna Marie fabricated a story claiming their father had been a police officer who died heroically while trying to apprehend a dangerous criminal. Meredith was so moved by Anna Marie's story that she shared it with the other children at the orphanage. Overnight, the McClure sisters became heroes, admired by everyone around them. Most of the other children in the shelter had parents who had either died from substance abuse or were in prison, so the sisters' story made them stand out in a positive light. Their once secluded life at the orphanage came to an end when all the children wanted to befriend them. However, this marked the beginning of a painful chapter in their lives. A devastating truth soon emerged. Their father, who they had claimed was dead, was actually alive and serving a prison sentence for violent and sexual crimes against minors. The sisters' lives turned into a nightmare, but they received a second chance when two different families decided to adopt them. This meant that they would live apart, and over time, their close bond was eventually broken. Amanda's adoptive parents often worried about her, fearing she would remain single forever. The absence of a biological family had deeply affected her emotional well-being. Their concerns were eased, however, when they learned that Amanda was in a serious relationship with a man named John Thomas McGuire, who was 38 years old. It was his second marriage, and he had two sons from a previous one. What comforted them even more was that John appeared to be an ideal partner who consistently supported her. He also maintained a friendly relationship with his ex-wife. Moving on to the next case, which seemed to promise a stable and positive future for Amanda. After completing his prison term, Larry McClure received a pardon and relocated to Virginia. His foremost goal was to locate his daughters. He went directly to Amanda's foster parents, Glenn and Alex, greeted them politely, and introduced himself. Larry requested to see Amanda and asked for her contact details, including her address and phone number. Although Larry appeared unkempt and intimidating, with deep wrinkles and dark circles beneath his eyes, he did not appear to be under the influence. Nevertheless, his demeanor seemed somewhat odd. Glenn, Amanda's foster parent, denied his request but assured him he would let Amanda know that her biological father was searching for her. Larry appeared startled by the term biological father, yet he expressed gratitude and departed. Glenn stayed true to his word and informed Amanda that her father had been released and was looking for her. Amanda felt deeply conflicted. Part of her wanted to reject her father because of his past wrongdoings, while another part longed to offer him a second chance. After years of separation, Amanda finally reached out to her father, Larry. She initiated the contact with a phone call, which filled Larry with joy. He asked how she was doing, and Amanda shared that she was married and content. Larry was delighted for his daughter and invited her and her husband to join him for dinner. At first, Amanda hesitated to meet her father, but he sensed her reluctance and encouraged her to let go of old resentments, telling her that he had spent all those years with only one wish, to see her and Anna Marie again. This indicated that Larry had constantly been thinking about his daughters and desired a reunion. Larry's encounters with Amanda and her husband John eventually drew them into the world of illegal drugs, which he personally produced in his camper. Initially, their financial situation remained steady, but Larry manipulated them into financing his drug-making operations. As their addiction intensified, both Amanda and John lost their jobs. Larry convinced John to register as a drug addict in order to receive $180 in state aid. However, this sum was inadequate to sustain their habit, and Larry continued exploiting them financially. Around the same time, Larry reconnected with Anna Marie, leading her down the same destructive path, getting her addicted and taking her money. Amanda and John's circumstances quickly deteriorated. They accumulated overwhelming debts, lost their home, and were forced to move into Larry's camper. John's parents, unaware of the true situation, were told that the couple was taking a trip together. In truth, Amanda and John had become trapped in a destructive cycle of substance and alcohol abuse alongside Larry. John's parents never heard from their son again. On Valentine's Day, while still heavily under the influence of drugs, John planned a romantic evening for Amanda at the family gathering. He prepared an elaborate dinner and invited Larry and Anna Marie to join them. However, under the prolonged effects of intoxication, a tragic and unsettling event soon took place. Amanda and Larry, who were meant to have a father-daughter relationship, began developing an inappropriately intimate bond. Tragically, John remained oblivious to this, which ultimately made him unnecessary in their twisted dynamic. During dinner, John expressed numerous affectionate words toward Amanda, causing Larry to grow increasingly uneasy. As the atmosphere became more tense, Larry interrupted John's remarks and asked if he could be entirely truthful with his wife. John consented, and Larry proposed a game. They tied John's legs and instructed him to answer questions truthfully about his life. At first, the questions focused on harmless topics such as his childhood and schooling. However, under the influence of narcotics, Larry suddenly accused John of secretly working as an FBI agent. When John denied this claim, they struck him. Though John pleaded for mercy, he was ultimately hit on the head with a wine bottle, the same one he had brought for the family dinner. Over the next 2 days, Larry, Amanda, and Anna Marie subjected John to prolonged torture while continuing to consume illegal substances. When they decided it was time to end his life, Amanda placed a black bag over John's head and tightened it around his neck until he stopped breathing. They buried his body in the backyard and, horrifyingly, celebrated the engagement of Larry and Amanda, father and daughter, with more drugs and alcohol. By the 3rd day, their mental state had deteriorated severely. They began hallucinating, seeing John's ghost, hearing phantom police sirens, and imagining that the soil covering his grave was shifting, as though he might escape and expose them to the authorities. The situation descended into complete chaos, yet the father and daughters resolved to take even more extreme measures. They exhumed John's body, checked his pulse, and tested his pupils for light reaction, despite the evident signs of decomposition. Still, they were not convinced that he was truly dead. In a frenzied effort to ensure he could not return, they dismembered his corpse with a wood axe and drove aspen stakes into each severed part. Afterward, they buried the remains in several different spots and covered them with lime to speed up the decomposition. 3 weeks later, Larry and Amanda were married. To hide their incestuous relationship, Larry adopted a new identity. The newly formed family, intended to start a new life in Kentucky, vowing to give up drugs completely. To avoid attracting attention, they even hung an American flag outside their front door, just like their neighbors. Meanwhile, John's ex-wife and parents grew increasingly alarmed over his prolonged silence. In 2019, John's mother officially filed a missing person report. Around the same time, Larry violated his probation by failing to notify the authorities of his relocation to another state, which resulted in his being sent back to prison. Larry's mental condition worsened, particularly after years of substance and alcohol abuse. This deterioration led him into rehabilitation, where he experienced intense anxiety and confusion, struggling to distinguish reality from hallucination, an instability clearly reflected in his disturbing behavior. Larry became convinced that his alleged parole violation was merely a cover for authorities to search his backyard for John's remains. He felt an urgent need to contact Amanda or Anna Marie and instruct them to exhume the body parts and rebury them far from their home. Because all inmate calls are monitored, he needed to find a discreet way to deliver his message. Larry carefully prepared a coded speech to communicate his intent, but in the end, he was denied permission to make phone calls. Unable to endure the psychological strain any longer, he decided to confess his crimes to the police. Larry believed that by confessing to the murder before facing formal charges, he might escape the death penalty. He even contemplated blaming his daughters to improve his own situation. However, the police officer who took his statement did not believe him. What murder was he referring to? What buried body parts? What kind of delusion was this man having? Nevertheless, by law, they were required to investigate his claims. The police recorded his confession and soon discovered that John had indeed been reported missing. A police unit was dispatched to Larry's residence, and the investigators who arrived first at the scene found evidence consistent with Larry's statement, confirming the criminal acts he had described. The McClure sisters were swiftly apprehended. Amanda and Anna Marie were stunned, unable to comprehend that their father and stepfather had confessed to such a heinous act. Their shock deepened when they learned that Larry was attempting to portray himself as innocent, testifying that it was his daughters who had killed John and that he had been merely an unwilling witness to the crime. As the investigation proceeded, each member of the McClure family tried to protect themselves, insisting to police that their involvement had been purely accidental. The situation proved especially painful for John's relatives, as no intact body was recovered, only dismembered remains. These remains had to be carefully gathered by forensic experts, transported to his grieving parents, and ultimately buried in a sealed coffin. It was widely remembered that John had been a kind and compassionate person. Despite the hardships, his parents managed to arrange his burial. Some of John's friends contributed financially, while others helped with transportation and organizing the funeral. He was laid to rest at a Lutheran church on October 25, 2019. Then, on February 15th, the day after Valentine's Day, a McClure family member posted a message on Facebook, allegedly written by John. The post claimed that he was embarking on a long trip and would be unreachable for some time, asking friends not to worry about his absence. This raised serious suspicions that the McClure family had premeditated John's murder and fabricated the message to mislead others and avoid panic. Despite the brutality of their crimes, during the trial, Larry and Amanda received an additional 6 months added to their sentences for their illegal father-daughter marriage, which is strictly prohibited in the state. The trial commenced, and Larry took the stand to testify. He disclosed that he had carried deep remorse for his children throughout his entire life. He explained that when they were very young, he had committed a serious crime, which resulted in them being placed in an orphanage. Their biological mother had abandoned them, leaving him as the only parent burdened with heartbreak. Larry expressed immense gratitude to the families who had adopted his children, mentioning that he had even prayed for their adoptive parents in churches. He said he had desperately wanted to make amends for the lost years with his daughters, and admitted that this longing might have influenced the choices he made later in life. He described John as a kind and admirable young man and expressed his sorrow for him. Larry said that if he could change the past, he would, but reminded the court that no one could bring the dead back to life. He also professed his deep affection for his daughter, Amanda. However, he noted that Amanda had no genuine feelings for John, asserting that her only interest was withdrawing money from his bank account. He questioned whether anyone would truly kill another person for $180 and insisted that people needed to see Amanda for what she truly was. He referred to her as a monster, not a human being. He admitted that he, Amanda, and Anna Marie were all addicted to drugs and deserved to be punished for their actions. Larry expressed his wish to address the jury directly, saying that regardless of the sentence he received, he was fully aware of his deteriorating health and believed he might not live for more than 10 more years. He once again expressed remorse for John's death and apologized to all of John's loved ones. The trial dragged on for months as the defendants repeatedly changed their statements about whether they had killed John or not. Amanda, unable to endure the prolonged proceedings, reached a plea agreement with investigators. In exchange for her cooperation, she was promised that at her next trial she would face a reduced charge of involuntary manslaughter. Larry then delivered another statement, saying, "The four of us purchased the ingredients to manufacture illegal drugs. Amanda came to me and confided her desire to take revenge on John. The truth is, while under the influence of drugs, John assaulted Anna Marie, which resulted in her becoming pregnant. As for me, I wanted to regain my daughter's trust after so many lost years. I felt incapable of refusing their demands. I have often blamed myself for everything that happened and even contemplated taking my own life. But then I asked myself," Larry continued, "why should I suffer when the crime was committed by them?" Following Larry's speech, John's family was given the opportunity to speak. John's mother broke down in uncontrollable tears, overwhelmed by grief and unable to fully articulate her pain. Through sobs, she stated, "Even if someday I manage to forgive the McClure family, I will never forget what they did. I only hope I live long enough to see one of them die before me." Next, John's children spoke, condemning the killers and declaring that they would never forgive them for destroying their family. Finally, the judge delivered the verdict, sentencing Larry McClure to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. When Amanda's sentence was announced, her adoptive parents were filled with regret for ever informing her that her biological father had been looking for her. They had always raised her with the freedom to make her own decisions, never realizing that this very freedom could eventually result in such devastating consequences. When the verdict was delivered, Amanda claimed that her father's jealousy had been the true cause of everything that happened. Her adoptive parents appealed to the judge for leniency, arguing that Amanda's actions had been deeply influenced by Larry's manipulative control and that she would never have committed such a horrific crime on her own. However, the prosecution maintained that the murder had been premeditated, asserting that Amanda and Larry had conspired together with the intention of continuing their relationship as a couple. The first hearing focused on Amanda, who was sentenced to 40 years in prison. The judge ruled that she would be eligible to serve only 20 years of that sentence. During Anna Marie's sentencing, she tried to speak up about John's murder, explaining that she had felt coerced by both her father and her sister into following their demands. She also stated that she had attended Larry and Amanda's wedding only because she feared for her future if she refused. Ultimately, Anna Marie received a sentence of 40 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. Antonia Barra. Antonia Barra was born on December 3, 1999, in Temuco, Chile, to a wealthy family. She was the youngest of 5 children, with 2 older brothers, Sebastián and Ignacio, and 2 sisters, Catalina and Carla. Antonia was especially close to Catalina, whom she considered her best friend and confidant. Her parents placed great importance on education and encouraged their children to pursue their passions, including sports and music. As the youngest in the family, Antonia was deeply loved and often spoiled by her parents. Despite this, she was a dedicated student with a strong sense of responsibility and dreamed of studying tourism and traveling the world. At the age of 15, in 2015, Antonia met Martín Perdinas on social media. Martín, who was 8 years older than her, also lived in Temuco. He was divorced and had a child from a previous marriage. Little is known about Martín's early life, except that he was born in February 1992 in Temuco to Iván Perdinas and Paula Adair. When Martín was 20, he impregnated a girl from his school, and to avoid scandal and consequences, he married her. However, the marriage ended soon after their child was born. Between 2015 and 2017, Martín and Antonia remained acquaintances, socializing through mutual friends and online networks. Their relationship was friendly but not romantic. After Antonia graduated from high school and began her university studies, she moved to another city, and the two lost contact. At university, Antonia dedicated herself to her coursework in the travel and tourism field, made new friends, and pursued new interests. Martine was no longer on her mind. During school breaks, she returned to her hometown, spending most of her time with her parents and siblings. While studying, Antonia developed a strong friendship with a fellow student named Consuelo Herb, and the two became inseparable. Antonia also began a romantic relationship with a student named Rodrigo Aguad, which lasted about a year. However, at the start of the new semester in September 2019, they had an argument and decided to take a break. Heartbroken after the split, Antonia was feeling emotionally low. Fortunately, the Chilean national holiday was approaching, offering a long weekend, the perfect chance to relax and distract herself. She and her best friend Consuelo decided to attend an electronic music festival in the picturesque town of Pucón. They carpooled with 3 classmates in Consuelo's car. Coincidentally, close family friends of Antonia's owned a summer house in Pucón. Since the owners were away, they generously offered Antonia and her friends the use of their home and provided them with a spare key. Upon arriving, the group settled into the spacious, comfortable house, eager for a fun and carefree weekend. On the evening of September 18th, while walking through town, Antonia unexpectedly ran into Martine, and the two began to chat. As it happened, Martine was also in town for the festival with his friends and was staying in a spacious rented house located just outside the city center. They immediately connected and arranged to meet the next day at a party being held at a well-known nightclub. Antonia called her parents to inform them about her plans, and her father advised her to be cautious and not to consume too much alcohol. Antonia laughed off his concern and assured him she would act responsibly. The following day, Antonia and her friends spent several hours preparing for the party, selecting their outfits and applying makeup. Before leaving, they shared a bottle of wine and then took a taxi to the nightclub. When they arrived, they ordered a bottle of champagne at the bar and drank it together before heading to the dance floor. It was after midnight when Martine and his friends finally arrived at the venue. By that time, Antonia was already heavily intoxicated, yet she continued drinking and dancing with Martine. According to her friend Consuela, Antonia was warned to slow down, but she ignored the advice. At one moment, Consuela lost sight of Antonia and spent half an hour searching for her. When she eventually located her, Antonia was in another room with Martine, barely able to stand due to her drunken state. Consuela noticed her classmate Benjamin Morales at the club and asked him to assist her in taking Antonia home. However, Antonia refused to leave, claiming the night was still young. Shortly after, she began to feel sick, and her friends took her outside to get some fresh air. Once she felt slightly better, she went back into the club. Later that night, Consuela approached Antonia again and told her she was tired and ready to go home. Nevertheless, Antonia declined, insisting on staying and continuing to enjoy herself. Consuela then left the club, having given up on persuading Antonia to accompany her. She took a taxi home and went directly to bed. Benjamin later saw Martine escorting Antonia out of the club, holding her steady as she staggered from side to side. According to Benjamin, Antonia was too intoxicated to resist, and Martine exploited her condition. They waited by the entrance for some time, allowing Antonia to regain a little composure. Soon after, Martine's friends arrived and suggested continuing the party at their rented house. The group ordered a taxi, but Martine and Antonia decided to walk instead, as she was feeling sick and disoriented. Surveillance footage captured them walking, showing Martine supporting a drunken student who appeared to be trying to pull away from his grasp. Along the way, they stopped at a 24-hour supermarket where Martine bought some beer. Inside the nearly empty store, Martine tried to kiss her, but she pushed him away and turned her back toward him. It was evident she felt uncomfortable, yet her intoxicated state rendered her unable to resist or escape. Martine, being physically stronger, continued leading Antonia, and they eventually reached the rented house around 8 a.m. The people in the living room noticed that she was distressed, but she was too drunk to clearly express her discomfort. Despite Antonia's visible unease, Martine persisted in hugging and attempting to kiss her. The other friends, who were also heavily intoxicated, failed to intervene. Eventually, Martine took her to a bedroom where he assaulted her while she was in a dazed and incoherent state. Antonia was confused and disoriented as Martine disregarded her attempts to resist and stop him. After the assault, he returned to his friends in the living room and continued partying, leaving Antonia alone in the bedroom. Later, around 9 a.m., she managed to call Benjamin, but her speech was slurred, and she was crying uncontrollably, making it difficult for him to understand her. She was unable to explain what had happened or where she was. Benjamin became alarmed and contacted Consuela, informing her that Antonia was in distress and needed help. Shortly after, Antonia called Consuela herself, struggling to communicate, and eventually managed to convey her location, prompting Consuela to rush to her aid. When Consuela encountered Martín at the doorway, she questioned him about what had happened, but he merely smiled and claimed that everything between them had been consensual. However, when Consuela found her friend Antonia inside one of the rooms, she was horrified by her state. Antonia was weeping and pleaded to be taken away from the house immediately. They left soon after and went home, where Antonia went straight to the shower. Despite her friend's insistence that she preserve the evidence and report the crime to the police, Antonia was adamant that no one should ever find out what had occurred. She tried to act normally later that day when speaking to her parents, concealing her real emotions. The following morning, Antonia and her friends returned to their student dormitory. In the days that followed, Antonia struggled to deal with the trauma. She attempted to suppress the memory and continue her daily life, attending classes and spending time with her friends. Yet, only Consuela could see that Antonia was not fine. As time went on, Antonia's mental health deteriorated, and she slowly sank into a deep depression. Antonia was traumatized and unwilling to confide in anyone about what she had endured. She refused to file a police report, fearing that doing so would only make the story public and worsen her situation. Nonetheless, rumors about her began spreading rapidly. People whispered, pointed, and laughed at her behind her back. One of her classmates even had the nerve to ask her about the gossip in front of everyone. What ultimately pushed Antonia over the edge was a phone call from Rodrigo, her ex-boyfriend, for whom she still had deep feelings and had hoped to rekindle their relationship. During the call, Rodrigo repeated all the rumors he had heard and told Antonia that he never wanted to see her again. Antonia broke down crying, trying desperately to defend herself and explain that none of it was true. But Rodrigo was unrelenting, using insulting words to describe her and calling her promiscuous before abruptly hanging up. This conversation shattered Antonia, leaving her unable to bear the emotional agony. On Saturday, October 12, 2019, Antonia went to her parents' home, seeking comfort and reassurance from her family. Concern for Antonia's state grew as her relatives noticed the profound sadness in her eyes, despite her insistence that everything was fine. Later that evening, she posted old childhood photographs on social media, accompanied by a deeply distressing message. The following day, after having dinner with her family, Antonia went up to her room on the third floor. Her sister Catalina checked on her about an hour later, but Antonia asked to be left alone, saying she wanted to get some sleep. Respecting her wish, Catalina turned off the light and said a loving goodnight before leaving the room. 2 hours later, their mother, Marcela, came to Antonia's room to let her know that dinner was ready. After knocking several times without getting a response, Marcela entered the room and at first believed that Antonia was asleep. However, when she touched her hand, she was met with an unsettling coldness. Horrified, Marcela screamed for help, and the rest of the family rushed into the room. In a panic, they called emergency services and tried desperately to revive Antonia themselves before medical professionals arrived. Unfortunately, Antonia's condition was beyond saving, and she had tragically taken her own life by overdosing on sleeping pills. The investigation into her death and the efforts to hold the perpetrator accountable soon began. The news deeply shocked her family and friends, as many had been unaware of the severe emotional anguish Antonia had been suffering. As her parents tried to understand what had led to their daughter's death, they spoke to her friends and classmates. They were horrified by the rumors and malicious gossip that had been spreading about Antonia. Consuela, in particular, shared everything she knew, but her parents felt that more action needed to be taken. They hired a top private investigator to reconstruct the events leading up to Antonia's death and to collect evidence that could bring the person responsible to justice. Alejandro, determined to fight for his daughter's honor, used his connections to organize a press conference. In front of dozens of cameras, he revealed the heartbreaking truth. His daughter had been a victim of relentless bullying and public humiliation, which she could not survive. He emphasized that the person responsible was still free. The detective later reconstructed the timeline of events from that tragic night and obtained statements from several key witnesses, including Consuela, Benjamin, and several university students who were prepared to testify in court. After compiling all the available evidence, Antonia's family petitioned the court to arrest and prosecute Martín for his actions. However, the police concluded that the evidence provided was insufficient to justify his detention. Martín maintained that everything that occurred had been consensual, though he admitted that both of them were intoxicated. Moreover, the victim had never reported the assault to the authorities. As a result, Martín remained free, and he and his family went on to file a lawsuit against Antonia's family, accusing them of defamation, harassment, and the unlawful disclosure of their private information. According to the Martín family, Antonia's relatives had defamed their son and brother Martín. In response, the Martín family decided to hold a public press conference to defend themselves. They argued that Martín's reputation had been unjustly damaged and portrayed themselves as the true victims of the situation. The Martín family further accused Antonia of having shared their personal contact details, including their home address, phone numbers, and social media accounts. As a consequence, Martín and his family began receiving daily insults and anonymous death threats. The Martín family insisted that Martín's guilt had not been proven and that everything had occurred by mutual consent. They also expressed their readiness to defend Martín's innocence in court. Surprisingly, following this public statement, the police sided with the Martín family, compelling Antonia's relatives to refrain from making negative comments about them and to stop sharing personal information. This abrupt development was a serious setback and a heavy blow for the family. Despite this unexpected turn of events, Antonia's relatives persisted in their pursuit of justice with the continued support of the public. Victims who had previously stayed silent about their own experiences began to come forward after Antonia's case gained widespread attention. Within a month, 8 more young women reported to the police that they too had been harassed or assaulted by Martín. They had remained quiet before out of fear of being judged or shamed. One of these victims was only 13 years old at the time of her assault. As more women who had suffered at Martín's hands reached out to the authorities, he was finally arrested. Martín was taken into custody in June 2020 and detained at Temuco City Prison on suspicion of committing multiple assaults between 2011 and 2019. However, he was released on his own recognizance less than a month later after his lawyer's intervention, allowing him to remain free during the investigation. Furthermore, several lawsuits filed by the victims were dismissed because the statute of limitations had expired. This created a strong possibility that many cases would never be prosecuted. Out of the 8 complaints, only 2 were officially accepted by the court. Martín's release from custody and the rejection of the victims' claims provoked public outrage. Protests and demonstrations erupted across the country, with thousands demanding justice. In response, the prosecutor's office reopened the investigation and requested a revision of Martín's bail conditions, seeking to return him to detention. Meanwhile, the statute of limitations for all cases of violence committed by Martín was abolished. During his trial in February 2021, investigators revealed his social media messages, in which he bragged about his actions to friends. It was also discovered that Martín kept a collection of his victims' underwear at home, taken as trophies. This collection included items belonging to victims who had previously reported him to the authorities, as well as one of Antonia's personal belongings. On August 26, 2021, Martín was formally charged with 9 counts of crimes involving sexual misconduct. 3 of the victims were minors at the time the assaults occurred. The Antonia family appealed to the public to take a stand against violence and help ensure that those responsible were brought to justice. The trial began in June 2022, giving Martín's defense team ample time to prepare. They presented witness statements and surveillance footage indicating that Antonia had left with the defendant voluntarily and had not appeared to resist him. The defense also attempted to discredit the testimonies of other victims. However, in August 2022, the court rendered a guilty verdict against Martín. He was convicted of 8 crimes related to sexual misconduct and of causing Antonia's psychological breakdown, which ultimately resulted in her death. Martín was sentenced to 20 years in prison. However, his attorneys, led by Pinus, immediately filed an appeal. On December 29, the Supreme Court ordered a retrial. In March 2023, Martín's case was transferred to the Public Defender's Office. During the new trial, Martín continued to assert his innocence, claiming that the events leading to Antonia's death were the result of the excessive amount of alcohol they had both consumed. Despite his defense, on July 7, 2023, Martín was once again found guilty. The court reduced his original 20-year sentence to 17 years, taking into account the 3 years he had already spent in prison, leaving him with 14 years remaining to serve. Nevertheless, Antonia's family voiced their disappointment with the ruling in an official statement delivered by her father. They emphasized that no punishment could ever bring back their beloved daughter. During the continuing legal proceedings, Antonia's family, together with other victims affected by Martín's actions, united with public figures to campaign for women's rights. Collectively, they worked toward amending the criminal code, focusing specifically on the provisions concerning sexual offenses. Their goal was to strengthen the protection of victims of harassment and sexual violence. Moving on to the next case. Ashley Harmon. Ashley Harmon was a lively and intelligent individual who went through a difficult period when her parents divorced at the age of 9. During that time, she assumed a maternal role, caring for her 5 siblings and protecting them. Ashley's faith served as the foundation of her life. As a devout Mormon and a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, she turned to her faith in God for strength and comfort during challenging moments. Her steadfast belief gave her peace, resilience, and determination, allowing her to overcome hardships and face adversity with courage. In 2003, while studying human development at Utah State, Ashley met Emmett, a philosophy student. Emmett, much like Ashley, had endured the pain of his parents' divorce at a young age. However, he found comfort in the Mormon faith and was baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Ashley was immediately attracted to Emmett's charm, and he returned her affection. Emmett was captivated by Ashley's intelligence from their very first meeting and soon realized that she was the woman he wanted to spend his life with. He confided in his closest friends about his feelings, and over the following months, their relationship flourished. During Christmas in 2008, Emmett proposed to Ashley, and to his joy she accepted. The couple married in a Mormon temple, surrounded by the values and beliefs they both cherished. The ceremony beautifully represented their devotion to each other and to their faith. As newlyweds, Emmett and Ashley were filled with happiness and anticipation as they began their life together. Their marriage rested on a foundation of stability and joy, deeply grounded in Mormon values. In the Mormon faith, marriage is seen as a sacred and eternal covenant that surpasses mortal life. While divorce is not entirely forbidden, it is strongly discouraged and only permitted under exceptional circumstances. In 2005, Ashley and Emmett welcomed twin daughters, and they were overjoyed to embark on their journey as parents. Emmett loved being a father and treasured every moment with his daughters. Ashley was content to be living the life she had always dreamed of. At that time, they were both college students at Utah State University and managed to balance their studies with raising their babies. Although they encountered difficulties, their faith and love for one another helped them persevere. With determination, they pushed forward and worked toward building a brighter future. In 2009, Emmett graduated from Utah State University with high honors, attended law school, and passed the bar exam, becoming a bankruptcy attorney. During this period, Ashley stayed home to care for their expanding family, while Emmett concentrated on advancing his career. Ashley Corrigan devoted herself to managing the household and raising their 4 young children. To outsiders, the Corrigan family seemed to lead an ideal life, a beautiful home, several children, and a successful career for Emmett. But beneath that flawless image, reality was far different. In August 2010, Emmett began to feel crushed under the financial strain of providing for a family of 6. To alleviate the burden, he decided to start his own business, a criminal defense law firm. Through a mutual acquaintance, he met Candy Hall, an experienced and reputable paralegal in criminal law. The two met for lunch, got along well, and soon Emmett hired her to work at his firm. Candy was married to Robert Hall, a hard-working and devoted father. When Candy secured the position at Emmett's firm, she was initially overjoyed, and her husband and children were proud of her. However, as the stress of managing a new business and raising their large family mounted, Ashley began to notice changes in her marriage to Emmett. He became overwhelmed by his duties and sought an escape by spending long hours at the gym, often at inconvenient times that left Ashley to manage their 4 children on her own. Despite the growing emotional gap between them, Ashley and Emmett welcomed their fifth child, a son, on January 15, 2011. Yet Emmett's behavior this time was unlike how he had acted when their other children were born. He began spending increasing amounts of time away from home, occasionally staying out overnight. Concerned, Ashley confided in her sister, admitting she feared that Emmett's absences might be signs of an affair. Meanwhile, Emmett's assistant, Candy Hall, was dealing with similar marital issues. Candy told a friend that her husband, Rob, had grown jealous of her working closely with the charming Emmett, and the constant tension was straining their relationship. On March 6, 2011, Ashley and Emmett marked their 7th wedding anniversary, but Emmett did not spend it with her. Instead, he claimed he was attending a bodybuilding competition, leaving Ashley to care for their children alone. She felt uneasy about their marriage and blamed herself for Emmett's unhappiness. Since divorce was not an acceptable option in her faith, Ashley resolved to improve their relationship. With renewed determination on March 11th, Ashley committed herself to restoring harmony in their home. She devoted the entire day to planning a perfect evening, paying close attention to every small detail to make it special. She cooked Emmett's favorite meal, cleaned the house, and reminded the children to behave their best. Ashley set the table and waited expectantly for Emmett to arrive home from work at 6 p.m., but he came in 2 hours late. When she tried to greet him with a kiss, he turned away, leaving her feeling rejected. Despite his coldness and the emotional distance between them, Ashley remained determined to rekindle his affection. She truly believed their love was worth saving and was ready to do whatever it took to repair their marriage. 2 hours after dinner had been prepared, the family finally gathered at the table. To Ashley's disappointment, Emmett claimed he wasn't hungry. She had cooked a meal especially for him, but he showed little interest, leaving her heartbroken and hurt. When Emmett claimed he needed to go to Walgreens, Ashley sensed that something was wrong and pleaded with him to stay and talk. Emmett responded harshly and left, leaving Ashley feeling confused and hurt. Meanwhile, Emmett's assistant, Candy, was enduring a rough period in her marriage to Rob Hall. That same day, Rob decided to pack his belongings and leave their home, signaling the end of their relationship. Rob had always shared a close bond with his loved ones, but he felt he needed some time apart. One evening, Rob asked his daughter if she had borrowed his ex-wife Candy's car. When she said no, she later drove past Walgreens and noticed Candy's car parked there. She immediately called her father to let him know. Rob's casual response to that call would have a profound and devastating impact on two families. Ashley lay awake in bed that night, her heart heavy with worry as she prayed for her marriage to survive. Despite her repeated attempts to reach Emmett, he ignored her texts and calls, which filled her with growing unease. Her instincts told her that something was terribly wrong, and a wave of dread overcame her. Meanwhile, around 1 p.m., a 911 call came in reporting gunshots and a woman screaming in the Walgreens parking lot. Police officers rushed to the scene, uncertain of what they would encounter. They had no idea whether it was a random shooting, a drug deal gone wrong, a robbery, or something else entirely. As the first officer approached, he was met with a horrifying sight. One person lying lifeless on the ground and another clutching their head in agony. The wounded individual was immediately transported to the hospital with a gunshot wound, leaving detectives with numerous unanswered questions. Amid the confusion, police were eager to speak with one woman in particular, Candy Hall, who had been present at the scene. Candy identified the injured man in the hospital as her husband, Rob, and the deceased as her employer, Emmett. Emmett had suffered 2 fatal gunshot wounds, one to the head and another to the chest. Shortly after Emmett's body was found in the Walgreens parking lot, Ashley heard a knock at her door. When she opened it, police officers delivered the devastating news. Her husband, Emmett, had been shot and killed. Ashley was overcome with shock and grief, unable to comprehend how such a tragedy had occurred. Police then asked Ashley if she was familiar with Rob and Candy Hall. Ashley confirmed that she knew Candy as her husband's assistant, but admitted she had long suspected that the two were involved in an affair. Investigators brought Candy in for questioning, determined to uncover the sequence of events that had led to Emmett's murder and Rob's shooting. During the interrogation, Candy denied having any romantic involvement with her boss and firmly rejected claims of intimacy. According to her statement, she had gone to Walgreens that night solely to pick up a prescription. Candy claimed that she and Emmett met there by coincidence and decided to take a brief drive together in Emmett's car. During the drive, Candy's phone rang. It was her estranged husband, Rob. Candy told him that she was with Emmett, which triggered Rob's jealousy and prompted him to make a violent threat against Emmett. After the phone call, Candy and Emmett stopped at a gas station and eventually arrived at Walgreens. When they got out of the car, they saw Rob waiting for them, visibly enraged. The situation quickly escalated into a heated argument that turned into a physical altercation between Rob and Emmett. Amidst the chaos, Candy heard 3 loud gunshots and turned to see both men lying on the ground. Spotting a gun nearby, she picked it up and threw it away. When detectives questioned her, Candy claimed she had no idea who fired the first shots. Rob, who sustained a superficial gunshot wound to the head, was treated at the hospital and later interviewed by investigators. He told them that the gun found at the scene belonged to him and that it had fallen out of his pocket during the fight with Emmett at Walgreens. According to Rob, Emmett lunged for the gun, and the 2 men struggled over it, resulting in Emmett shooting him in the head. Rob insisted that he did not know who fired the shot that killed Emmett during the scuffle. Detectives were not surprised that Rob couldn't recall many details, given his head injury from the gunshot wound. However, they did question whether Emmett could have fired the first shot, considering he was the one who ended up dead. To uncover the truth about what happened in the Walgreens parking lot, detectives reviewed the store's security footage. The video showed Rob Hall arriving at the lot at 9:55 p.m. 1 minute later, he entered the Walgreens store, moving quickly through each aisle as though searching for someone. The footage then captured Rob leaving the store at 10:06 p.m. and parking his car near the candy section, where he waited for several minutes. 10 minutes after the shooting, Emmett's truck appeared on camera as it entered the parking lot, though the actual shooting itself was not captured. Although Candy initially denied having a romantic relationship with Emmett, co-workers whispered that the 2 were much closer than they admitted. In fact, co-workers frequently noticed Candy and Emmett spending extended periods together in his office with the door closed. Just 3 weeks after she began working for him, detectives uncovered an unexpected detail. Emmett had accompanied Candy to the public defender's office to discuss divorcing Rob. During the investigation, crime scene investigators searched Emmett's vehicle and found steroids in the glove compartment. This discovery did not shock many of Emmett's friends or family, as he was deeply obsessed with bodybuilding and had been acting erratically, leading them to suspect he was using steroids. When Candy provided her official statement to detectives, she described a specific sequence of gunshots, suggesting that Rob had shot and killed Emmett twice before turning the gun on himself. This information was enough for detectives to secure an arrest warrant for Rob Hall, charging him with first-degree murder. Rob was taken into custody and formally charged with Emmett's killing. The consequences of his actions were dire. If convicted, he faced either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. As the trial drew near, Ashley, Emmett's grieving wife, held on to the hope that the proceedings would finally bring her some measure of closure. She believed that gaining clarity about her husband's infidelity and death would help her find healing. Prosecutors argued that Rob was furious with Emmett for having an affair with Candy and blamed him for destroying his marriage. According to the prosecution, Rob shot Emmett and then turned the gun on himself. However, Rob's defense team presented a contrasting narrative. They contended that Emmett was the aggressor on the night of the incident and that he had a well-documented history of steroid abuse. They asserted that during the confrontation, Emmett seized Rob's gun and shot him before Rob managed to regain control of the weapon and fatally shot Emmett in self-defense. One of the key witnesses in Rob's trial was his wife, Candy. Her courtroom testimony differed slightly from her initial statement to police. Instead of hearing 2 quick gunshots followed by another, she testified that she heard 1 pop followed by 2 rapid pops. This revised account supported the defense's claim that Emmett fired the first shot at Rob. To establish that Rob was the actual shooter, prosecutors introduced forensic evidence demonstrating that the weapon used in the parking lot shooting left substantial gunshot residue, or GSR, when discharged. Investigators tested both Rob and Emmett for GSR and discovered that Rob's left palm contained 32 particles, his right palm had 23, while Emmett had only a single particle on his left hand and none on his right. The forensic findings confirmed that Rob was the one who fired the gun 3 times, while Emmett never handled the weapon. After careful deliberation, the jury found Rob Hall not guilty of first-degree murder, but guilty of second-degree murder, indicating the act was not premeditated. The judge sentenced Rob to 30 years in prison, with eligibility for parole in 2028, when he will be 58 years old. Despite the verdict, Rob continues to maintain his innocence and filed an appeal in 2021, but the Idaho Supreme Court denied his request for a retrial. 2 months after Emmett's murder, Candy Hall was arrested and charged with embezzlement for allegedly stealing money from her former employer, a charge unrelated to Emmett's death. Candy pleaded guilty, served time in prison, was released on parole in 2014, and remains on probation until 2026. In an interview, Candy expressed profound guilt over the tragedy, primarily because of the toll it took on her relationships with her children. She hopes to prove to them that what happened was a tragic mistake. Ashley, meanwhile, struggled to reconcile with the reality that her husband had been murdered by his lover's husband. In a 2015 interview, she came face-to-face with Candy Hall for the first time. Despite her emotional suffering, Ashley chose to move forward and build a new life. She relocated with her 5 children, who gradually adapted to their new environment and rediscovered happiness. Ashley eventually remarried, welcomed 2 more children, and now writes a blog offering support to victims of trauma. Moving on to the next case. Belinda Temple. Belinda Temple was born and raised in Texas. In 1986, Belinda attended college in her hometown, while her twin sister, Brenda, left to study at Stephen F. Austin University. Belinda chose to stay with her parents because she was dating Marshall Cummer, who was 3 years older than her. She was deeply devoted to the relationship. However, Belinda's parents were not happy about it. They worried that the relationship would interfere with her education, eventually leading her to have children early and drop out of school. This created considerable tension within the family. Belinda's mother, Carol, disapproved of her daughter living with Marshall. Belinda was strong-willed and determined, and she may have taken her mother's advice as a challenge. So, during a family dinner to which Marshall was invited, Belinda and Marshall, despite her mother's disapproval, announced that they were getting married. The atmosphere at the dinner table became tense and silent. Belinda decided to marry to prove to her parents that she was an adult. Her boyfriend was not enthusiastic, but he did not refuse. They married without a lavish ceremony, with Belinda wearing her sister's white dress and spending the day celebrating with friends over champagne. The next day, she moved in with him at his parents' house. The marriage was mainly a way to stop her mother's criticism and gain independence. However, within 6 months, Marshall started spending less time at home, claiming to work late when he was actually seeing another woman. Belinda realized something was wrong when she noticed her husband acting suspiciously one day. She waited until his workday ended and followed him, only to discover the truth. Marshall was walking hand in hand with an unfamiliar woman, likely a colleague. Belinda didn't start a fight or show jealousy. Instead, she packed her belongings and went back to her mother's home. Marshall kept asking for Belinda's forgiveness, but she refused to reconcile. They soon divorced. In 1987, with nothing left to keep her in her hometown, Belinda decided to join her sister at Stephen F. Austin State University. Her time at the university proved to be a positive turning point for Belinda, as it seemed she had finally found her purpose. Alongside her studies, Belinda also worked part-time as a basketball coach, setting high expectations for herself. At the same university, Belinda met David Temple. Like Belinda, he also worked part-time as a coach, though for soccer, and was the captain of the university soccer team. For David, soccer was an essential part of life. He had been playing since childhood, and from an early age, it was clear that he had the potential to become a standout player at school. He often performed impressively on the field and earned the respect of his teachers despite his unpleasant personality. David could easily insult or even strike someone, but his behavior was often overlooked when he was on the soccer field during matches. He often began matches in a heated state and took a long time to calm down afterward. One of David's teammates said that his aggressive behavior stemmed from his use of steroids. However, in his relationship with Belinda, David behaved completely differently. He became caring and showed deep affection toward her. Whenever someone smiled at Belinda, David grew jealous and immediately tried to clarify his relationship with her. Belinda met David's family, and they were impressed by her. They believed that Belinda and David shared many similarities. But Belinda's sister was not pleased with the relationship. They had always known Belinda as strong-willed and independent, yet once the relationship began, they noticed changes in her. Belinda became reserved, quiet, and modest, and her life seemed to revolve entirely around pleasing David. Belinda also started to grow distant from her family. She called her parents less often and stopped visiting home as frequently as she used to. This was a concerning sign of a toxic relationship. Nevertheless, David and Belinda continued to stay together. They bought a bull terrier and named him Shaq. After finishing college, they decided to get married. By January 1999, David and Belinda Temple were expecting their second child. Belinda was close to her due date, and doctors predicted she would go into labor within a few weeks. As a pregnant woman, Belinda often felt tired and weak. She also had to care for their young son, Evan. To allow his wife some rest, David decided to take Evan for a walk in the park that evening. They enjoyed the fresh air for a while, but soon began to feel tired and hungry. They stopped at a restaurant to eat before heading home. When they arrived, David was horrified to find the front door of their house broken. Wanting to keep Evan safe, he quickly took his son to a friend's nearby house. When Evan asked why he couldn't go home, David lied, telling him that his mother was in the hospital. One of David's neighbors, Quentin Harland, had just opened the door to an unexpected visitor, David. He carried his son straight into the living room and hurried back out toward his house. Quentin, puzzled by David's behavior, called out to his wife to watch the child and then ran after him. He asked David what was happening, but when he saw the broken front door of the Temple house, Quentin realized David probably had no idea what awaited him inside. When Quentin entered the house, he was met with a horrifying sight. The place was in chaos. Cabinets were open, furniture was scattered across the floor, and there were bloodstains leading toward the staircase. Quentin quickly pushed David aside and, under the stairs in the dressing room, saw Belinda lying face down with her arms stretched out, a large hole in the back of her head. David appeared too stunned to speak or rushed to his wife's body. He took out his cell phone and called the police. Officers immediately arrived at the scene but did not enter the house right away because the Temple family's dog, Shaq, was aggressive. The dog growled and barked at the uniformed officers, forcing one of them to draw his weapon. However, the situation was settled when David Temple came out of the house and then led the dog into the garage. When the officers entered the house, they examined the scene and concluded that it seemed a robbery had taken place. They theorized that the burglars were unaware that the homeowner was inside the house at that moment, so they shot her to eliminate a witness. The police began investigating the crime scene. They questioned how the burglar could have entered a house protected by a fierce bull terrier. They started to investigate carefully. At the main entrance, the officers found shattered glass. But this glass was not broken by someone attempting to unlock it from the inside, as the fragments would have been concentrated near the threshold. Instead, the glass fragments were located far from the door, to the right of the entrance. This indicated that the main door had been unlocked and the glass was broken, making it unclear why the burglar would have done so. The police opened a box on the nightstand in the living room and discovered several pieces of jewelry that appeared to be gold. It was unclear why the burglar did not steal these jewelry items. The more they investigated, the more suspicious the police became that something about the case was not right. The officers' experience with robbery cases had shown them that a criminal would typically take anything valuable that could be easily found. But in this instance, nothing appeared to have been stolen. And the fact that the dog remained in their thoughts was a significant issue. Something was not right about the case. In the murder, the wound suggested the victim had been shot in the back of the head. It was likely that the weapon used was a 12-gauge shotgun, as the victim was kneeling with her back facing the killer. However, shotguns were rare in robbery cases and were difficult to carry or transport without being noticed, which made the police even more doubtful. In Belinda's murder, it occurred around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A typical criminal would not risk walking around with a shotgun in broad daylight. David stated that he possessed several rifles. However, when the police came to search, the firearm connected to the case was not among the weapons David had reported. The officers requested David to come to the police station to file a report and list the stolen items. Though anxious, David agreed to comply. The police began examining Belinda's relationships. A young man named Riley Joe Sanders drew the attention of the investigators. Riley was one of Belinda's students at school. He had a volatile personality and was particularly fond of skipping classes. Belinda was not one of those teachers who ignored student absenteeism. So when she noticed that one of her students, Riley, had been absent from class for several months, she immediately contacted her colleagues. She wanted to find out whether this issue was her fault as a teacher or if the boy was a habitual truant. Her colleagues replied that it was not her fault. The boy came from a troubled family, and no one cared about him. He showed up at school only occasionally. Belinda could not simply ignore that. That same evening, she visited his mother, who lived nearby, and had a serious conversation with her, which later produced results. However, it was not quite what the young teacher had anticipated. Riley Joe Sanders began attending class again. But during a basketball game, when Sanders shoved his opponent and Belinda called out Riley's inappropriate behavior, he insulted her with harsh words and even said something like, "You'll answer to me for this. You'd better watch yourself, especially in the evenings." Riley had no clear explanation for his whereabouts on the day of the murder and had also made threats against Belinda. He was taken in for questioning. His father owned a 12-gauge gun, but when the police searched the house, they did not locate the weapon. When Riley realized that the police suspected him, he admitted that he had been with friends on the day of the murder. He had stayed silent because he was in a large group and did not want to implicate anyone. The charges against Riley were dropped. Meanwhile, the police began questioning Quentin Harland. David and Quentin were not only neighbors, but also colleagues at the same school. They had a close friendship and often met outside of work to watch sports on television or attend family barbecues. One day, David and Quentin noticed a new young teacher at the school named Heather Scott. Quentin took a special interest in her, even asking her out to dinner, but his efforts were unsuccessful because Heather declined the invitation. Quentin eventually discovered a secret relationship between David and another woman. This made Quentin extremely angry and resentful since David was married and had a son. However, Quentin kept this secret and did not tell anyone. At work, David and the woman appeared to be a happy couple, and many colleagues in the teaching staff shared this impression. But no one realized that David already had a wife named Belinda. Belinda had no idea that her husband was having an affair. In fact, she even confided in Quentin that she suspected David might be cheating, but Quentin reassured her that David was a good man and would never do such a thing. However, the way David treated Belinda had changed over time. In the past, he had been respectful and affectionate toward her. But now, he frequently insulted and mistreated her. He called her fat, even though she had gained only a little weight after giving birth. He also often told her to go into another room when guests were in the house, as if she did not deserve to be around them. Belinda felt deeply unhappy and lonely under this treatment from David. She did not dare to have a serious conversation with him about it, but cried silently at night and felt miserable about herself. Meanwhile, David was deeply involved in a new romantic relationship with Heather. He became increasingly distant from his family, and the psychological pressure he placed on his wife continued to grow. Although he never physically harmed her, their interactions consisted almost entirely of insults. Around this time, Belinda discovered that she was pregnant. Upon hearing the news, she forgot all of David's previous wrongdoings and felt genuinely happy. It seemed that David tried to portray himself as a happy father, but he failed to do so. There were times when David did not come home at night, and Belinda was too afraid to ask where he had been. She feared that her husband might become angry and create a scene. As a result, Belinda often had to handle everything by herself while preparing for the arrival of their baby. She went shopping alone, painted the walls on her own, and assembled the furniture she had purchased. David appeared indifferent and made no effort to assist his wife. Belinda prepared everything for the baby's arrival by herself, while David seemed focused solely on his new relationship. As Christmas approached and Belinda was 8 months pregnant, she decided to discuss with David what gifts they would exchange for the holiday. However, David suggested that they skip giving gifts this year, saying it would be wiser to save money for the baby, since doctors had warned that she might go into labor early and that the baby could be born before the new year. When Christmas arrived, although they had agreed not to exchange gifts, David did not give Belinda even a small present. Instead, he abruptly packed his things and announced that he would spend the New Year holiday hunting with friends. Belinda was deeply disappointed and confided in her sister about the situation. Her sister decided to stay with Belinda to keep her company and help care for her, as doctors had warned that labor could begin at any time. What Belinda did not know was that David had not gone hunting with his friends. Instead, he had spent the holiday with Heather, who was seen wearing a gold necklace that was reportedly a Christmas gift from David. After Belinda Temple's death, David married Heather in 2001, and they had a son named Evan. But in November 2004, David's peace was shattered when the police arrived at his door and arrested him on suspicion of murdering his ex-wife. David continued to deny any involvement. Investigators discovered that his relationship with Heather might have been the motive for the crime. David's colleagues stated that when Belinda became pregnant, David often boasted that he had found a younger, more attractive woman to replace his wife. According to the prosecution's report, David killed Belinda as soon as she returned home, still dressed in her uniform and work boots. He then staged the scene to appear as though a robbery had occurred by ransacking the house and quickly taking his son to the park to create an alibi. The prosecution also noted that nothing had been stolen from the house and that there was a vicious dog in the yard that would not have allowed any stranger to enter. The murder weapon was likely disposed of by David in the rice field, as witnesses had seen David's car stopped near the field with only Evan inside at the time. However, the shotgun was never found in that area. Heather's testimony claimed that before Belinda's murder, her relationship with David had not been serious and that she did not even love him. These statements certainly did not please Temple and caused confusion in the jury's deliberations. Could David have killed his wife for a relationship that was not serious, or was Heather lying to protect herself? It was not until 2023 that the case was re-examined. David was ultimately found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 17 years. During the trial, his son Evan refused to believe that his father could commit such a cold-blooded murder and continued to support him until the very end. Moving on to the next case. Christina Thompson and Jason Thomas Harris. Christina Thompson and Jason Thomas Harris, both aged 40, had been married for 11 years by 2014. They tied the knot in 2003 after being in a relationship for nearly 5 years. In 2009, Christina and Jason welcomed their first child, which brought notable changes to their lives. Despite the daily challenges and new responsibilities, they were content as parents. Christina managed the household and cared for the children, while Jason worked at a plastics factory. As the children grew older, Christina was able to contribute financially to the household by working. However, in May 2014, she had to take maternity leave because she was expecting their second child within a few weeks. On September 29, 2014, Jason conversed with Christina while he was at work. Christina was suffering from a cold. She had a severe cough and was not sleeping well, but she assured her husband that she was doing fine. A few hours afterward, Jason phoned his wife at home but received no answer, which worried him. Unable to reach Christina, Jason requested a neighbor to check on her. He explained that Christina was ill and not picking up the phone. The neighbor knocked on the front door but received no reply, so she called out Christina's name. After getting no response, she tried the door, found it unlocked, and went inside. Upon entering the bedroom, she saw Christina lying on the bed and was unable to wake her. The neighbor dialed 911 and ran out of the house to seek help from another neighbor, who was a nurse. The nurse checked Christina's pulse and confirmed that she had passed away. Thus, on September 29, 2014, for months after giving birth to her second child, Christina was discovered dead in her home. When the police arrived, Jason Harris was present. He informed the police and paramedics that his wife had been ill but was alive when he left for work that morning. 2 days later, the medical examiner concluded that Christina had died from an overdose of a controlled substance, a finding that stunned her family and friends. Those who knew Christina, a mother of 2 including a newborn, believed she had never used drugs. Christina's mother, Kathy, told investigators that her daughter had been fine when she saw her the day before her death. Therefore, police were doubtful about Jason Harris's statement that his wife merely had a cold. According to Kathy, Christina had told her that her marriage to Jason was complicated. Jason was dissatisfied with their marriage, but did not want a divorce due to concerns over child support and custody. Neighbors who found Christina's body also gave further details to the police. Jason reportedly told them that the night before Christina's death, he had prepared cereal with milk for her. Then Christina lost consciousness and dropped the bowl. Investigators realized that Christina's family and friends struggled to accept the idea that she might have used drugs. Instead, authorities suspected that Jason Harris was involved in Christina's death. Christina's mother and sisters urged the police to have her breast milk tested. According to Kathy, the police ignored the request for 48 hours. However, due to the family's persistence, the the authorities eventually agreed to investigate. Consequently, breast milk was used as evidence for the first time in Michigan's history. As verified by Christina's family and friends, all drug tests conducted at her workplace and the hospital where she delivered her second child had returned negative results. Her second child was only 4 months old at the time of Christina's death. Christina was breastfeeding, and Kathy confirmed that she was extremely cautious about what she consumed, as she did not want to harm her baby. Christina often expressed breast milk while at work and stored it in the freezer. Some of the frozen milk was kept at Kathy's mother's house. 3 bags of breast milk were tested for potential drug residue. These bags were labeled with the dates they were placed in the freezer, so Christina could know which one to thaw first. Experts examined all the samples, including those frozen just before Christina's death, and found no traces of drugs. This confirmed that Christina had not ingested the substance that caused her death. Jason Harris's sister was the only person who suggested that Christina had used drugs, leading investigators to concentrate more on Jason and classify Christina's death as a homicide. The investigation progressed slowly, and it remains uncertain what might have occurred if Christina's family had not persistently sought the truth. In August 2016, nearly 2 years after Christina's death, Kathy repeatedly contacted the Davison police to remind them about her daughter's case. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm and determination from Davison police to resolve the case, Kathy requested that they hand it over to the Michigan State Police, which had newly assigned investigators. From that point, the case began to unfold. Police collected extensive information regarding Jason Harris, including his behavior both before and after Christina's death. Jason had been involved in relationships with other women. Christina was aware of this and had confided to her family and co-workers that Jason had been messaging others while she was in labor with their youngest child. Christina once told a co-worker that if she ever died, Jason would be responsible. When the co-worker asked if she was serious, Christina affirmed that she was. Jason had told his co-worker that he doubted the paternity of their second child. He also complained that after giving birth, Christina became depressed, often stayed in bed, and did not go to work. Jason frequently complained about Christina's constant nagging. One of Jason's co-workers recalled that Jason might have said he wanted Christina dead. He described the relationship between Jason and Christina as toxic and mentioned that they argued frequently. One of the most startling and disturbing aspects of this case was that Jason Harris did not hesitate to openly express his desire to get rid of his wife. He attempted to do so, but unfortunately, no one paid attention to his words and behavior before Christina's death. Jason purchased poison twice and mixed it into her drink. Both times, Christina noticed that the taste was unusual and did not consume it. Jason then asked a co-worker to help him find a poison that would not alter the taste or smell of drinks or food. Jason said he wanted to render Christina unconscious so that she would not feel anything. When he told the co-worker that Christina refused to drink water because it tasted strange, the co-worker stopped speaking with him. The co-worker later testified that Jason had mentioned wanting Christina to stop nagging and that he had assumed Jason was joking. Jason also told another co-worker that he had hired someone to kill Christina, but the person was arrested for another reason before carrying out the murder. Jason then offered the co-worker $10,000 from Christina's $100,000 life insurance policy to kill her. The co-worker declined the offer, believing Jason was only venting his frustration about his wife and making inappropriate jokes. According to the co-worker, he remembered a conversation in which Jason said, "I'm bored with her. I'm going to dump her." The police then decided to question the neighbor who had discovered Christina's body. The neighbor testified that she had seen Christina's family truck in the driveway, but Christina did not answer the door. She entered the house and found Christina lying in bed, unresponsive. The neighbor asked Jason if she should try to wake her up, and he replied that Christina must have fallen asleep and that he would come home. The neighbor went back inside, removed the blanket around Christina because she felt cold, and noticed foam coming from her mouth and nose. The neighbor called 911 and another neighbor, who was a registered nurse. The nurse testified that Christina's body was cold and stiff, she had no pulse, and white foam was coming from her mouth. She did not attempt to resuscitate Christina because she believed she was already deceased. Jason told police that he had asked a neighbor to check on Christina and that he rushed home after learning she was unresponsive. However, witnesses stated that Jason did not appear worried or in a hurry. What further raised suspicion about Jason was that, on that very morning, he called Christina's supervisor at work. He informed her that Christina had died the previous night and asked about the $100,000 death benefit from Christina's life insurance policy provided through her job. Additionally, one of the women with whom Jason had an intimate relationship told investigators that Jason contacted her on the day Christina died and said that his wife had passed away from an overdose of a controlled substance. This indicated that he knew the cause of Christina's death even before the medical examiner's findings were released. That evening, the neighbor he had asked to check on Christina saw him in the driveway. She said Jason told her that Christina was not the angel her parents believed she was, and that their child would soon learn all the good and bad things about Christina. He said that Christina dropped her bowl of cereal, and he told her to go to bed. Jason also told a neighbor that his wife had been tossing and turning throughout the night, and that he heard her coughing before he left for work. Jason wondered aloud if that might have been her final breath. Jason told a police officer that Christina had been coughing excessively when he left the house. He also informed the police that Christina had fallen asleep while eating cereal the night before she died. Finally, Jason told Christina's mother, Kathy, that before her death, Christina had complained that her water tasted like chemicals. One of the main motives in this case was believed to be insurance money. Within a week after Christina's death, Jason and his mother went to Christina's workplace to ask about her life insurance payout. In addition, Jason collected a $20,000 death benefit from a life insurance policy provided by his employer shortly after Christina's death. One of Jason's lovers moved in with him and his children. Christina's mother believed that Jason's lover had moved in with him after Christina's funeral. However, Jason's neighbor testified that the lover had already moved into Jason's house before the funeral. The neighbor also stated that Jason's adult children from a previous marriage moved into the home within days following Christina's death. Investigators later discovered that Jason Harris had purchased a plane ticket to Rhode Island 9 days after Christina's death to visit a woman with whom he had exchanged more than 5,800 text messages. County Medical Examiner Dr. Brian Hunter submitted post-mortem blood and urine samples for laboratory analysis. Dr. Hunter determined that the test results were consistent with Christina having been poisoned by a deadly substance. At first, Dr. Hunter ruled Christina's death as accidental because there were no injection marks on her body, and investigators did not find any powder residue or rolling papers near the bed where she had died. In 2016, the Michigan State Police assumed control of the investigation into Christina's death. In 2019, after Christina's family disputed the cause of death, Dr. Hunter amended the death certificate, changing the manner of death from accident to homicide. Police then charged Jason with first-degree murder, solicitation of murder, and delivery of a controlled substance resulting in death. He was denied bail. Jason's attorney, Nicholas Robinson, stated that his client pleaded not guilty to all charges and intended to contest them. At the time of his arrest, Jason had lost his job after testing positive for drugs. Kathy's determination to ensure that the person responsible for her daughter's death was held accountable did not go unnoticed. Genesee County Prosecutor David Layton said that several years earlier, he began receiving Facebook messages and emails from a Davison woman claiming her daughter's death had not been accidental. "It can't be happening," the woman wrote to the prosecutor, insisting that someone had caused her daughter's death. Kathy's heartfelt appeals caught David Layton's attention, prompting officials to reopen the investigation into Christina's case. "I will never forget what she wrote in an email. Prosecutor, you are my last hope. This is our last chance to get justice for my daughter. Please help me," David Layton said. "At that moment, and when I spoke to her that morning, I was completely convinced that her daughter's death was not an accident. It was the result of foul play. It was Kathy's tireless determination to seek justice for her daughter's death that led to this point. And those efforts eventually paid off. The trial began in 2020. The prosecution claimed that Jason placed a controlled substance in his wife's bowl of cereal to kill her. He then went to work as usual, waited several hours, and asked a neighbor to check on Christina. According to the prosecution, Jason wanted someone else to find his wife's body to divert suspicion from himself. The direct evidence against Jason was overwhelming. Jason had a strong motive to kill Christina. He was having an affair with another woman, suspected Christina of being unfaithful, believed their second child was not his, and was tired of her constant nagging. Jason did not want a divorce, because he did not want to pay child support or risk losing custody of his children. Before her death, Jason told a co-worker that he wanted Christina dead. On the morning she died, Jason called her employer to ask about a $100,000 life insurance policy, and during that call, he stated that Christina had died the previous night. The jury heard compelling evidence that Jason not only wanted Christina dead, but had even tried to hire someone to kill her. He planned the act carefully and knew where to obtain illegal substances. In fact, he had bought them several times to give to Christina. During the trial, multiple witnesses testified that Christina did not use drugs recreationally. Christina was extremely cautious about everything she consumed because she was breastfeeding. Moreover, laboratory tests confirmed that her frozen breast milk contained no toxic substances. To support the argument that Jason had poisoned Christina's food, the prosecution presented toxicology findings. For instance, Dr. Judge testified that Christina's death could have been caused by the ingestion of a poisonous substance. The prosecution ruled out injection as the cause because there were no injection marks or needles found at the scene. Dr. Judge also stated that inhalation was unlikely since no rolled dollar bills or snorting paper were discovered nearby. The court allowed Jason Harris to speak, but he neither apologized nor expressed remorse. Instead, he maintained his innocence. The judge stated that the jury had not believed his lies, ultimately revealing him as a selfish and deceitful murderer. On November 17, 2021, the jury found 47-year-old Jason Harris guilty on all charges. 3 weeks later, the court sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. However, he has since appealed the verdict. After the trial, prosecutor David Layton extended his condolences to Christina's family and friends, emphasizing that this was a deeply tragic case. Layton went on to say that while the case contained many unique and media-driven aspects, the most important thing was the family's loss. He added that he hoped the verdict would bring them some comfort in knowing that justice had been achieved. Jason later requested a new trial, claiming that his defense attorney had not represented him adequately. He presented evidence in the form of his attorney's testimony, showing that his defense lawyer had failed to obtain an independent expert's opinion on the prosecution's evidence and had also neglected to consult with an independent toxicologist. Jason's defense attorney explained this choice as part of a trial strategy, stating that he had thoroughly cross-examined Dr. Hunter and managed to demonstrate to the jury that Dr. Hunter had altered his opinion about the cause of death based on information from a related civil case. In February 2024, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld Jason Harris's conviction. He remains imprisoned for life without the possibility of parole. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Callery. Jessica Callery, the second daughter of Rita and Vince, an Australian Maltese couple, was born with a mild intellectual disability. Her IQ ranged between 55 and 60, placing her among the bottom 1% of the population. Individuals with mild intellectual disabilities like Jessica learn to communicate and express themselves, but their progress is slower than that of others. They often take longer to acquire skills such as speaking, reading, writing, and mathematics, though they can still adapt to everyday life. Because of her condition, Jessica experienced delays in reaching developmental milestones like walking, talking, and developing motor coordination. She began school much later than her peers, which made her an easy target for teasing, discomfort, and bullying from classmates who saw her as different. As a consequence, Jessica developed feelings of stress, anxiety, and anger, particularly directed toward females. She also suffered from intermittent explosive disorder, a condition marked by sudden and recurrent outbursts of impulsive, aggressive, and violent behavior, along with angry verbal explosions that were disproportionate to the situation. While at school, Jessica frequently displayed aggression toward both students and teachers, including one significant incident in which she punched a male student and refused to let go, which led to her indefinite suspension and subsequent confinement at home under the care of her mother, Rita, who received a disability pension to support her. Jessica's behavioral difficulties were symptomatic of her intellectual disability, which made it difficult for her to control irrational anger outbursts. Moreover, she was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, a chronic neurological condition that affects millions of children worldwide and makes it challenging to regulate behavior. Along with these conditions, Jessica also suffered from severe bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and autism spectrum disorder, all of which impaired her judgment, emotional awareness, and empathy toward others. She also displayed obsessive tendencies, including an attachment to her three favorite numbers, 2, 3, and 5, each of which she linked to a specific color, yellow, green, and purple, respectively. Jessica often repeated these numbers to create random phone numbers, which she then dialed to engage in conversations with men. On one occasion, beginning in 2018, she started harassing employees of a meat company in Daylesford, England, even threatening the owner's family and claiming she would decapitate them with a chainsaw. Jessica had a deep fascination with horror movies, especially the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She would spend hours repeatedly watching disturbing videos, and this obsession frequently triggered violent outbursts whenever her mother, Rita, tried to restrict her access to such films. Jessica and her mother lived together in a house in St. Clair, a suburb of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Her father, Vince, had divorced Rita during Jessica's teenage years, as the strain caused by their daughter's behavioral problems had placed an overwhelming burden on their marriage. Jessica struggled with low self-esteem and a childish, naive mindset, yet she also displayed strong narcissistic traits. Deep inside, she believed she was unique and entitled to special treatment because of her mental disability. This often caused her to act exploitatively and egocentrically. Despite these challenges, Rita remained dedicated to caring for her daughter, fully acknowledging her problems but feeling a deep sense of duty to protect and look after her. Rita even went as far as contacting and apologizing to one of the individuals whom Jessica had harassed over the phone, admitting that she no longer knew how to handle her daughter's behavior. Jessica shared a close bond with her mother, who devoted her life to meeting her every need and caring for her. Rather than placing Jessica in a psychiatric facility for full-time treatment, her mother chose to keep her at home. Indeed, Rita's entire life revolved around Jessica. The tragic incident on July 20, 2019, was not an isolated occurrence. During the 6 years prior, Jessica had twice been convicted of assaults causing actual bodily harm. She had also physically attacked her aunt and her sister's mother-in-law by pulling their hair. However, she avoided imprisonment and was repeatedly placed under her mother's care, as Rita was the only person capable of tolerating her behavior. Jessica also exhibited violent tendencies toward women she encountered in public spaces, such as streets and shopping centers, lashing out at those she believed had looked at her the wrong way or made her feel ashamed. On one occasion, she was even banned from a doctor's office after becoming violent toward another patient in the waiting room due to paranoia. In early 2018, Jessica's aggressive tendencies continued when she attacked a nurse during a hospital visit with her mother, Rita. As a result, she was admitted to a mental health unit for 9 days to treat a severe episode of mood disorder. She was prescribed lithium for her alleged bipolar disorder, along with antipsychotic medication. However, by the end of 2018, roughly 6 months before the tragic event, Jessica had stopped taking her prescribed medication and instead began using natural remedies to manage her conditions. Reaching the end of her patience, Rita paid $2,500 to a spiritual medium on Queen Street in St. Mary's, a western suburb of Sydney, in a desperate attempt to exorcise what she believed to be a demon possessing her daughter Jessica. Despite repeated warnings from family and friends about the danger of living with Jessica, Rita remained steadfast in her belief that her daughter would never harm anyone. According to Christy, Jessica's older sister, their mother Rita possessed a heart of gold and always put others before herself, including Jessica, who continually refused professional help. Rita's sister had often expressed fears that Jessica might eventually hurt her, recognizing the peril of Rita's unconditional love. However, Rita's devotion blinded her to these warnings, even the day before the fatal attack, when she had taken Jessica to a police station due to her threatening phone calls to strangers. Jessica had felt humiliated by her mother in a parking lot after visiting her sister because of a stranger's brief presence nearby. Later, when her mother refused to order food from Red Rooster, Jessica called the restaurant 3 times. She then demanded that her mother call a doctor, but Jessica's erratic behavior frightened him away. Desperate and out of options, Rita contacted an ambulance to have Jessica taken to a mental health facility. On the night of July 20, 2019, Jessica's most violent outburst was about to unfold. In a vicious assault, Jessica dragged her 57-year-old mother, Rita, by the hair into the kitchen of their home. There, she brutally attacked her with 7 meat cleavers, 4 of which broke due to the sheer force of her blows. Altogether, Jessica stabbed Rita over 100 times in the head and neck, driven by a morbid fascination rooted in her daily obsession with horror films. The autopsy revealed the full extent of Rita's horrific injuries, which included massive trauma to her head and neck, and death caused by multiple stab wounds that resulted in decapitation at the second vertebra in her upper neck. Additionally, Rita's body bore more than 90 defensive wounds, showing that she had been conscious for a significant portion of the attack, enduring immense physical agony and emotional terror at the hands of her own daughter, whom she had devotedly cared for. Jessica's 4-year-old nephew, the son of her older sister Christy, was present during the assault. The child had been staying with Rita for a few days due to Jessica's apparent improvement. However, he was forced to witness Jessica repeatedly stabbing his grandmother and ultimately decapitating her. When the young boy tried to intervene, Jessica attacked him as well, causing a minor injury to his head. The gruesome sight was so traumatizing that the boy began vomiting in horror. Jessica then called emergency services using her mother's cell phone, confessing to the killing and claiming that she had acted in self-defense, alleging that Rita had attacked her first. This claim was false. Jessica had in fact committed the savage act unprovoked. In reality, after killing her mother, Jessica panicked and continued stabbing Rita's lifeless body before ultimately decapitating her and inflicting more than 100 wounds. She then disposed of Rita's head in a neighbor's front yard nearby. When the police arrived at their St. Clair, Sydney residence, Jessica was standing outside, her clothes soaked with her mother's blood, holding a water bottle. She displayed no remorse for her actions and appeared more concerned about her own situation. Jessica asked the officers and detectives whether it was possible to bring someone back to life after decapitation, genuinely believing that medical experts could reattach her mother's head. A police officer explained that such a procedure was impossible, yet Jessica persisted, insisting that doctors could perform miraculous surgeries and revive her mother. She also questioned what consequences she would face, specifically asking if she could receive the death penalty. Upon learning that Australia does not impose capital punishment, Jessica expressed relief. She then admitted to the police that the idea of decapitating her mother had come from the horror movies she obsessively watched. A police body camera captured a chilling exchange at the crime scene on July 20, 2019, at 11:43 p.m. The first responders described it as one of the most gruesome scenes they had ever encountered. The following day, on July 21, 2019, Jessica appeared in court but did not apply for bail. According to a friend, this was unsurprising, as Jessica likely did not comprehend the bail process. After a trial that revealed her long history of severe mental illness, Jessica was found guilty of manslaughter in December 2020 that she had pleaded not guilty to murder, citing her intellectual disability. In early 2021, Jessica was sentenced to a maximum of 21 years and 7 months in prison. She will be eligible for parole after serving 16 years and 2 months, which would fall on September 19, 2035. The prosecutor argued that Rita's brutal murder was the culmination of a lifetime of escalating violent behavior by Jessica, which had begun with hair-pulling incidents and ultimately escalated to a deadly, explosive attack. The prosecutor also asserted that Jessica posed a moderate to high risk of reoffending and remained a danger to the community. Christy, Jessica's older sister, stated that because Jessica had killed and butchered their mother, she could never forgive her. In contrast, Rita's sister expressed a different perspective, hoping that Jessica would receive the mental health support she needed and that Rita could finally rest in peace, knowing her daughter was now under the care of a system that had failed her while alive. The judge overseeing the trial offered counseling services to the jury, recognizing that the disturbing evidence could continue to haunt them long after the proceedings. The judge also noted that selecting a jury had been particularly challenging, as many potential jurors were reluctant to participate in a case involving such horrific violence. The judge described Rita's murder as one of the most brutal and cruel homicides a court could encounter, emphasizing that the severity was worsened by the crime occurring in the victim's own home. Jessica's lawyer revealed that his client had expressed regret in a letter to her family following the crime. In the letter, Jessica accepted responsibility for her mother's death, acknowledging that Rita had not provoked her and taking full blame for her actions. However, a psychiatrist who evaluated Jessica noted that she struggled with social communication and displayed a relatively flat effect. The psychiatrist found no evidence of schizophrenia or hallucinations. The conclusion was that Jessica's risk factors could only be managed over the long term with a comprehensive mental health support plan. Since entering prison, Jessica has repeatedly caused problems. Just 2 months after her arrival on September 9, 2019, she got into a fight with another inmate over food and threw a teacup at them. Although she was charged with assault in local court the next day, she received no additional punishment. On October 14, 2019, she attacked another inmate, resulting in 5 days of solitary confinement. On November 3, 2019, she disobeyed an order, and on July 31, 2020, she damaged property, incurring a $200 Australian dollar fine. Jessica was involved in another assault on November 21, 2020, which led to 7 days in solitary confinement. In January 2021, she was convicted of common assault once more, though she did not receive any further punishment. Jessica has explained her behavior by stating that other prisoners make her life difficult, no matter what she does or where she goes. She has also commented that prison life is harsh and very different from life outside. On May 15, 2023, Justice Peter Hamill of the Sydney Supreme Court rejected claims that Callari's original sentence was excessively harsh and that the judge who sentenced her had misjudged the severity of her crime. However, Justice Hamill did rule that Callary should be resentenced, a decision supported by Justices Christine Adamson and Richard Kavanaugh. The reasoning behind this decision centered on Callari's bizarre behavior, including walking into the street with her mother's head and asking emergency responders if they could reattach it, which demonstrated how detached from reality her actions were. After reviewing assessments from multiple psychiatrists and a psychologist, Justice Hamill concluded that Callari's intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder meant she had only a basic understanding of what was morally wrong. Consequently, he ordered that she be resentenced to 16 years in prison, with a minimum of 12 years before she would be eligible for parole. Moving on to the next case. Kendra Hatcher. Today, we turn our attention to Dallas, a vibrant city that blends a modern metropolitan vibe with southern charm. Renowned for its striking skyscrapers, upscale shopping, fine dining, and rich cultural scene, the city also boasts historic districts such as the West End, featuring late 19th century architecture alongside futuristic landmarks, gleaming glass towers, and soaring spires that define the skyline. Dallas is a place where urban life coexists with natural beauty, offering more than 30 parks scattered throughout the city. At the heart of the city lies the Gable Park Residential Complex, a high-rise building that exemplifies luxury living. The elegant structure features a parking garage and concierge service, while residents enjoy amenities including a landscaped saltwater pool, a fitness studio, and a gourmet coffee bar in uptown Dallas. The complex offers a tranquil and secure environment, free from tourist crowds and casual passers-by. On September 2, 2015, at 7:42 p.m., a car entered the Gable Park parking lot. A young woman carrying a shopping bag stepped out, slammed the door, and took a few steps before 2 gunshots shattered the quiet. A dark figure swiftly entered a waiting black Jeep Cherokee, which then sped away. Local resident Hashim Saad, walking to retrieve his own car, witnessed the aftermath and immediately called emergency services. Officers arrived to find the young woman gravely injured. Sadly, she was pronounced dead at the scene. The victim was 35-year-old Kendra Hatcher, born February 3, 1980, to Reagan Hatcher and Bonnie Gibson Jameson Colley in Springfield, Sangamon County, Illinois. Her parents divorced, and her mother later married Bruce Jameson. Kendra was one of 5 siblings, with sisters Jamie Kaufman, Ashley Lipscomb, Melissa Jameson, and a brother, Neil Hatcher. She was raised in Pleasant Plains and studied dentistry locally. After her divorce in 2010, Kendra moved to Dallas, where she joined Smilazona Dental Studio. A devout Christian, she used her skills to help others, including providing free dental care to disadvantaged children. In her spare time, she led Bible studies and participated in volunteer efforts, including building churches abroad and offering dental services to children in Ecuador. Professionally and personally, Kendra thrived in Dallas. On May 24, 2015, she began dating Dr. Ricardo Paniagua, whom she met through a dating app. From their first encounter, they became inseparable, sharing similar values, interests, and life goals. Ricardo was completing his residency in dermatology at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center, and even though they had only been dating for a few months, the young men were already talking about their future marriage. However, an incident in a parking lot claimed the life of his beloved woman and abruptly ended all their plans. Investigators who arrived at the scene of the massacre examined the crime scene and proposed the robbery theory, as Kendra's purse and some valuables were missing. Bullet fragments and a gun magazine were discovered on the ground near her body. Nevertheless, the manner of the shooting and the gunshot traces pushed the robbery theory into the background. One bullet hit the woman in the back, and the other struck her head. The bullet's entry wound was at the top of the head and exited through the chin, indicating that Kendra had her hands raised and behind her head when she was shot. The murder theory was confirmed when CCTV footage was obtained and a reconstruction of the events was possible. As a result, by age 13, he was struggling academically and had a fragile mental state. At one point, unable to endure such a life, Steinkind attempted to hang himself but was fortunately stopped in time. Later, doctors diagnosed him with depression and hyperactivity. Bullied at school, he decided to stop attending. Over time, Jeremy began to see himself as immortal and started visiting websites with similar themes. His online profile contained topics such as pain, self-harm, blood, and razor blades. No one knew about the couple's forbidden relationship except their friends, who considered their love, to say the least, unusual. Their communication would have stayed secret if the Richardsons had not begun monitoring their daughter's excessive internet use. Deborah and Mark discovered that Jasmine was corresponding with strangers, which alarmed them as any parent would. Consequently, they decided to take the computer away from the girl's reach. Furthermore, they were shocked to learn she had fallen in love with an adult man with questionable interests. His very nickname, Soul Eater, spoke volumes. Hence, Jasmine and Jeremy's relationship became forbidden. To help their daughter escape this destructive relationship, Deborah and Mark sought the help of a psychologist. They genuinely believed that counseling would improve their parent-child relationship. To their relief, it did. Jasmine cooperated and appeared to be returning to a normal life, assuring them that it was all in the past once she got her computer back. This turned out to be the Richardsons' final fateful decision, leading to their doom. On Saturday, April 22, 2006, while preparing for bed, Mrs. Richardson heard a noise in the basement. Rats again, she thought. Descending the stairs, she switched on the light and saw a person wearing a ski mask. He stood across from her, staring at her. Startled, she screamed. The stranger lunged at her, covering her mouth. His efforts failed. Deborah struggled and screamed even louder. He stepped back, drew a knife, and stabbed her in the chest, again and again. Hearing his wife's screams, Mark rushed down, grabbing the first thing he could find, a screwdriver. He had been fixing an outlet that day and had, by chance, left a tool out. Entering the basement, he was confronted with a horrific scene. His wife lying in a pool of blood and someone standing beside her. Mark immediately attacked the intruder but was stabbed in the stomach, followed by additional stabs. As the searing pain subsided and his eyes began to close, Mr. Richardson quietly asked, "Why?" The attacker replied, "Because your daughter wished it." Upstairs, Tyler was the only one left. The boy sat on his bed in pajamas, too frightened to move. The approaching footsteps grew louder, and the bedroom door opened. A few days before the murder, Jasmine had been overjoyed. Her parents trusted in her remorse, believing they could communicate again. Mobile phones were only beginning to become popular at that time, so the computer remained the primary means of communication. As soon as Miss Richardson regained internet access, she immediately messaged Jeremy. "It all starts with them disappearing and ends with us staying together," she told him. During the days she spent visiting the psychologist, a terrible plan had formed in her mind. It solidified over several days of punishment. Surprisingly, Steinkind found it appealing but insisted that everything had to be done creatively and with attention to detail. The couple understood that they could not be together while the Richardsons were alive. Later, Jasmine's friends recalled how often she spoke about her parents, especially how much they irritated her. Therefore, she wished to end their lives. Yet no one took Jasmine's words seriously. Saturday, April 22, 2006. Garrett walked across the street to his friend Tyler's house. The boy wanted to play. The weather was pleasant outside, though slightly chilly. Such was the spring that year. As Garrett approached the house, He noticed the blinds were still closed. No one answered his knock. Strange, he thought. The Richardsons should be home. Their car was parked in the driveway. It was on June 25, 2001, and charged with first-degree murder. After spending 6 months in custody, she was released on bail. The first trial soon began. The prosecution's main theory focused on the motive for the homicide. Hoping to see someone, the child curiously peered into the living room window but saw no one. Then, Garrett decided to walk around to the back of the basement, where he often played with Tyler. Peering through the window, he noticed something unusual on the floor. It seemed to be 2 figures lying in a pool of blood, the boy told his mother. Skeptical, she chose to check on the family across the street. They walked to the house together. Garrett pointed to the window he had looked through earlier. The woman looked inside and recoiled in horror. She immediately called emergency services. Something happened at the Richardsons. They seemed to be lying on the basement floor, covered in blood, the neighbor reported. The police arrived without delay. Forcing open the front door, they went down to the basement where Garrett and his mother had seen the scene. Entering the dark basement, the officers struggled to recognize the figures on the ground. Their bodies were mutilated and drenched in blood. But there was no doubt. It was Mark and Deborah Richardson, and they were dead. Blood was everywhere, on the floor, walls, even the ceiling, a gruesome sight with no other description fitting. Later, the police searched the house. In the upstairs children's room, they discovered a small child. The boy lay in bed among his toys, splattered with blood and showing visible knife wounds. The child's throat had been deeply cut. The officers had never witnessed such horror. One remarked, "It will take me decades to forget what I saw today." After the house was fully searched, the police realized one family member was missing. The Richardson family's eldest daughter was gone. Officers feared she might be in danger. All evidence indicated the attack had taken place in the basement and the child's room. The rest of the house appeared undisturbed, and at first glance, nothing seemed stolen. The condition of the bodies suggested the crime had occurred the previous night. Evidently, the perpetrator broke into the house and attacked the boy and his parents. But what happened to Jasmine, and where was she? The police began formulating theories about the events. Perhaps, by some stroke of luck, the girl was somewhere outside the home, safe, or the perpetrator had abducted her and was now harming her, or maybe a ransom demand from relatives would surface later. However, as time passed, no clear answers emerged. Detectives soon turned to the media, seeking help in locating the missing girl. They hoped Jasmine might make contact, or that someone would provide valuable information. Meanwhile, the investigation into the murders continued. Investigators interviewed relatives, friends, and colleagues about all aspects of the slain family's life. Did they have any adversaries or enemies capable of committing such a heinous act? However, the further the investigation advanced, the clearer it became. There appeared to be no reason for anyone to wish death upon the Richardson family. They were genuinely wonderful people, devoted spouses and loving parents, except for the eldest daughter. Officers discovered that the girl had been causing considerable trouble lately. Consequently, the tone of media announcements shifted. This time, the investigation sought to locate a person of interest. It was entirely possible that the girl knew details about the crime, or that she may have been involved. Given the suspect's age, the media could no longer publish her real name under Canadian law. Thus, news outlets began referring to Jasmine Richardson as JR. Once her relationship with Jeremy Steinko became known, the couple was declared wanted. Initially, authorities searched among their friends and acquaintances, assuming they might be hiding there. However, this lead proved to be a dead end for the police, though they uncovered something intriguing. A few hours after the crime, the young couple was spotted at a restaurant and at a party hosted by an acquaintance. Someone in their social circle reported that Jasmine appeared unchanged. There was no sign she had been abducted or was in shock. She was drinking and enjoying herself. When friends asked how they had managed to escape her parents, Jasmine laughed and said, "Jeremy and I just took care of them." The boy agreed, "I carved them up like fish." Party guests laughed, assuming it was a grim joke, unaware that the statement was true. The couple's involvement in the crime was further confirmed by a comic found in Jasmine's school locker, in which she detailed how she would deal with each of her family members, with her boyfriend as an accomplice. Photos of the suspects were widely distributed. It was only a matter of time before someone would provide information about their location. Soon a tip came in. The couple had been spotted in the community of Leader, Saskatchewan, roughly 130 kilometers from Medicine Hat. Caught off guard, Jasmine Richardson and Jeremy Steinko were found sleeping peacefully in a pickup truck. Without resistance, they were taken to the police station. Naturally, the couple was interrogated separately, starting with Jasmine. She revealed that she was deeply in love with Steinko and that he reciprocated her feelings. However, differences in age and social status posed a barrier between them. According to Jasmine, the Richardsons would never have accepted their relationship. Therefore, Jeremy carried out the ultimate act of love. He ended her parents' lives, giving them the chance to be together. When detectives asked if Jasmine had been involved in the crime, she said, "After I found out, I accepted it. I loved Jeremy very much, so I ran away with him." Detectives needed to determine who had been the main instigator. Since breaking the suspects proved difficult, the investigation employed a cunning strategy. They placed an informant in the cell with Jeremy, who skillfully extracted details that contradicted Jasmine's statements. Jeremy confessed to the informant that the plan to end her parents' lives was Jasmine's idea. Initially, he was not supportive, but agreed after they discovered the forbidden love and took away her computer. Took care of Deborah and Mark Richardson, and Jasmine took care of her younger brother herself. She literally begged me to leave Tyler for her, though I was glad to settle scores with all of them. Jeremy cruelly revealed after this confession. Investigators confronted Miss Richardson with the recording. She had no choice but to confess to everything, admitting she stabbed her younger brother out of mercy, not wanting to leave him an orphan. Later, the couple shared their social media profiles and passwords with the investigation, which began to examine their correspondence. They had sent each other thousands of messages, confirming Jeremy's statements. Indeed conceived the plan on her own. Steinka wrote that Jasmine was the only person who supported and approved of his tastes, replacing the society he felt alienated from. Fearing he would lose her, he helped realize the dreadful idea. Want to slit their throats. They will regret what they have done, especially when I make sure they're gone. They'll pay for the insults. Finally, there will be silence. Their blood will be the payment. Jeremy supported his beloved. His friends also reported that just a few hours before the attack, they watched the 1994 film Natural Born Killers, which portrays a couple committing 9 heinous murders. This story inspired their friend, who said he wanted to enact a similar plan with his girlfriend. "I think it's the best love story of all time," Steinka said. With sufficient evidence at hand, the suspects were charged with 3 counts of homicide. The detectives pieced together the confessions of the accused, witness testimonies, and other case evidence to form a clear picture of the crime. Before the act, Jeremy was intoxicated. Jasmine led him into the house and guided him to the basement where he attacked her mother. Deborah was the first to die, suffering 12 stab wounds across her body. The deepest wound pierced her chest, reaching 12 centimeters deep and striking her heart. In a rage, Jeremy mercilessly continued his assault on Mark, who sustained 24 wounds, 9 of which were in the back. Like his wife, the family patriarch bled out on the basement floor. Tyler Richardson was the last to die. While Steinka was dealing with the parents downstairs, inflicted 5 stab wounds on her younger brother upstairs. After Jeremy finished, he went upstairs to help his girlfriend with the child, coldly slashing the boy's throat as if carving a pumpkin. Afterward, Jeremy went home to wash the blood from his body, while Jasmine took a taxi to a restaurant where the couple had agreed to meet. After discussing the night's events, they went on to a party. A friend of Jeremy's, Casey Lancaster, assisted them in disposing of evidence and reaching Saskatchewan. Words failed to capture the horror they created. Using them to poison her husband, Gregory de Villiers, staging a suicide scene in their apartment, and scattering his body with red rose petals, reminiscent of the case of Christian and Newsom. A new judge scheduled hearings for all 5 individuals involved in the student's tragic demise. They embarked on their murderous spree with such ease and nonchalance, as if driven by some otherworldly force. It is shocking that during interrogations and their time in custody, not a single word of regret or remorse was expressed for their actions. While detained, they wrote letters to each other, referring to themselves as legends and immortals. In one letter, Steinko proposed to Richardson, and she joyfully accepted. Then, unexpectedly, their frenzied love began to fade like last year's snow. During the trial, they shifted blame onto one another. In June 2007, Jasmine Richardson was the first to stand trial. She pleaded not guilty, claiming to have been in a zombie-like state and unable to act while Jeremy was killing her family. She also stated that she only wounded her younger brother and that it was Steinko who delivered the fatal blow. Jasmine maintained that their discussions about ending her parents' lives had been purely hypothetical, but they appealed to Jeremy so strongly that he compelled her to turn them into reality. Under 3 counts of homicide, Ms. Richardson was sentenced to just 10 years in prison, due to the specifics of Canadian juvenile criminal law, which states that individuals under 14 cannot be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment. The sentence was intended more for rehabilitating and restoring the girl's psyche than for punishing her. In 2008, Jeremy Steinko's trial began. He claimed he had no initial intention of ending the lives of his girlfriend's parents. However, once discovered in the basement, he felt compelled to attack. He stated that he did not harm Tyler, suggesting that Jasmine was responsible while he merely observed from the doorway. The defense argued that Jasmine had deliberately seduced him, hoping he would free her from her parents' strict control. Some friends testified that Jeremy had asked for their help in carrying out the act, motivated by his fear of losing Jasmine to the point of being willing to do anything. The lawyers also requested that the charges be reduced to manslaughter, arguing that Steinko had been under the influence of substances at the time of the crime. Steinko's inconsistencies became apparent when asked by the prosecution why he committed the act. He replied, "When you find your other half, you do whatever it takes for them." Throughout the trial, he remained indifferent to the proceedings but broke down when Jacqueline May, his mother, testified in his defense. She admitted to feeling significant guilt for his upbringing, as he had often been attacked by her partners, subjected to beatings, and faced rejection. Steinko was found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree homicide, receiving 3 life sentences. He would be eligible for parole no earlier than 25 years later, in 2033. Charges of complicity against Casey Lancaster were dropped. In Medicine Hat Court, she was found guilty of obstruction of justice, sentenced to 1 year of house arrest, and prohibited from consuming drugs or alcohol. While in custody, Jeremy Steinko changed his name to Jackson May. Jasmine Richardson's 10-year sentence included 4 years in a psychiatric facility, where she was diagnosed with conduct disorder and oppositional defiant disorder, indicating a refusal to follow rules and socially unacceptable behavior, typically more associated with children than adults. This highlighted her psychological immaturity and instability during her relationship with Steinko. In her final years under conditional community supervision and attending special programs, medical professionals reported genuine remorse. After serving her full sentence, she was released in 2016. Apparently, Jasmine Richardson now lives in Canada under an assumed name, with her true identity still protected from media disclosure. Her return sparked significant public debate, with some arguing she deserved a second chance, while others believed she warranted a harsher penalty. Nevertheless, the residents of Medicine Hat would prefer not to have Ms. Richardson as a neighbor again, given the brutality of her crime. Whether Jasmine has truly changed after spending her formative years in detention remains to be seen. Time will tell, and her past is silently concealed. Sadly, the dead cannot speak. Jennifer's life was cut short in her prime. Regrettably, she realized too late an essential truth. Staying away from certain individuals and ceasing communication with them could mean saving oneself. Moving on to the next case. Zayden Alexander McKnight. Zayden Alexander McKnight, 4, and his mother, 25-year-old Nichelle Larod McKnight, were last seen alive on the evening of March 25, 2014, in Dayton, Ohio. The pair were spotted in the 600 block of Homewood Avenue that night. Some reports claim they were seen at 10 p.m., while others state it was around 11. The mother and son were in the company of Nichelle's ex-boyfriend, Antoine Anderson. 4 days passed before Zayden and his mother were reported missing by Nichelle's mother, who became concerned after Nichelle failed to show up for her shifts at both of her jobs and contacted the authorities. When law enforcement began investigating, they knew they needed to start with Nichelle's ex and attempted to contact him, but were unsuccessful. Anderson had active warrants for his arrest, and authorities attempted to pull him over during a traffic stop. He fled from the car and ran into a nearby wooded area. Reportedly, 6 shots were fired by police officers after they pursued him into the woods and engaged in a shootout with Anderson. The gunfire ended when Anderson turned his weapon on himself and committed suicide. On April 10th, police searched Stillwater Trail. The following day, An anonymous caller claiming to be a friend of Anderson directed the police to search behind the Riverview Park apartments on the 4300 block of Riverside Drive near the Stillwater River. There, they found Nichelle's body, which had been shot twice in the head. A report from the Dayton Daily News indicated that preliminary autopsy results suggested the 25-year-old likely died on March 27th, but authorities today generally agree that she probably died immediately after going missing. There was no sign of Zayden where his mother's body was found. On April 30th, a 29-year-old woman named Tanisha Harris was arrested and charged with 1 count of failure to report a crime, 1 count of evidence tampering, and 2 counts of gross abuse of a corpse, in both Nichelle's case and in Zayden's presumed death. Authorities discovered evidence, including blood, in Harris's apartment. She lived in the 20 block of Birchwood Avenue. Investigators believe that the blood found there indicates both Nichelle and Zayden died at that location. In the home, detectives also discovered the shoes Nichelle had been last seen wearing, along with her bank cards, driver's license, and social security cards for both her and her son. Harris had previously dated Anderson and had reportedly used Nichelle's bank cards without permission shortly before Nichelle disappeared, spending nearly $3,000. Authorities believe she used the cards at Anderson's direction and that Nichelle discovered this around the time of her disappearance. It has been speculated that Nichelle was killed after confronting her ex-boyfriend. In October 2015, Harris pled guilty to evidence tampering and failure to report a crime and entered a no-contest plea to gross abuse of a corpse. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison, with 4 years being the maximum sentence. While detectives believe she cleaned blood from her basement and the trunk of her car and suspect she was intimately involved in the murder, Harris has never confessed and vehemently denies involvement. She has never been charged in connection with the homicides themselves. In 2015, she apologized to the McKnight family, stating, "I am so serious. If I knew where Zayden was, I promise I would tell you. Because I feel like this, like what you guys have been through as a family, that's the least I could do, give that information." In the years since the crime, several efforts have been made to find Zayden, all of which have been unsuccessful. Investigators do not believe he is alive, given the circumstances of the case. Zayden McKnight was only 4 years old when he vanished on the night of March 25, 2014. He was last seen with his mother and her ex-boyfriend in the 600 block of Homewood Avenue in Dayton, Ohio. Zayden is described as a black male with brown hair and brown eyes. He was 3 feet tall and weighed 45 pounds at the time he was last seen. He was wearing a yellow and blue coat, blue jeans, and red Velcro shoes featuring the words Lightning McQueen. He also wore a yellow beanie-style hat with Despicable Me Minion characters on it. If he is still alive, he would now be 12 years old. Anyone with information about Zayden's disappearance can contact the Dayton Police Department at 937-333-2677. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Mullenix. There are crimes that, at first glance, are difficult to evaluate without ambiguity. On one side, the law of every nation guarantees the sanctity of life and health for all individuals. Conversely, it is often contradicted by witness statements that downplay the offender's culpability. One such contentious incident was the crime that transpired within the Mullenix family. Let us attempt to understand it together. Let us uncover the sources of the tension and assess the responsibility of each participant. Could it be that the victim was not entirely innocent? Or perhaps her killer was merely hiding behind a mask of virtue? An unexpected revelation awaited. On September 14, 2006, unrest struck Newport Beach. A woman's body had been found floating in a body of water. The corpse appeared to have been wrapped in a sheet and then placed inside a box. Once it was exposed to the water, the fragile covering disintegrated, revealing what was intended to remain unseen. The body rose to the surface after being submerged for less than a day. Normally, warm water accelerates the decomposition process. Consequently, the appearance of the deceased left much to be desired. A forensic medical examination determined that the cause of death was multiple stab wounds. Altogether, she had sustained approximately 52 strikes, one of which pierced directly through her eye. Experts concluded that 3 separate knives had been used, implying that at least 2 individuals had attacked the victim. Naturally, there were no identification documents on her person, compelling the police to exert significant effort to ascertain who she was. Among the list of missing persons, the woman's description was absent, and no new disappearances had been reported at that time. Everything suggested an attempt to conceal the committed crime. Experts also established that the woman had undergone cosmetic surgery during her lifetime, specifically breast augmentation. Since body identification through implant serial numbers had become a standard procedure, the murdered woman's identity was soon confirmed. She turned out to be 56-year-old Barbara Mullenix. Who was Barbara Mullenix? The future Mrs. Mullenix had been born on May 29, 1950, in Munich, Germany. In her youth, she was exceptionally attractive and sociable. Hence, she was always the center of attention. Yet, those same traits not only brought her admiration from men, but also caused her considerable distress. At the age of 18, she became a victim of violence. The young woman wished to erase the incident from her memory as quickly as possible. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. However, sometime later, she discovered she was pregnant. Barbara chose not to have an abortion. Instead, she decided to carry the baby to term and give it to a kind family. Eventually, she got married. During that marriage, she gave birth to a son, Alex Hagwood. Nonetheless, her relationship with her first husband did not endure for long. At the age of 35, Barbara's interest was drawn to Bruce Mullenix. The man later recalled that she was an extraordinary woman who immediately captivated him. She was known for her candor and self-assurance. In November 1987, the couple got married. Mr. Mullenix was 9 years younger than his wife, but the age gap was hardly noticeable. Barbara knew how to attract attention and enjoyed having fun. After relocating to Oklahoma City, the family welcomed a daughter named Rachel. Everything was good in the beginning, but as time passed, problems started to arise. In the evenings, Bruce would sometimes go out for a beer, and on weekends, he would visit friends. At first, Barbara joined him socially, but later she developed an addiction to alcohol. Evidently, the traumatic events from her youth had left a lasting mark. Under the influence of alcohol, the woman's behavior became erratic. However, despite the strained relationship between the parents, they both deeply loved their daughter. They spoiled her and tried to satisfy her every desire. While living in Oklahoma before the divorce, Rachel had a spacious room, while her parents shared a small one. The family always celebrated the girls' birthdays at home. Miss Mullenix recalled that she had been very close to her mother, perhaps even more so than most mothers and daughters. But this close relationship only existed when her mother was sober. The rest of the time, Rachel avoided her and made no effort to communicate. "Our relationship was generally good," she said, "but when Barbara drank, she became angry and unhinged. She was the first to start fights." Bruce confirmed his daughter's words. Since the Mullenix home was located near Hollywood, Barbara was absolutely thrilled. She adored movies and particularly favored Gone with the Wind. Shortly after the move, she managed to find work as a film extra. It was as though her Hollywood dream had finally come true. She believed that, in time, she would be offered a more serious acting role. For the moment, she and her daughter actively participated as background actors in films and television shows. The scene of the crime was determined. But who was responsible? Investigators were puzzled as to why none of the relatives had reported the woman missing. Soon, Detectives Steve Mack and Joe Cartwright secured a search warrant for Barbara's residence. They speculated that since the woman's body had been wrapped in a sheet, the murder might have occurred in her bed. Thus, the search for evidence began at Mrs. Mullenix's home. The police found no one present at the residence. At first glance, everything appeared normal. There were no visible indications of foul play. However, on the second floor, a disassembled bed drew attention. It had no mattress. Within just a few hours, the crime scene began to take shape. The detectives' suspicions proved well-founded. Forensic specialists discovered blood traces on the walls. Someone had gone to great lengths to remove all signs of the crime. The blood-soaked mattress had evidently been destroyed. There was no longer any doubt that the murder had occurred there. The police also concluded that the homeowner must have known the perpetrator. Therefore, the first person to fall under suspicion was Mr. Mullenix. It seemed a peculiar coincidence that he had been out of town at the time. Furthermore, just one day after the discovery of the body, Bruce returned home. He explained that he had grown concerned because neither his wife nor his daughter had been answering his calls. The man, of course, had a sense that something was wrong, but he could never have imagined such a horrific outcome. Nevertheless, upon hearing of Barbara's brutal death, the former husband reacted with unexpected calm. This reaction also raised suspicions among the detectives, prompting them to look deeper into the reasons for his trip. Bruce stated that he had been away on a business trip. His employer confirmed this information, thus verifying his alibi. The investigation, as a result, was once again at an impasse. Daughter's love. When Rachel turned 17, she met Ian Allen. The young man was 4 years older than she was. The two fell passionately in love. Ian supported Rachel in every possible way and even helped her with household chores. Initially, Barbara approved of him. They even spent time together, going on walks and outings. In order for the young couple to meet freely, Rachel's parents obtained a special permit, as apparently required by the law and local authorities. Law enforcement officers often took notice of the unconventional pair. The girl was permitted to stay out until 1 o'clock in the morning, but she frequently broke the curfew and was repeatedly placed under house arrest as punishment. After a while, Mrs. Mullenix began to notice that her daughter's emotions were developing into something far more serious. To make matters worse, the two soon announced their decision to get engaged. The move seemed far too hasty to Barbara. Ian and Rachel had known each other for only 3 months. Barbara did not want to lose her daughter or the financial support she continued to receive from her ex-husband. She decided to tighten her control and assert greater authority. Rachel found herself caught between two opposing sides. She did not wish to upset her mother, whose dominance was becoming increasingly overbearing. Ian, on the other hand, refused to back down. Thus, her mother and Ian began to compete for Rachel's affection. With every quarrel and confrontation that arose between them, Rachel's fragile mental state suffered more and more. By the end of the summer of 2006, the relationship between Ian and Barbara had completely deteriorated. The younger Allen feared that Rachel's mother might persuade her to end the relationship or forbid her from seeing him altogether. One night, after Rachel once again broke her curfew, Barbara lost her temper. Despite the late hour, Mrs. Mullenix drove to Ian's home and caused a scene. The incident deeply offended and angered Ian. It became evident to everyone that the situation could no longer continue as it was. On the trail of the fugitives, Bruce was no longer suspected of murdering his ex-wife. Detectives shifted their focus to Rachel and Ian. Police learned that Barbara had been feeling increasingly lonely and drinking excessively. Her behavior had become unstable. Her daughter's attention was slipping further away from her. She regarded Ian as an unworthy partner and saw Rachel as a traitor. That was why Mrs. Mullenix often argued with them. Moreover, no one knew the whereabouts of the young couple. They had not made contact with anyone. Considering the strained relationship between Barbara and Ian, the girl's father assumed that Ian was the perpetrator whom the police were seeking. Rachel, in all likelihood, was not safe either. Otherwise, she would have contacted someone, Mr. Mullenix reasoned. The police began a search for the missing pair. The Allen residence was also inspected. When detectives examined Ian's computer, they discovered some intriguing internet searches. The young man had been researching routes leading to the city of Tampa, located in Florida. Bruce recalled that before living with him, Barbara and Rachel had resided there. The couple was officially declared missing. Police stations across the country received bulletins describing the physical appearance of the two young people. Furthermore, the suspect had not disappeared without leaving a trace. Ian Allen's credit card had been used for a purchase at a gas station in Louisiana. A surveillance camera at that location had also captured his truck. Mr. Mullenix's fears were confirmed. Rachel was indeed traveling with him. All that remained was to intercept them. Detectives Steve Mack and Joe Cartwright contacted their colleagues in the next town along the couple's route. Local police closed off highways in search of the van. Before long, Ian Allen and Rachel Mullenix were apprehended. The kidnapping story. Do you know that I've been kidnapped? Rachel shouted upon her arrest. What right do you have to arrest me, to throw me on the ground and handcuff me? She continued. I'm not a criminal for you to treat me this way. Detectives Joe and Steve waited patiently for the opportunity to question the couple. 2 days later, they arrived at a police station in Louisiana. Miss Mullenix insisted that she had not killed her mother. When investigators pressed her further, she shifted the blame onto her boyfriend. Rachel claimed that Ian had murdered her mother and then forced her to flee with him. The police requested that she recount what had happened on September 13, 2006. I woke up to strange noises in the house. Then I realized my mother was screaming and calling for help. I ran to her room. What I saw horrified me. Ian was attacking my mom with a knife. He kept stabbing her again and again. I jumped on him and tried to pull him away, but he was very strong and easily pushed me back. I couldn't comprehend what was happening. I was in a sort of daze. Rachel began her account. Afterward, she added that her boyfriend had forced her to help erase the evidence. He also made her pack her mother's belongings into bags. Rachel claimed that Ian's intention was to make it appear as though Barbara had suddenly left home. Initially, the detectives wanted to believe the girl. The trauma she had endured could have driven anyone into a state of shock. Yet, for some reason, the witness to the murder seemed excessively defensive and repeatedly insisted that she had played no role in the crime. Moreover, there were no signs of struggle or injuries on Rachel's body. When police later questioned Ian Allen, they uncovered an interesting detail. He told them that his girlfriend often spoke about how difficult life with her mother was, describing how aggressive and volatile Barbara became when she drank. Instead of reconciling the two rivals, Rachel only deepened Ian's negative emotions. Certainly, some of the things she said were true, but others were clearly exaggerated. That was why Ian eventually became convinced that Barbara would never let them live in peace. Sometime after the late-night quarrel at the Allen residence, still harboring resentment toward Barbara, the young man went to the Mullenix house. Rachel was under house arrest at the time. I wanted to see her. I knew Barbara wouldn't let me in to visit her, so I came secretly. I tried to sneak quietly into her room, but Barbara noticed me. We started arguing, and it escalated into threats. With the folding knife I always carry, I only meant to scare her. But when I held the blade to Mrs. Mullenix's throat, she began screaming. That made me furious and triggered the attack. Things got out of control. It wasn't supposed to happen that way. Rachel really had nothing to do with it, Ian said about the incident. To the investigators' surprise, the young man did not attempt to evade responsibility and confessed to everything. Over time, however, detectives became increasingly convinced that Rachel Mullenix was directly involved in the murder. It was clear that her boyfriend was protecting her. Surveillance footage from the gas station convenience store where the couple had stopped was carefully examined. Rachel could be seen walking around the store looking for groceries. At that moment, she could easily have called for help or escaped. Yet, for some reason, she did not. Moreover, as it was later revealed, the girl had the opportunity to call her father, but instead chose to contact a friend. It was discovered that just a few hours after the murder, Miss Mullenix sent Ian Allen a message that read, "I love you." And that was how Rachel finally lost the investigators' trust. Rachel's defense. It took 2 years to collect and analyze all the evidence in the Barbara Mullenix murder case. During that period, Rachel turned 19 years old. For any other young woman, that is a wonderful age. The whole life still lies ahead. But for the young Mullenix, her future depended entirely on the jury's verdict, and she did everything possible to convince everyone of her innocence. When Rachel spoke about her childhood, her face brightened. It was evident that her early years had been happy. Undoubtedly, Barbara and Bruce had tried to ensure that despite various hardships. Recalling her relationship with her mother, Rachel stated that it had generally been good, marred only by her mother's excessive drinking and later by her controlling behavior after Ian appeared in her life. At school, I was known as the girl from a not very prosperous family with alcoholic parents. When my father drank, he was still himself, kind and caring. The same can't be said about my mom, she told the court, describing the atmosphere at home. Her testimony was confirmed by her friend Kelsey Douglas, who often visited the Mullenix family. Kelsey said that Rachel always tried to please her mother in every way, but eventually reached a point where she could no longer endure the harsh control and insults. She admitted to me that she had started drinking from time to time. Rachel didn't know what else to do. She had nowhere to turn. Alcohol helped her ease the tension and forget the family troubles for a while, Ms. Douglas reported. Alex, Rachel's older brother, strangely enough, also stood up for Rachel. He considered her a victim rather than a murderer. That's why he refused to believe in her guilt to the last. He told the court that his sister had been a good and obedient child. She did well at school, practiced sports and ballet. As for the relationship between Barbara, Rachel, and Ian, Alex noted that at first they were great. All three spent a lot of time together. Barbara's eldest son also reported that their mother abused alcohol and illegal substances before her death. She took stimulants and tranquilizers, and often threw loud parties. When Barbara realized that Rachel and her boyfriend wanted to distance themselves, she couldn't accept it. In addition, she found it difficult to get by on her own without alimony and maintenance money. All of this became a source of irritation. According to Alex, Mrs. Mullenix was a very controlling woman. She wanted to be in control of everything. With Rachel, she certainly went overboard in this. My mother loved to be the center of attention. With Ian coming into Rachel's life, her position shifted to the side. Alex summarized. In the involvement of his daughter in the murder of Barbara, could not believe, and the girl's father. He believed that she loved her mother very much and was incapable of hurting her. In all the time, Rachel did not accuse her mother of the weaknesses that were peculiar to her. She simply reported them as a fact. The girl repeatedly stated that she felt sorry for. Barbara had a difficult life. About the relationship of her parents, Miss Mullenix recalled with bitterness. Rachel said that the slightest details in the behavior of his father drove his mother into a rage. Barbara often snapped at him, considered a spender. Rachel also told the court that she regretted her love for the young man. She made a big mistake when she started dating him. Their feelings brought discord to her relationship with her mother. Ian felt that my mom was a threat to him. He also wanted to control me like she did. My boyfriend wasn't ideal either, often hurt, and treated me like I was his property. I was torn between the two. Every time there was an argument with my mom, I shared about it. It made it easier for me to get over what happened, Rachel recalled. She concluded by adding that Ian did everything he could to prevent harm to what he thought was his, prosecution's position. Sonia blessed. The prosecutor involved in the case did not believe Rachel's story. She claimed that the girl's angelic appearance was deceptive because she thought she was already smart enough for her age. Therefore, the position Miss Mullenix had chosen was thoroughly refuted. The officers who investigated supported the prosecutor in this. Steve Mack and Joe Cartwright believed that Rachel had some mental health issues. According to them, she was the meanest girl they had ever spoken to. During the interview, the prosecutor competently appealed the inconsistencies in Miss Mullenix's testimony. She was asked why she had never once called for help when she had the opportunity to do so, to which Rachel replied that she had been confused and did not know how to act in such a situation. The defendant also added that she had been frightened by Ian's unpredictable behavior. The prosecutor pointed out that Rachel had more than one opportunity to escape. Her actions were uncharacteristic of a kidnapping victim. The prosecution believed that Miss Mullenix had not only taken part in the attack on her mother, but had actually planned the crime in advance. When questioned about the details of Ian's stabbing, Rachel was unable to give consistent answers. Her statements changed repeatedly and often contradicted one another. During the trial, the defendant claimed that she had not been present during the confrontation between Barbara and Ian. She alleged that she had simply left them alone in her room, hoping they would calm down. Only afterward did she hear screams and sounds of a struggle, prompting her to run back, where she saw Ian attacking her mother with a knife. However, Rachel's version did not match the physical evidence found at the crime scene. The forensic report clearly indicated that Barbara's assailant had not acted alone. Experts concluded that only 5 minutes had been required to kill the victim. Rachel continued to insist on her innocence. Questions such as why she failed to call emergency services, or why she sent a love message to her mother's killer, hung unanswered in the air. The forensic psychiatrist who examined Miss Mullenix diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. He believed that she truly loved her mother, yet hated her just as deeply. People with such personality traits, he noted, tend to exhibit unstable behavior that is often destructive both to themselves and to others. Bitter verdict. It took the jury 3 days to reach a final decision. Ian Allen was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. For Rachel Mullenix, the court's decision offered no solace either. She was found complicit in her mother's death, and her actions were also classified as first-degree murder. The young woman received a life sentence, with her first chance at parole coming when she turns approximately 41 years old. After the verdict was delivered, the prosecutor expressed a sense of relief. "There is no doubt that Ian Allen and Rachel Mullenix killed Barbara," stated Sonia Baylist. For a mother, such a death was the ultimate betrayal. The day Barbara gave birth to her daughter, she unknowingly signed her own death warrant. The child she loved so deeply became both her light and her darkness. Undoubtedly, Mrs. Mullenix had made many mistakes in her life. She was far from a perfect mother, yet she never abandoned her children to misfortune. Barbara's jealousy and fear of loneliness had only hardened her already strong character. But people in love always have a choice. They could have simply walked away to preserve their right to love freely. In time, tempers might have cooled, relationships could have healed. Perhaps Barbara would have shifted her focus elsewhere, and the grandchildren Rachel and Ian might one day have given her could have become her greatest joy. Moving on to the next case. Herman Brown. Now let us move on to Cincinnati, an Ohio city known for its flourishing arts scene. Within the Cincinnati metropolitan region, the city functions as both an economic and cultural center. It is the largest metropolitan area in Ohio and ranks as the 31st largest in the United States, boasting an estimated population of 2.2 million. On February 15, 2003, Cincinnati police arrived at the 2500 block of Sarvis Court in Cincinnati to perform a wellness check. This was prompted by a 911 call reporting a strong and disturbing odor coming from the apartment. Upon entering, authorities discovered the body of a man named Herman Brown. He was naked and lifeless on the floor, with an extension cord wrapped tightly around his neck and several stab wounds. The crime scene was deeply disturbing and gruesome, as investigators also found blood traces in the bathroom sink. There is limited information available about the deceased man, and it is believed that police may have withheld details to safeguard his privacy. At the crime scene, detectives gathered various pieces of evidence scattered throughout the apartment, including blood from the bathroom sink, cigarette butts, and a swab from the victim. When this evidence was analyzed, 2 DNA profiles emerged. One belonged to Brown, while the other matched an unknown individual. Investigators attempted to trace the unidentified DNA, but were unable to find a match. As a result, the homicide case was closed, allowing Brown's brutal killer to remain free. It remained unresolved until 2023, when a groundbreaking development occurred. The breakthrough in the case came through the use of genetic genealogy testing. To identify potential suspects absent from conventional law enforcement databases, the DNA profile obtained from the cigarette butts was reanalyzed and entered into a forensic genetic genealogy search. This cutting-edge approach generated a match, linking the DNA to Robert Stewart, a 64-year-old man. To confirm this connection, detectives conducted further DNA testing, ultimately verifying that Stewart's DNA was present on the cigarette butts from the critical night of Brown's murder. On September 15, 2023, Stewart was ultimately arrested in Lima, Ohio, and later extradited to Hamilton County. He is currently being held at the Justice Center on a $500,000 bond. If convicted of the 2 counts of murder and 1 count of felonious assault filed against him, he could face a life sentence. Melissa Powers, the Hamilton County prosecutor, commended the Cincinnati Police Homicide Unit. She emphasized the detectives' tireless commitment to their investigations and the victims they served, applauding their unwavering dedication. She stressed that regardless of how long it takes to resolve a case, their pursuit of justice remains steadfast. Powers also expressed her gratitude for providing Brown's family and friends with a sense of closure, stating that Robert Stewart's long-awaited arrest had delivered long-overdue justice and resolution to this heartbreaking case. Moving on to the next case. Martha Murray Morrison. Vancouver is a city in Clark County, Washington, located on the north bank of the Columbia River. It is well known for its beautiful scenery. Vancouver is sometimes nicknamed the Hollywood of the North, as most of its neighborhoods experience very little violent crime. Although many consider Vancouver a safe place to live, some dangers still exist. This leads us back to a horrific event that took place in 1974. Born in Eugene, Oregon, around 1956, Martha Murray Morrison grew up with her sister Reba. Despite their mother's deafness, the 2 sisters maintained a close relationship, and Martha spent countless hours learning sign language so she could assist her mother throughout much of her childhood. While living in Lane County, Oregon, Martha spent some time in foster care. She attended Corvallis Farm School in Corvallis and Roosevelt High School in Portland. Martha had a history of drug use, substance abuse, and repeatedly running away from both the Corvallis Farm School and her foster and biological homes. By 1974, Martha was a lovely 17-year-old with long brown hair and hazel eyes. She traveled to Arizona to participate in a work program, where she met a boy who was also enrolled. The 2 later moved to Portland together. By mid-1974, the young man, who worked as a welder at the shipyards, was believed to be Martha's boyfriend. Although the couple did not argue often, on September 1, 1974, Martha stormed out of their apartment carrying a suitcase after an argument, having decided to leave him. Tragically, that was the last time her boyfriend ever saw her alive. Martha never returned home. The following month, reports emerged of a strong odor coming from Dole Valley, a densely wooded area in eastern Clark County, Vancouver. On October 12, 1974, a search team was organized to investigate, and while in the valley, they discovered the remains of two women lying side by side. The bodies had been left exposed to the elements, and wildlife activity made it nearly impossible to determine the exact cause of death. Nonetheless, authorities were called to the scene. Despite the condition of the remains, police were convinced that both women had been murdered and had enough evidence to classify the case as a homicide. After her husband reported her missing on August 4th of that same year, dental records soon confirmed that the first body belonged to 18-year-old Carol Platt Valenzuela. Carol had last been seen hitchhiking in Vancouver, Washington, on August 2, 1974, and when she failed to return home that night as planned, her husband grew worried. Over the next several days, he searched for her but was unable to locate her and ultimately reported her missing to authorities. Following the discovery and additional questioning, Carol's husband was released on October 25, 1974, after successfully passing a polygraph test. Carol had left behind twin babies who were only 10 months old when she disappeared. All investigative efforts failed to uncover any information about the identity of the second body. The unknown woman's age was initially estimated to be between 20 and 25 years old. An anthropologist from the University of Washington was assigned to examine the remains. Because of animal interference and natural decomposition, it was difficult to determine the exact time or cause of death, but analysis indicated that the victims had been dead for at least 2 weeks before their bodies were found. It was believed that the women may not have been killed at the same location where their remains were discovered, and they might have been murdered at different times. Tragically, the public did not recognize the forensic facial reconstructions of the unidentified victim, which were created from both frontal and profile perspectives and published in newspapers. Detectives even released physical details about the woman, noting her curly textured hair and poor dental hygiene. A comprehensive investigation was launched to identify both the killer and the second woman whose remains were found at the scene. However, the detectives' efforts were unsuccessful, as no clues or evidence recovered at the site could point directly to the murderer. Although known serial killers such as Ted Bundy and Randall Woodfield were considered possible suspects in the women's deaths, no solid evidence ever linked them to the case. DNA samples from each woman were collected and preserved in hopes that they might one day help solve the mystery. Despite the best efforts of forensic specialists and law enforcement, the identity of the second woman remained unknown for many years. With no new developments over time, the case eventually faded and was placed on hold. In 2007, Nikki Costa, operations manager at the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office, discovered that the unidentified remains from the 1974 case had been mislabeled. Some bone fragments belonging to the unidentified woman were marked with the name Carol Platt Valenzuela, the woman whose body had been found beside her. Though considered a clerical mistake, this labeling error led investigators to spend decades pursuing false leads, wasting significant time and effort. The case of Martha Morrison, who had vanished from her Portland apartment on September 1, 1974, was reopened by her sister Reba Morrison and her half-brother in 2010. Recalling that her family had filed a missing person report for Martha, Reba felt disheartened when she reviewed it again. She discovered that no official report had ever been filed regarding Martha's disappearance, and there was no record indicating that such a report had been made in 1974. The unidentified woman's remains were sent to Bobby Selmark Forensics in Lawton, Virginia, in 2012 for DNA examination. Eventually, a DNA profile was successfully developed and uploaded to the National DNA Database. In 2013, detectives contacted Reba to ask whether the unidentified remains could possibly belong to Martha Morrison, her sister who had been missing for decades. After DNA samples were successfully collected from Reba and her half-brother, the researchers confidently forwarded them to the University of North Texas in hopes of obtaining more detailed results. A genetic profile was then created by comparing the collected samples with potential matches. Although certain similarities were noted between the samples and the unidentified remains, a conclusive match could not yet be established. Ultimately, both Martha and the unidentified victim were entered into the National Missing and Unidentified Persons Database, which is devoted to locating missing individuals and identifying human remains. To perform a more precise DNA comparison, the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office required additional samples from other relatives of Reba's family. They therefore requested a DNA sample from Martha's mother and conducted further testing. The results again showed DNA consistency, but were inconclusive in confirming the woman's identity. After the earlier testing proved unsuccessful, forensic experts sought to obtain DNA from another family member, Martha's father. Since he had already passed away, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children agreed to finance the exhumation of his remains so that DNA could be extracted and compared with the unidentified remains. The final test results in 2015 confirmed that the remains indeed belonged to Martha Morrison. Since then, the Washington State Police have been re-examining evidence from cases involving suspected serial killers to determine whether any could be linked to the murders of Martha and Carol. While analyzing the evidence, detectives uncovered a DNA sample taken from the grip of an air pistol belonging to a serial killer. When this DNA sample proved to be a perfect match to Martha Morrison's, investigators made a major breakthrough. A forensic scientist from the Washington State Patrol Lab in Vancouver testified that there was a 1 in 30 billion probability that the partial DNA profile obtained from the weapon and Martha's remains matched. The serial killer whose gun contained Martha's DNA was identified as Warren Leslie Forrest Warren was already serving a life sentence in 2017 for the July 11, 1974 murder of 20-year-old Krista Blake, who had last been seen entering his blue Ford Econoline cargo van near downtown Vancouver. On October 2, 1974, Warren was arrested for Krista's murder, which occurred only 10 days before the bodies of Martha and Carol were discovered in Dole Valley. In an attempt to collect further evidence to strengthen their case against him, investigators continued to examine Warren's past. When confronted about the accusations, Warren denied killing Martha and Carol. However, after a forensic scientist from the Vancouver and Washington State Patrol Lab testified that the partial DNA profile she developed from the weapon matched the partial DNA profile obtained from Martha's remains, Warren was charged with Martha Morrison's murder. Prosecutors relied on this newly uncovered evidence to bring a fresh murder charge against Warren in 2019, even though he was already serving a life sentence for previous crimes. In January 2023, Warren's trial began, during which more than 30 witnesses testified against him. Among those present in court were relatives of 16-year-old Jamie Grissom and 14-year-old Diane Gilchrist, along with families of 6 other women and girls whom Warren was also suspected of killing. To establish that Warren, now 74 years old, had exhibited a consistent pattern of abducting, assaulting, and murdering women during the early 1970s, the prosecution called survivor Norma Jean-Louis to testify. In the same year that Martha disappeared, Norma Jean-Louis, another of Warren's victims, was only 15 years old when she managed to escape his abduction and assault. After Warren had tied Norma to a tree and left her for dead in 1974, she managed to crawl to a nearby road and seek help. During Warren's 2023 trial, Norma testified that after finishing her shift at the Oregon Environmental Council and heading to her next volunteer job, Warren had approached her, asking if she was interested in modeling work. Persuaded by his convincing demeanor, Norma agreed to accompany him and entered his blue van. Afterward, he allegedly drove her to Washington Park in Portland, where he attacked her with a knife and attempted to strangle her. According to Norma's court testimony, Warren forced her out of the vehicle with a noose around her neck, bound her in his trunk, shot her several times with an air pistol, the same weapon used as evidence in Martha's case, strangled her until she lost consciousness, covered her body with logs, and abandoned her to die. Warren was never charged for the crimes he committed against Norma. She stated that her only purpose in testifying was to provide answers to the families who still lacked closure regarding the fate of their loved ones. Many of the parents of the young women Warren murdered passed away without ever learning what had happened to their daughters. Norma, the only survivor among Warren's victims, stated that she understood what those girls' final moments must have been like and that her only wish was for Warren to face justice for the murders and bring some closure to the families of his victims. Warren's defense attorney, C.N. Downs, argued that there was no concrete evidence establishing how or when Martha had died. He also emphasized that no one had ever documented the exact date of her disappearance. Downs asserted that all of the allegations against Warren concerning Martha were entirely speculative and that Warren and Martha had been complete strangers. He further argued that there were several differences between Warren's previous assaults and Martha's case. The area where the remains of Warren's other victim, Norma, had been found and the site where Martha's remains were located were not the same. The location of Martha's crime scene had no connection to the parks in Clark County, where Warren had previously been employed in one of the departments. During her closing statements, Clark County prosecutor Lauren Boyd argued that Warren's intent to kill Martha had been proven beyond reasonable doubt through DNA evidence and his documented pattern of kidnapping, assaulting, and abandoning young women in rural Clark County in 1974. Lauren testified in court that the presence of Martha's blood on Warren's air pistol could not have been accidental. She added that there was no other possible explanation, asserting that Warren's murder of Martha was the only reason her blood ended up on the weapon. On February 1, 2023, a Southwest Washington jury found suspected serial killer Warren Leslie Forrest guilty of first-degree murder in connection with the cold case death of Martha Morrison. On February 17, 2023, he was rightfully sentenced to an additional life term for the horrific crime he had committed in 1974. The families of Warren's known victims breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that while justice had finally been served, it could never undo their loss. They were grateful that the truth had finally come to light and that Warren would be held accountable for his actions, even though nothing could ever restore the loved ones he had taken from them. At this point, their next step was to move forward with their lives while treasuring the memories of those they had lost. Michael Morrison, Martha's half-brother, stated that further investigation was still needed regarding Warren's other potential victims. To him, the matter extended beyond his sister's murder to encompass the years of pain endured by all the affected families. Warren remains the primary suspect in at least 5 other homicide cases, and investigators are determined to continue their pursuit until they can definitively link him to each of the crimes he committed. Moving on to the next case. Megan McDonald. Born in 1983, Megan McDonald was only 7 months old when her parents moved to Middletown, New York. She had a sister named Karen and 2 younger brothers. From Little League games to movies, Karen and Megan were inseparable best friends. Megan often rescued stray animals and showed remarkable compassion, even toward adults. In college, Karen met the love of her life, James Whalen. When James felt nervous about meeting Karen's family for the first time, 16-year-old Megan instantly made him feel welcome, so warm and kind that he felt like part of the family. Megan had a vivid imagination. She even named their cat Pumpkin James Whalen to include him as family, too. Megan graduated from Burke Catholic High School with the class of 2000. She then attended SUNY Orange in Middletown, a community college, happy to remain close to home. Megan loved children and considered pursuing a career that would allow her to work closely with them. In 2002, Megan's family faced a devastating tragedy when she lost her father, Dennis McDonald. At only 47 years old, Officer McDonald, a retired detective from the New York Police Department, unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack. Despite their heartbreak, the family remained close and still gathered to celebrate Christmas in 2002, unaware that it would be Megan's last Christmas with them. A family video captured Megan opening a box of sweaters and joyfully placing the bow on her head, showing just how warm and good-natured she was. Around that same period, Megan began her first job, marking the initial step in rebuilding her life after her father's passing. Karen fondly remembered the first time Megan bought coffee with money she had earned herself. She was so proud to have made it on her own. Megan felt a growing sense of independence and realized she could truly stand on her own feet. A year after losing her father, she decided it was time to move forward in life. In March 2003, Megan signed a lease for an apartment near Middletown in the small town of Wallkill, New York. She looked forward to beginning her adult life independently, but that dream would be tragically short-lived. Megan worked at the American Cafe in Galleria Mall and was on her shift from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on March 13, 2003. After finishing work, she walked to a nearby bank's ATM and withdrew cash at exactly 3:10 p.m. Later that day, she was seen in Greenway Terrace in Wallkill, New York. Two acquaintances were hosting a birthday party and invited her to join, but Megan declined. They went back inside and told others that Megan had plans with friends in Middletown. Later that evening, she was at a friend's house from 7:30 p.m. until midnight, watching the TV show Friends. When leaving, she mentioned that she needed to get some sleep, or she would be late for work the next day. Little did her friend know, it would be the last time she would see Megan alive. Instead of heading straight home, Megan stopped by the birthday party in the Greenway Terrace area of Wallkill. Two friends who were leaving the gathering saw her sitting in her car. They exchanged a few words, and Megan told them she was waiting to meet someone. It was around 12:30 a.m., just after midnight, marking the last time anyone saw Megan McDonald alive. When Megan did not show up for her afternoon shift at the American Cafe the following day, coworkers left voicemails on her phone. Her friends and family realized she was out of contact, not answering calls or responding to messages. Her mother asked Karen to check on her, since she was not replying. At first, Karen and James Whalen were frustrated, thinking Megan was being careless. But as time passed, their concern grew. They lived 2 hours away from where Megan was last seen, and no one could locate her. As daylight turned to night, and then another day, they were struck with devastating news. The following morning, a man and his nephew stumbled upon something horrifying. The owners of 229 Bowser Road in the town of Wallkill noticed an object lying at an odd angle. To their horror, they realized it was the body of a young woman. They immediately called 911 to alert state police. New York State Police identified the body through her driver's license. It was Megan McDonald, the missing 20-year-old. An autopsy determined that she had been fatally struck with a blunt object. Detective Brad Natalizio explained that the area near Bowser Road was a narrow dirt path ending in a cul-de-sac, surrounded by an isolated field. Because the area was so remote, investigators concluded that Megan likely knew the person who led her there, as it would have been too dangerous to drive alone that far at night. Someone had been with Megan when she drove to that location, someone she trusted, and then that very person took her life. State police discovered that Megan owned a 1991 Mercury Sable, but the vehicle was missing from the crime scene, prompting a widespread search to locate it. Local authorities sought media assistance to help unravel Megan's mystery. A few days later, police received a tip that her car had been spotted at the Kensington Manor apartment complex. The investigation determined that the vehicle had been parked there since early morning, around 8 a.m. on March 14th, meaning it had remained there for quite some time. It was evident that the driver had left in haste. Investigators collected a large amount of evidence, gathering numerous items that could aid in obtaining a reliable DNA analysis. More than 700 pieces of evidence were bagged and preserved in storage. Officers deduced that someone had been seated in the driver's seat of Megan's car when she was fatally struck. Unfortunately, with no further leads, Megan's case went cold for many years. Detectives Brad Natalizio and Michael Carletta, both of whom had grown up in the area, were well aware of the missing woman's story. For decades, Megan's case remained the most enduring mystery in the community. 20 years later, on the 20th anniversary of Megan's tragic death, her story was featured on the well-known TV program Dateline. The renewed attention reignited public interest and reinvigorated investigative efforts. In 2018, the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit took over the case, aiming to create a psychological profile of the suspect and establish a plausible theory. After reviewing crime scene and autopsy photographs, along with extensive case files containing more than 800 leads and interviews, their conclusions matched those previously drawn by investigators at Troop F Barracks on Crystal Run Road in Wallkill. They concluded that the perpetrator displayed all the defining traits of narcissistic personality disorder, as described in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders by the American Psychiatric Association. A pervasive pattern of grandiosity in behavior or fantasy, a constant need for admiration, and a lack of empathy, beginning in early adulthood and manifesting in multiple contexts. Detectives Natalizio and Carletta were officially assigned to the case in 2017. Having grown up hearing stories about Megan's disappearance, they already possessed valuable local insight. Natalizio, who was the same age as Megan and also from Orange County, remained dedicated to the case even after transferring to other departments. When he joined the NYPD in 2006, his wife encouraged him to pursue Megan's case if he ever earned a promotion. His wife, a registered nurse, had worked with Megan's mother, giving the investigation a deeply personal connection. The detectives began by re-interviewing every witness and suspect. They revisited the Kensington Manor apartments, where they uncovered some compelling new information. Around 12:30 a.m., the night Megan lost her life, a witness spotted her car. Megan's car was white with a black stripe on the side, so it was something you would notice. But that is not what caught the witness's attention. There was loud music blaring from the system in the car, so loud that she had to look outside and check. There was another car trailing Megan's vehicle, a dark Honda Civic hatchback. The complex has a big loop, so both of the cars circled back, the music still loud. It provided a timeline. Megan was alive at 12:30 a.m., which means the crime occurred sometime between 12:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. The main theory was that two people followed Megan in the car, somehow got into her back seat, and took her to Bowser Road, where her body was recovered. The assailant was in the back seat, and they had a friend in the passenger seat while Megan drove. Whoever this person was, they had some control over Megan, possibly psychologically. They drove to a secluded field off Bowser Road, a place where teenagers and young people would hang out to drink. The entrance was so tricky that a person would normally miss it, but the assailant knew exactly where he was taking them, and possibly knew that any confrontation would not be heard because the area was isolated. It was so quiet that one could hear a far-off train engine simply standing on the spot. Megan possibly got into an argument with this person, which resulted in the perpetrator flying into a rage, hitting her repeatedly with a blunt object. The passenger sitting beside Megan was possibly in shock. But whatever it was, the assailant managed to convince them not to go to the police. After disposing of her body, the two individuals returned her car and parked it before fleeing the scene. Investigators examined all the items collected from Megan's vehicle, and in 2023, a private laboratory named Cybergenetics was assigned to reanalyze the DNA evidence using the latest advancements in forensic technology. For many years, a company called Lamar Advertising has provided free publicity for Megan's case, sponsoring 7 billboards along State Route 17 in Orange and Sullivan counties, as well as on Interstate 84 in Orange County. These billboards encouraged anyone with information to come forward. The NYPD Detectives Union offered a $10,000 reward for information about Megan's case, and the FBI added another $10,000, bringing the total to $20,000. Surprisingly, before DNA results could yield anything definitive, the Honda Civic with the loud sound system was identified. Investigators narrowed the case down to 2 suspects, one being Megan's ex-boyfriend, Edward Holly. The second suspect has never been publicly named, but was confirmed to have died in 2010. This second suspect had left a voicemail on Megan's phone on March 9, 2003, at 1:24 a.m., with loud music playing in the background. Investigators also found that Megan had $21.92 remaining in her account after depositing $1,158.33 into her HSBC account, then overdrafting it by $869.92 on March 10. During 3 separate police interviews, Holly admitted that he owed Megan $300 because she had helped him purchase a purple 1990 Honda Civic hatchback. Yes, the very same car investigators had been searching for. On the day of the crime, Megan had a confrontation with Edward Holly, which he admitted during each of his police interviews. Megan's landlord also came forward with new details. On March 13, 2003, around 9 a.m., the landlord saw a man inside Megan's apartment on Karen Drive. The man was her new boyfriend, whose name remains undisclosed in official records. About an hour later, Megan dropped him off at his residence on Sheffield Drive in Wallkill before heading to work. Interestingly, Megan initially avoided the party on Greenway Terrace because Edward Holly was attending. Based on witness testimony and police reports, it was determined that Megan had been attempting to purchase marijuana from several sources that evening. She placed a call at 10:57 p.m. and again at 11:25 p.m., but the person she contacted could not obtain any marijuana. Then, at 12:05 a.m., a witness spotted her at the ATK gas station on 152 Wisner Avenue in Middletown, where she asked the clerk for a Dutch, a slang term for a marijuana cigarette. The witness also observed her car parked outside, but saw no one else inside it. Megan contacted the second suspect multiple times throughout the night, with the final call occurring at 12:25 a.m. when she went to pick him up from his house on Cindy Lane in Wallkill. He sat in the passenger seat and told her he did not have any marijuana. Megan then said she would get some from Edward Holly. Witnesses later confirmed seeing Holly leave the party shortly before midnight on March 13th. Just after midnight on March 14th, both Holly and Megan's phones pinged off cell towers in the Scotchtown area of the town of Wallkill, which coincided with the time frame investigators believed Megan had picked up her assailant. Holly admitted that he knew Megan was outside the party, but claimed he went directly home to 66 Sandburg Court in Wallkill. However, both cell tower data and witness statements placed him near the crime scene. Holly had a documented history of domestic violence, and he had a strong motive to harm Megan, since he owed her a significant amount of money. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit played a crucial role in assembling the final pieces of this complex case, supporting the theory that Holly may have argued with Megan. Known for being outspoken, Megan's sister Karen acknowledged that this theory made sense to the family. It was entirely possible that Megan had quarreled with her ex, leading him to lash out in a moment of rage. Megan's final outgoing call, made at 12:30 a.m., was to Holly, who claimed the purpose was merely to obtain marijuana. However, this made him the last person known to have seen her alive. Given his violent past, his presence near the scene, and his lack of honesty about being with her during the critical time frame, Holly became the prime suspect. On April 20th, 2023, New York State Police arrested Edward Holly and charged him with taking Megan's life in the second degree. Holly had previously been in a 2007 car crash that left him paralyzed from the waist down. At the time of his arrest, he was already in jail for violating probation related to a narcotics case in October 2021. Now 42 years old, Holly would have been 22 at the time of Megan's death. As officers wheeled him away in an orange jumpsuit, he shouted to the cameras that he was innocent and that he loved Megan. His two daughters ran to his side in an attempt to support him, while the McDonald family cried out for justice for Megan. A second suspect in the case allegedly took his own life and has yet to be publicly identified by police. Unfortunately, Holly was released without bail because prosecutors made a procedural error. They failed to present the case to a grand jury within the required time frame. Nevertheless, Edward Holly was required to appear in court in June and again in August, with his next hearing scheduled for after Thanksgiving. If convicted, he faces a sentence of 25 years to life in prison. Megan's family found solace in knowing that the person responsible for her brutal death had finally been identified. Karen expressed sorrow that her little sister would never get to see the series finale of her favorite show, Friends, but the family remains grateful that they were able to give Megan a proper farewell, something many families of similar cases never get the chance to do, as the victims' bodies are often not recovered as quickly. Moving on to the next case. Michelle Lung. Snapper Point is a conservation area in Australia located near Fraser Park Beach, close to Catherine Hill Bay, New South Wales. The area surrounding Cape Snapper Point attracts adventurous tourists who climb it in search of extraordinary photographs, as it is entirely composed of steep, uneven volcanic rocks. On April 24, 2016, at approximately 10:30 a.m., a group of hikers walking at the base of the promontory noticed a large object floating on the surface of the water. They immediately reported the discovery to law enforcement, and police arrived at the scene to recover the unidentified package. Upon examining the contents on shore, authorities discovered the body of an unidentified woman who bore multiple injuries, indicating that the victim had been brutally assaulted. Her identity remained unknown at first, but news reports described her as an Asian female between the ages of 20 and 30, of average height. 5 years earlier, at a major airport in the northern Sichuan province of the People's Republic of China, a 20-year-old girl named Lung departed during a torrential downpour. Tearfully, she said goodbye to her beloved mother. After her father's death in 2008, her mother had become the most important person in her life. Lung was flying from her native China to the distant country of Australia, where she had dreamed of studying since childhood. 11 hours later, her plane landed in Sydney. It was her first time making such a long journey alone, yet she was determined to fulfill her dream and faced every challenge with confidence. At the airport, she was greeted by her aunt and her cousin, who was only 2 years younger than Lung. New South Wales, the oldest and most populous state in Australia, is home to 1 in 3 Australians. It was there that Lung spent her early years after arriving in the country. Since moving to Australia, Lung lived happily with her 48-year-old aunt, her aunt's young husband, Derek Barrett, and her cousin in their camping-style home. Lung had her own private room, where she spent most of her free time. She loved reading and drawing, and would spend hours absorbed in her favorite pastimes. To adapt more easily to life in another country, Lung adopted the English name Michelle, becoming known as Michelle Lung. She enrolled at the University of Technology in Sydney, where she successfully studied economics and hospitality management. Michelle was intelligent, ambitious, and unafraid of new experiences, easily forming new friendships wherever she went. Like many girls of her age, she frequently shared photos on social media, showing herself drinking cocktails with friends, as well as images of her extreme adventures in hazardous natural locations. Michelle was an adventurous individual who could easily travel to Hobart for a vacation and routinely took day trips throughout New South Wales. In the weeks preceding her disappearance, she posted videos from West Head Lookout near Sydney Harbour, photographs from Resolute Beach north of the city, from Ku-ring-gai Chase National Park, and from Jervis Bay on the south coast. On June 13, 2013, she visited Snapper Point, where she bravely photographed herself on the cliff's edge and uploaded this striking image to her Instagram account. Michelle excelled academically, made new friends, and secured a part-time job. Wanting to organize her personal life, she communicated regularly with men on dating platforms and went on trial dates. The woman maintained an active and busy lifestyle, attending classes during the day and then rushing to work on weekends. She ensured she met friends and visited unusual locations. On April 21, 2016, Michelle met a friend at the mall. They had lunch together, did some shopping, and afterward Michelle boarded a train at the station. She alighted at Central Station around 4:30 in the afternoon and was never seen again. 2 days later, Derek went to the train station to meet his wife, who had returned from a business trip. Michelle's aunt asked Derek about her niece, and he mentioned he had not seen her in 2 days. Derek Barrett had been unemployed for an extended period, so he often stayed up late at the computer and woke only in the afternoon. Therefore, it was plausible that he might not have seen Michelle. Yet the situation was such that nobody had seen Michelle since April 22nd, and her phone was turned off. After contacting all of Michelle's acquaintances and friends, the aunt became increasingly concerned. She examined the girl's room, which, as usual, was in perfect order. After reviewing the girl's laptop, the family deduced that Michelle had not returned from her date and that perhaps something had occurred to her. Her absence was particularly unusual as she regularly communicated with friends and family residing in China and Australia. The following day, Michelle's aunt and her husband Derek went to the police station and filed a missing persons report. They also informed the Chinese embassy of Michelle Lung's disappearance on April 24, 2016. Subsequently, the body of an unidentified woman, wrapped in a plastic bag, was found by a group of tourists at Snapper Point. While Michelle's relatives in China and Australia searched for her, local news outlets reported the discovery of the woman's body. A composite sketch of the victim made it evident that it was Michelle. It took the police 3 days to identify her after producing the sketch. From that moment, Michelle Lung was officially recorded as a missing person, and an investigation was initiated. After interviewing Michelle's close relatives who lived with her, the initial theory suggested she had been attacked by an unknown individual with whom she had arranged to meet that day. CCTV footage traced the girl's movements on the day she disappeared, but the surveillance cameras and recordings from the short train journey showed that Michelle was alone. According to her friends, she had no plans to meet anyone that day and was hurrying to get home. Reviewing her social media and correspondence did not indicate the presence of any young man with whom she might have met. The hypothesis of a secret stranger who could have committed the crime was not confirmed. Forensic examination results verified that Michelle's body had sustained multiple injuries and that she had most likely attempted to defend herself against her attacker, resulting in numerous stab wounds. Police Chief Inspector Gary Jubilan stated that the situation was interpreted as Michelle being brutally assaulted prior to her death, but since she was last seen on her way home and had not gone elsewhere, the assailant must have attacked her in that vicinity. The inspector also noted that the perpetrator had likely deliberately selected a very secluded section of such a scenic location, as the body was discovered in an area frequented by tourists and fishermen, yet somewhat isolated. Forensic analysis indicated that Michelle Lung's body had been in the water for no more than 48 hours, likely even less, suggesting it had been dumped very recently. The chief inspector of police noted that although the site where the body was found was distant from the national park entrance, there was a parking lot near the tourist area, implying the body may have been transported there by car. Homicide detectives examined CCTV and traffic camera footage to determine Michelle Lung's last known movements. They continued to contact her family, friends, and colleagues to collect additional information. Alongside the search efforts, interviews were conducted with relatives and acquaintances to reconstruct a detailed account of events and to gain a full understanding of the relationships within the family where Michelle resided. Police Inspector Gary Jubilan affirmed that, based on the gathered information, Michelle was a very responsible individual who consistently kept in touch with her family and informed them of her whereabouts. Consequently, there were serious concerns when she suddenly vanished. However, for 2 days, her family either did not notice her absence or chose to disregard it. Police subsequently called Derek Barrett in for questioning as the last person known to have seen Michelle alive. Investigators were skeptical of his explanations regarding nightlife and extended daytime naps, so he was re-interviewed. The investigators began questioning him about his relationship with Michelle and asked him to recall the last time he had seen her. Unable to endure the pressure of the interrogation, Derek refused to answer and requested a lawyer. Such unusual and uncertain behavior raised multiple doubts, and Derek was arrested as a suspect. The arrest, however, had a basis, as on the eve of the interrogation, investigators checked his cell phone signal and discovered that he had been in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. Furthermore, when police obtained surveillance footage from a parking lot, it captured a car matching the description of Derek Barrett's vehicle in the early hours of April 24th, leaving no doubt about his presence there. Derek denied the allegation, claiming until the end that it was merely a coincidence and that the car was not his, but the footage clearly proved his presence in the parking lot. Police charged a 27-year-old man in connection with the death of 25-year-old Michelle Lung. Her naked body, bearing multiple stab wounds, was discovered in a blowhole on the Central Coast, New South Wales. The news of Derek's arrest and charge left Michelle's entire family in shock. Police spoke with Michelle's mother, who was devastated by the news of her daughter's death. She rushed to Sydney to see the site linked to her only daughter's dreams and demise, yet she remained unable to comprehend her daughter's passing. Derek Barrett, aged 27, who was married to Michelle Lung's aunt, was charged with the murder of the 25-year-old student. This occurred after police released CCTV footage showing her last shopping trip in Sydney's Central Business District on April 21st, as well as her journey home. The footage depicts her shopping at a mall on Pitt Street before boarding a train at St. James Station to travel to Erskine Park in the southwest of Sydney. Police believe that Michelle returned to her family home in Erskine Park that afternoon, where she lived with her uncle, aunt, and cousin, and was presumably murdered there. The autopsy revealed that Michelle attempted to fend off her attacker and was stabbed multiple times in self-defense, sustaining over 30 stab wounds in total. CCTV footage is believed to have captured a vehicle entering Lake Monroe National Park around 7 a.m. on April 24th, and police claim Michelle Lung's body was inside the vehicle. Despite Derek Barrett being detained and charged, the investigation continued, and gradually further details of Michelle Lung's final moments emerged. Based on this information, additional charges were filed, including 5 counts of indecent assault, 2 counts of installing a hidden camera, and murder. The investigation revealed that the suspect harbored an abnormal sexual interest in his wife's young niece. When Derek Barrett's cell phone was seized and submitted to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data, the files recovered left no doubt that he was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy fixation on her. It was discovered that Derek had installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, concealed behind toiletry items, and routinely reviewed the recordings. The phone also contained images captured shortly before Michelle's death. From these images, it became evident that Michelle had returned home on April 21st at around 5 p.m., and around midnight, she sent her last text message from her phone, after which she could no longer be contacted. Late at night, Derek Barrett began executing his malicious plan. He entered Michelle's room, while she was asleep to carry out his customary pattern of assault and gratification. However, the girl awoke, and Derek attacked her. He restrained her and covered her mouth with duct tape to keep her silent. The deviant kept her tied to the bed for 2 days and intermittently abused her, as evidenced by the photographs on his phone. Investigators found Michelle bound, naked, and with a look of terror on her face, lying on the bed. In these photos, however, Michelle had not yet sustained the injuries that ultimately caused her death. Derek's final photograph of her was taken around 8 a.m. on April 23rd, and at that time, Michelle was still alive. On April 23rd, Derek left and returned home twice during the day and did not hear any sounds from Michelle. Derek was taking a shower at that time. Surveillance cameras showed that he left the apartment 4 times to take out the trash. Presumably, by then, Michelle was already dead. Derek showered, removed any traces of blood, and then thoroughly cleaned the apartment, concealing evidence of the crime and Michelle's disappearance. On April 24th at 7 a.m., Derek drove to Snapper Point. Along the way, he stopped at a gas station where he purchased drinks and refueled his car, an action captured on CCTV cameras. Upon arriving at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some photographs around 9 a.m. Afterwards, Derek visited his parents, who noticed nothing unusual in his behavior, and then returned home to await his wife's return with complete composure. He repeatedly claimed that he had not seen Michelle and that the girl had not returned home, and cynically accompanied his wife to the police station to file a missing persons report. On June 29, 2016, the first court hearing was held. Barrett's lawyer, Bill Whitby, informed the local court that Barrett was pleading not guilty and that he was as shocked and upset by Michelle's death as the rest of the family. Michelle Lung's friends and family were present in the crowded courtroom, but Derek Barrett was not required to attend in person. He appeared later via video link. The fact is that the day before, the defendant had stated that he did not remember much of the hours preceding Michelle Lung's murder because he had taken illegal drugs. He also told the court that he only had vague recollections of the 2-hour drive to Snapper Point, where he threw Michelle Lung's body off the cliff. Prior to attending the court hearing, Derek Barrett was evaluated by a psychologist. However, forensic psychologist Dr. Richard First challenged the defendant's claims of memory loss. He testified and concluded that Derek Barrett was mentally competent to receive the full extent of his sentence. Dr. First testified that the drugs the suspect had taken did not induce memory loss and that all of his actions, from the murder to the disposal of the body, were deliberate and intentional. The respected forensic psychiatrist Dr. Richard First further stated that Derek Barrett's intelligence, concentration, and memory were all within the normal range. He did not accept Barrett's claims of memory loss and noted that the number of stab wounds demonstrated sadistic tendencies rather than memory lapses or impulsive emotional reactions. The psychologist also dismissed Derek Barrett's assertion that he did not feel sexual attraction toward the victim. Dr. Richard First informed the court that the accused had feigned amnesia in an attempt to reduce his accountability for the crime after claiming he could not remember the period during which he captured and murdered Michelle Lung. During the trial, Derek Barrett attempted to justify his actions by asserting that he was addicted to illegal drugs. This claim was refuted by Dr. Richard First, who highlighted its self-contradictory nature, noting that the suspect had gained weight during that period. Judge Wilson remarked that in her 30-year career as a criminal defense attorney, she had never encountered an obese, substance-dependent individual. Regrettably, there was nothing authentic in Derek Barrett's behavior in the courtroom. In Sydney, his demeanor during proceedings gave the impression of a psychopath. His crime was not the result of a drunken night, poor life choices, or childhood trauma. In August, during a retrial hearing, Derek Barrett pleaded guilty to murdering and kidnapping Michelle Lung, as well as twice entering her room while she slept to record videos. He also admitted to taking 19 explicit photographs of Michelle Lung shortly before her death. Barrett claimed he could not recall the 48-hour period during which he killed the girl, including cleaning the crime scene and disposing of her body, because he was under the influence of illegal substances. He stated that his only memories were of an argument, blood in the bathroom, and the terrified face of his niece screaming at him. However, Judge Wilson stated that she did not believe Derek Barrett's claims of memory loss, nor that he was genuinely remorseful for his actions. The Lung family consoled one another while Derek Barrett wiped away tears, telling them, "I deserve to live. This should never have happened." In passing sentence, Judge Helen Wilson condemned Derek Barrett's actions as depraved and sadistic, committed by a person in a position of trust. The judge outlined Barrett's disturbing fantasies and actions in court, making it clear that he had failed to deceive anyone. Although the events were deeply imprinted in his mind, Barrett claimed they were merely vague memories. During the court sessions, Barrett showed no emotion and repeatedly spoke the victim's name. Chief Inspector Gary Jubelin of the NSW Police Homicide Unit stated that the crime was horrific and senseless, and while justice had been served, there was no joy in such a case. Judge Wilson sentenced 28-year-old Barrett to 34 years and 6 months in prison, with a maximum term of 46 years. He will be eligible for parole in 2050. Barrett displayed no emotional reaction during sentencing. Michelle's mother, Mrs. Zhang, expressed gratitude to the Australian and Chinese communities for their support during her period of immense grief. She also thanked the NSW police, including Detective Inspector Jubelin, for their investigation into her daughter's death. A fund was established to cover the costs of Ms. Lung's funeral and to provide support for her mother when she returns to China. However, Michelle Lung's tragic story did not end there. For years after the crime, an unexpected event occurred. A woman visiting her elderly, dementia-affected mother discovered an unknown USB device in her mother's hands. Upon examination, the device contained disturbing videos and photographs of Michelle Lung's abuse shortly before her murder. The police were able to match the images to those that Derek Barrett had deleted from his phone in an attempt to conceal his crimes. In 2020, Barrett was charged with additional sexual offenses based on this new evidence. Prosecutor Hugh Baker informed the court that the elderly woman had no connection to Barrett, and there was no explanation for how the USB device came into her possession. The horrifying and depraved secret, uncovered by chance, resulted in Barrett receiving additional years of punishment on top of his already lengthy sentence. Friends and acquaintances commemorated Michelle Lung on Chinese and Australian social media. This tragic story underscores the importance of addressing the underlying factors that can contribute to such crimes, such as idleness, lack of purpose, and indifference. Cherishing life and being mindful of each day is essential, as we can never predict which day will be our last. Moving on to the next case. Rowan Ford. Rowan Ford was born on April 11, 1998, in San Diego, California. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother, Colleen, moved with her to a small town called Stella in Missouri. Later, Colleen married a man named David. Colleen had several children from a previous marriage, and soon after marrying David, the couple had a daughter together. Altogether, Rowan had 2 sisters and 2 brothers, and they shared a very close bond. She spent much of her time outdoors, riding her bike around town, swimming, and indulging in her passion for drawing. She also attended Sunday school at the local church, where she often volunteered to help other children who struggled with their tasks. In November 2007, when Rowan was 9 years old and in the 4th grade at the local elementary school, her mother worked the night shift at a store while her stepfather spent most of the day on the farm. This often left Rowan to fend for herself, fostering a sense of independence. On November 2nd, she stayed home alone as usual. Her mother went to work, and her stepfather had not yet returned from the farm. The next morning, around 9 a.m., Colleen returned from her night shift and checked Rowan's room, only to find her daughter missing. She asked her husband where Rowan was, and he said that she had asked to have a sleepover at a friend's house, and he had allowed it. He did not ask the friend's name, trusting that nothing would happen in their small town. Colleen's concern grew, and she began checking with all of Rowan's friends. Since the town had only a few streets, it did not take long, but none of them had seen her, and she had not stayed at any of their homes. This made her mother even more worried. Colleen searched the entire town, but could not find her daughter. Returning home, she told her husband that Rowan was missing and asked him to call the police, but he reassured her that everything was fine and that Rowan would come home soon. After several more hours without any sign of Rowan, Colleen called 911 herself. The local sheriff immediately organized a search operation. The sheriff went to their house to speak with David, as he was the last person to see Rowan before she disappeared. David explained that on the evening in question, while working on the farm with his colleague Christopher, their mutual friend Nathan had stopped by. They decided to go to David's house to drink and play pool. They stopped at the store to buy alcohol and spent several hours at David's home. Later, Christopher asked Nathan to drive him back to the neighboring town where his trailer was located, and they convinced David to join them to continue the gathering. Before leaving, David checked on Rowan in her room and saw that she was asleep. David then left with his friends, and they stopped at the store again for more alcohol before heading to Christopher's trailer, where they continued drinking for about an hour. After that, David decided to head home and ask Nathan for a ride. Nathan agreed but chose to take back roads instead of the main highway, as he was quite drunk and did not want to risk encountering the police. Nathan dropped David off at home and then drove back to his own residence. David went straight to bed. Soon afterward, Rowan woke him and asked if she could sleep over at a friend's house. Without much thought, he agreed and returned to sleep. Police approached this story with skepticism. What puzzled them most was that a 9-year-old girl would decide to go to a friend's house in the middle of the night, and her stepfather would let her go without asking which friend she meant. The sheriff considered that David might be hiding something or could have been directly involved in Rowan's disappearance, but he had no evidence to support this theory. Police searched the town and its surroundings until late at night. Local residents immediately joined the search, as they all knew Rowan's family and wanted to help. Stella had a population of only about 150 people, so news of her disappearance spread quickly throughout the county. Residents were accustomed to letting their children play outside without worry, as nothing had ever happened in such a quiet place. But now, with Rowan vanished without a trace and the police unable to locate her for an entire day, the town was in a state of panic. The search on the first day yielded no results. The investigation progressed on November 4th when police spoke with Christopher in a neighboring town. He corroborated David's account, but revealed that David had not contacted him to inform him of Rowan's disappearance. Christopher stated that he had not spoken with Rowan or any of her friends since that evening. Despite an expanded search with more volunteers, police still could not find Rowan or any clues about her disappearance. The following day, the FBI joined the investigation while local police continued searching the town and surrounding areas. As skepticism toward David's account grew, detectives began considering a potential abduction. They spoke with all of Rowan's friends and confirmed that none had seen her on the night she went missing. As investigators questioned David, his account raised further suspicion. His details were inconsistent and contradictory, and he altered the timeline of his whereabouts multiple times. Additionally, David suggested that it was possible Rowan had left without his permission, which only made his story more dubious. During the investigation, FBI agents discovered that David had borrowed his mother's car on the night of Rowan's disappearance, a detail he initially withheld from police. This new information prompted authorities to seize both his mother's car and his own pickup truck for forensic examination. Unfortunately, no evidence was found in either vehicle. As part of the investigation, detectives sought to speak with Christopher and Nathan again, since both had been with David that evening. Christopher was invited to the police station for further questioning, where he repeated the same story as before. He also agreed to take a polygraph test, which showed no signs of deception. After leaving the station and returning to work, Christopher noticed Sheriff Clark's car and signaled him to stop. As the sheriff of Witten, where Christopher lived, Clark had known him since childhood. He was close friends with Christopher's foster parents and someone Christopher had always respected and turned to for advice in times of need. Sheriff Clark met with Christopher to discuss Rowan's disappearance. Although familiar with the case, Clark had not been directly involved since the investigation was led by the Stella Police Department. During their conversation, Clark noticed Christopher was acting strangely, which led him to suspect that Christopher might be withholding information. Given the gravity of the situation and Rowan's uncertain fate, Clark shared his concerns with the FBI. His call prompted investigators to consider that Christopher might be concealing crucial details linking David to Rowan's disappearance. They also questioned whether Christopher's actions were influenced by David and whether he feared being seen as an accomplice if he told the truth. Sheriff Clark informed the FBI agents that he had a close relationship with Christopher and offered to help persuade him to cooperate. That evening, Christopher visited Colleen's house to ask about the search's progress. FBI agents also arrived to speak with Colleen and saw Christopher there. They questioned him again, and he repeated his previous account. However, for the first time, Christopher mentioned that he did not rule out David's possible involvement in Rowan's disappearance. He expressed willingness to help uncover the truth, even if it was terrible, and suggested wearing a wire to talk to David in an attempt to obtain a confession. Detectives decided against this approach. Instead, they asked Christopher to suggest potential locations where David might have hidden Rowan's body. Christopher provided several locations, which police searched the next morning. Meanwhile, FBI agents questioned David again, but he continued to deny any involvement. Detectives also searched Christopher's home for leads, but the search yielded no results. Christopher later visited the sheriff's office to discuss his encounter with the FBI with Clark. During their conversation, the sheriff sensed that Christopher was still withholding information. After their meeting, Clark reached out to the detectives again, suggesting that Christopher might possess crucial knowledge that could help prove David's involvement. The FBI asked the sheriff to persuade Christopher to be forthcoming, as he had been in regular contact with Clark regarding the case. It appeared that Christopher wanted to share important details, but hesitated for unknown reasons. On November 7th, the police asked Christopher to return to the station. They requested his permission to search a safe at David's house, where Christopher had been living temporarily and still kept some belongings. Christopher agreed, and he also allowed the police to search his trailer and car. Additionally, he voluntarily provided a DNA sample and consented to answer the detectives' questions again. During questioning, he was asked to confirm David's account, but this time Christopher revealed that his friend's story was not entirely accurate. Investigators pressed him to disclose what had truly happened that evening. Christopher became agitated when the police treated him like a suspect in Rowan's disappearance. He refused to continue the conversation and left the station, warning detectives that he might hire a lawyer. Later that evening, he met with Sheriff Clark to express his concerns about the detective's behavior. Clark acknowledged Christopher's right to remain silent, but explained that the police were doing everything possible to find Rowan. Christopher stated that he would no longer cooperate with the detectives and would only speak with Clark if he had additional information. Clark continued to encourage him to open up, and eventually Christopher broke down in tears, claiming that he loved Rowan and would never harm her. During his time living with the David family, Christopher had formed a close bond with Rowan and the other children, who came to treat him like one of their own and affectionately called him Uncle Christopher. Sheriff Clark realized that Christopher was on the verge of revealing crucial information, but just as he was about to speak, a visitor arrived at the police station, briefly distracting Clark and causing Christopher to leave. Clark then reached out to the FBI to update them, explaining that Christopher was close to disclosing what he knew, but cautioning that pressuring him could make him defensive and prompt him to seek legal counsel. Clark recommended giving Christopher time to reflect, and the detectives agreed. The search for Rowan continued the following day, but initially yielded no results. A breakthrough came on November 9th, exactly 1 week after her disappearance. Search teams converged on a remote area near Powell, about 10 miles from Stella, and discovered a large pit in the fields and woods. When authorities examined the site, they found Rowan's body hidden under leaves and debris. She was not wearing any clothing from the waist down except for a pair of stockings. A medical examination revealed signs of strangulation and evidence of sexual assault. After the discovery, FBI agents contacted Sheriff Clark, requesting that he speak with Christopher again, hoping that the gravity of finding Rowan's body would make Christopher more forthcoming. Sheriff Clark learned that earlier that morning, Christopher had visited the station seeking him and told other officers that he urgently needed to speak with Clark. Clark began searching for Christopher, checking all his usual locations, but he was nowhere to be found. This continued until Christopher himself contacted Clark, sounding distressed and asking if he was being followed. Christopher explained that after learning about Rowan's body, he had driven around town to clear his head and noticed a gray car trailing him. Sheriff Clark reassured Christopher that he knew nothing about any surveillance and suggested they meet in person. When they met, Christopher appeared nervous and expressed concern for his safety. He feared that, with Rowan's body discovered, he might be accused of murder and that someone could seek revenge against him. Clark escorted Christopher to the police station, where Christopher stated that now that the case had been classified as a homicide, it was time to reveal everything he knew. However, when Clark asked him to explain what David had done to Rowan, Christopher became emotional and hesitant to talk at the station. He explained that too many people were around and suggested moving to a quieter location. Clark agreed, and they drove to a small bridge a few miles outside of town. Once there, Christopher asked Clark to handcuff him. Clark was surprised but attempted to reassure him that it wasn't necessary. Christopher insisted that what he was about to disclose would change everything and that Clark would then have to arrest him. Christopher then began recounting the events of that night. He said that he, Nathan, and David had gone to his trailer to continue drinking. Later, his friends decided it was time to head home. Nathan gave David a ride, and they chose back roads to avoid the police. Christopher then revealed to Clark, shocking him, that he had intended to sexually assault Rowan. To carry out his plan, he took advantage of the time when his friends were busy taking a detour through a field. Christopher drove directly to David's house via the main highway. Under the cover of darkness, he slipped into Rowan's room, picked her up, and quietly transported her to his vehicle, carefully avoiding detection while she slept. Once they reached his trailer, Christopher sexually assaulted Rowan. The assault was interrupted when Rowan regained consciousness and tried to free herself, but she was unable to escape. During the crime, Christopher deliberately took precautions to avoid recognition, keeping the lights off and maintaining silence throughout the act. He had initially intended to return Rowan to her home, feigning innocence. But under the illumination of a bright moon, Rowan finally saw Christopher as he transported her from the trailer. Christopher grabbed a rope, resorted to force, and took Rowan's life with his bare hands. In a state of panic, he frantically considered ways to conceal the crime. He got into his car and drove around the county, pondering methods for disposing of the body. He then remembered a large pit near a neighboring town and headed there. Upon arrival, he dumped Rowan's body into the hole and attempted to cover it with tree branches. Returning to the trailer, Christopher noticed traces of Rowan's blood on his clothes and mattress. He realized he also needed to dispose of her pants, underwear, and the rope used in her murder. He collected these items and placed them in a large barrel, intending to burn them. He quickly reconsidered, however, realizing that a large fire would attract attention. Instead, he dragged the barrel into a shed, closed the door, and started the fire inside. This revelation shocked Clark, who had previously suspected David of committing the crime and believed Christopher had been withholding information. It was difficult for Clark to accept that a man he had known for nearly 20 years, and who had 3 young children of his own, could commit such a brutal act. Although Christopher appeared outwardly good-natured, his true character proved far more alarming. After finishing his account, Christopher voluntarily accompanied Clark to the police station. Once there, he repeated his confession to FBI agents and was subsequently arrested for murder. He also granted authorities permission to search his trailer and car. At the conclusion of his confession, Christopher expressed deep remorse, stating that he had cried uncontrollably the following day. Detectives then informed David about Christopher's confession. Given David's previous suspicious behavior and inconsistent statements, investigators suspected he might be covering for his friend. During interrogation, however, David provided shocking new testimony. He claimed that when he discovered Rowan missing from her room, he suspected Christopher had taken her. He borrowed his mother's car and drove to Christopher's trailer, where he found Rowan lying on the bed and Christopher leaning over her. Instead of rescuing her, David admitted that he joined in and also sexually assaulted Rowan. He further claimed that he assisted Christopher in killing her and disposing of her body. David reported that the traumatic nature of the incident caused his brain to go into shock, and he had no memory of the night for several days. Detectives, astonished by this revelation, immediately re-interviewed Christopher to verify David's claims. However, Christopher maintained that David was not involved and that the incident had unfolded exactly as he had initially described. The inconsistencies between their accounts puzzled the detectives, yet Christopher's testimony still aligned with the events as they had occurred. Medical examination confirmed that the victim had been strangled with a thin rope, a detail only the killer could have known. A search of Christopher's trailer revealed a barrel containing ashes, and hair similar to Rowan's was discovered in his car. Although investigators remained uncertain about the full truth of each man's account, both David and Christopher had made incriminating statements. Consequently, David was also arrested, and the case proceeded to court for further proceedings. During the trial, Christopher requested that his statements be excluded, arguing that he had not been aware they could be used against him and that his rights had been violated. The judge rejected this request, ruling that all of Christopher's conversations with investigators had been voluntary. Christopher also attempted to introduce mitigating circumstances, citing his difficult childhood, which included being shuffled between biological and foster parents, as a contributing factor to his actions. Despite these efforts, he was unable to avoid punishment. In 2012, 5 years after Rowan's murder, Christopher was sentenced to death. He appealed the sentence, but his appeals were unsuccessful. In contrast, David's situation was far more complex. Although David admitted to assaulting and killing Rowan, his account conflicted with Christopher's statements, creating a significant legal complication. Charging David with murder could have risked overturning Christopher's conviction, potentially allowing David to evade full accountability. However, due to a lack of concrete evidence, such as DNA linking him directly to the murder, authorities remained uncertain about David's actual involvement. While it was possible that he had collaborated with Christopher, there was no evidence to substantiate this claim. To reduce the risk of jeopardizing Christopher's sentence, the prosecution made the strategic decision to reduce David's charges. As a result, David pleaded guilty to 2 lesser charges: child endangerment and obstruction of justice. He received an 11-year prison sentence, with a minimum of 5 years to be served. This outcome sparked widespread outrage, as many felt that if David had indeed participated in the murder, his punishment was disproportionately lenient. The sentence is now final, and it is highly unlikely that David will face retrial for this case. Christopher remains on death row, but the execution of the sentence is uncertain due to the typically lengthy delays between sentencing and execution, which can span decades. As a result, he may spend the remainder of his life in prison. Moving on to the next case. Sabrina Cooder. Sabrina Cooder was born on December 5, 1982, in a suburb of London. She is of both French and Algerian descent through her parents, a combination that contributed to her striking appearance and distinctive character. The eldest of 4 children, her family relocated to Paris when she was 2 years old, and she grew up there. However, Sabrina's complex personality began to reveal itself when she started school. Her former classmates described her as fierce, domineering, and self-centered. She found it difficult to make friends and was particularly unfriendly toward other smart and beautiful girls, whom she viewed as rivals. With her stunning looks and tall stature, Sabrina could have pursued a modeling career if she had learned to be more pleasant with others. Yet, throughout her childhood and youth, she often preferred to manipulate people rather than care about their feelings. Sabrina participated in both sports and music as a child, but she lacked perseverance and never achieved real success in either area. While in school, she sustained a back injury during sports, which required her to use prescription painkillers. Later, she attempted to obtain these painkillers illegally, resulting in her arrest and an official warning. Sabrina was highly self-absorbed and focused on her appearance, constantly seeking admiration and attention. She was convinced that she was destined for a luxurious, glamorous, and famous life. For years, her delusions prevented her from facing reality, as she firmly believed that her true place was in Hollywood. Although Sabrina graduated from the Sorbonne with a degree in English and French literature, since 2006, she had frequently changed careers within the fashion industry. She worked as a stylist, makeup artist, and fashion designer, despite lacking genuine expertise in any of these professions. Sabrina was an attractive young woman with a strong desire to charm men. However, she only exploited their affection and never formed serious relationships, always waiting for the perfect man, a prince who would grant her every wish. After graduation, Sabrina still had no clear direction for her life, feeling entitled to enjoy luxury and ease without putting in any effort. Eventually, she enrolled at the prestigious Sorbonne University and took a part-time job at a sweet shop to earn some income. It was there that she met Wissam Midhouni, a man 6 years her senior. Wissam worked as a manager at the headquarters of a major French company while pursuing a master's degree to advance his career. He loved Sabrina deeply and was eager to fulfill all her desires. Sabrina also found Wissam appealing and viewed him as someone she could easily control. Moreover, she saw in Wissam her gateway to a wealthy and comfortable life. He was ambitious and capable of achieving great success, always ready to indulge Sabrina's whims. The two began their relationship in 2000 and, after several months, decided to move in together. However, Sabrina quickly revealed her true nature by controlling Wissam in every aspect of his life. If Wissam failed to meet her demands, she would become enraged and even resort to physical violence against him. Sabrina also openly cheated on Wissam without any attempt to conceal or justify her actions. She engaged in relationships with various men, including Wissam's close friends, colleagues, and even random acquaintances. Although Wiesem tried numerous times to end the relationship and walk away from her, he was unable to escape his deep emotional attachment to Sabrina. In 2001, Wiesem earned his master's degree and received a promotion, which brought him a substantial increase in income. However, Wiesem spent most of his earnings on luxury items and on indulging Sabrina's extravagant lifestyle. Both Wiesem and Sabrina shared French-Algerian roots. According to some accounts, during the fall of 2001, the couple held a private Muslim wedding ceremony, which was certified and registered by the Argenteuil Mosque. The couple eventually had a son, but years later, another man named Anthony Francois came forward claiming to be the child's biological father. In 2008, the global financial crisis struck severely, leading the company where Wiesem worked to go bankrupt, and he lost his high-paying position. At that time, Sabrina decided to move to London without consulting Wiesem. Having no remaining career prospects in France, Wiesem decided to follow Sabrina to London. Upon his arrival in London, Wiesem managed to secure employment at a major bank. However, Sabrina struggled to find opportunities in the fashion industry, lacking the necessary skills, experience, and formal training required in the field. She later attempted several different jobs in pursuit of a breakthrough. She worked as a nanny, call center operator, cafe employee, and even tried her hand at marketing. Sabrina's career aspirations eventually shifted toward becoming a musician and composer. Despite her efforts, she continued to face challenges in finding stable opportunities within the music industry. She attended numerous auditions and social gatherings to expand her network. At one of these events, Sabrina met Mark Walton, a well-known musician and composer who had previously been a member of the famous boy band Boyzone. After leaving the group, Mark had become a highly successful music producer, collaborating with prominent international artists such as Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Simpson, and Lady Gaga. By 2016, Mark's net worth had surpassed $1 billion. Mark was exactly the type of man who could open the doors of fame and luxury for Sabrina. She captivated him instantly with her beauty and charm, and Mark later admitted that he fell in love with her at first sight. Their relationship developed rapidly. Sabrina immediately ended her relationship with Wiesem. Nothing could stand in her way. Within just a few weeks, she moved in with Mark, residing in a luxurious home in one of London's upscale neighborhoods. Mark covered all expenses, including the rent for the lavish residence that Sabrina had personally chosen. For several months, Sabrina enjoyed the luxurious lifestyle she had always dreamed of, socializing with celebrities, attending high-society events, wearing designer clothes, and even appearing in magazines. However, when Sabrina's jealousy toward every woman around Mark spiraled out of control, her true nature once again surfaced. She became increasingly demanding, constantly asking for extravagant gifts. Mark indulged her with expensive designer clothing, fine jewelry, and lavish outings to exclusive restaurants and clubs, but nothing ever satisfied her. Their household staff changed frequently, as Sabrina's paranoia led her to believe that the maids were either stealing from her or attempting to seduce Mark. Her irrational and possessive behavior eventually became unbearable for Mark. In 2011, he ended their relationship and moved to California, leaving Sabrina with no financial support. After their breakup, Sabrina began giving interviews in which she accused Mark of being abusive and having a severe substance abuse problem. She called him repeatedly, crying and begging him to return to her, even threatening to take her own life. Despite her emotional pleas, Mark refused to reconcile. Realizing she could not win him back, Sabrina reached out to Wiesem, who by then had become a successful bank executive. Still deeply in love with her, Wiesem agreed to forgive her, and after a period of separation, they reconciled and resumed living together. When Sabrina became pregnant with Wiesem's child, she contacted Mark and claimed that the baby was his. Through his lawyer, Mark stated that he was willing to support Sabrina and the unborn child financially. He offered to provide monthly child support payments, but Sabrina rejected the amount and demanded double what he proposed. When Mark refused, he requested a paternity test once the baby was born. Sabrina, however, declined to take the test, prompting Mark to suspend his payments. Enraged, Sabrina filed a lawsuit against him. She began spreading false accusations on social media, alleging that Mark was jealous, had threatened both her and Wiesem, broken into their home, attacked Wiesem, and sexually assaulted her in degrading ways. However, Sabrina was unable to provide any evidence for her claims, as Mark had been living in the United States since their breakup, making it impossible for him to have been involved in any of the alleged incidents. When Mark filed a countersuit and the police warned Sabrina of potential legal consequences, she ceased making the accusations. Once the dispute seemed settled, she spent most of her time in Wimbledon, southwest London, living with Wiesem and their 2 children. Managing household duties and caring for 2 young children proved overwhelming, so Sabrina decided to hire a nanny to help her. She posted a job advertisement online and personally conducted the interviews. Most candidates failed to meet her expectations, and those who did were unable to tolerate her behavior and did not stay long in her employment. A young French woman named Sophie Lionnet responded to an advertisement for a babysitter. At that time, Sophie was 19 years old and living in her native France, so the interview was conducted through a video call. Sophie agreed to all the conditions of employment, which included childcare, housekeeping, and cooking, for a weekly wage of £50. Sophie was born on January 7, 1996, in the small town of Troyes, located between Auxerre and Senators. Her parents, Catherine and Patrick Lionnet, were laborers, and the family lived in very poor financial circumstances. After finishing her studies, Sophie earned a degree in childcare but had no desire to remain in her hometown. Instead, she dreamed of moving to a large city to build her career. Although Sophie was shy, introverted, and plain in appearance, she was known for her kindness and open-minded nature, which made her well-liked by those around her. Sophie had poor eyesight and was required to wear glasses constantly. During their initial conversation, Sabrina quickly realized that Sophie was naive and inexperienced, which made her an ideal person for Sabrina to exploit. Additionally, Sophie was eager to gain experience and was willing to work for a minimal wage. Having told her parents that Sabrina was a respectable and trustworthy employer, Sophie believed that working for her would be a promising start to her career as a nanny. At first, everything appeared to go smoothly. Sophie cared for the children diligently and handled household chores responsibly. This peaceful period lasted for several months without any major issues. However, the situation changed dramatically when Wiesem lost his job. At that point, the family's only income came from Mark's monthly child support payments. As a result, they began facing severe financial problems, struggling to pay high rent and cover basic living expenses. Unwilling to give up her luxurious lifestyle, Sabrina became increasingly irritable and hostile, often directing her anger towards Sophie, the young nanny. In an attempt to recover financially, Sabrina and Wiesem invested their remaining money in a bakery business, but the venture failed. Sabrina then tried to open a clothing boutique, but lacked sufficient funds. She reached out to Mark for financial help, asking for a large sum of money, but he firmly refused, leaving her frustrated and resentful. What followed next varies depending on the source, as different versions of the story exist. Some accounts claim that Sabrina devised a malicious plan to use Sophie as a pawn to blackmail Mark. She allegedly imagined that Sophie was Mark's accomplice and secret lover, planted in her household to sabotage her life and endanger her children. Sabrina convinced herself that the naive and gullible Sophie was infatuated with Mark. She believed that recording a false confession from Sophie, on video or audio, would provide enough evidence to accuse Mark of cruelty and demand financial compensation from him. However, Sophie refused to fabricate lies on camera. Another account, attributed to Sabrina's mental instability, claims that she genuinely believed in her conspiracy theory and truly perceived Sophie as an enemy and a danger to her family. According to this version, Sabrina did not coerce Sophie into lying, but sincerely believed that Sophie was Mark's accomplice, who had infiltrated their home to harm them. Regardless of the truth, Sophie's life soon turned into a nightmare. She was first subjected to excessively long working hours and severely underpaid. Working from dawn until nightfall, she had no personal freedom and was essentially trapped inside the house. Eventually, her salary was stopped entirely. To prevent her from escaping or returning to France, Sabrina confiscated her passport, effectively holding her captive. All communication with her family was tightly monitored. As time passed, Sophie's circumstances deteriorated further. She was barely given food and was repeatedly coerced to invent lies about Mark, a man she had never even met. Sophie endured constant verbal abuse, humiliation, and threats. She was accused of stealing money and valuables and was threatened with imprisonment if she refused to obey Sabrina's orders. When intimidation failed, Sabrina resorted to harsher and more sadistic measures. Sophie was confined to a cold basement and fed only small portions of food. She grew frail and emaciated. Yet hunger and cold were not the worst of her suffering. She endured brutal physical assaults and extreme torture. In one violent outburst, Sabrina broke Sophie's nose. This incident highlighted the escalating cruelty and made the situation even more horrifying. Sabrina's brutality intensified with each passing day, subjecting Sophie to unrelenting torment. The basement of their house, situated in an upscale neighborhood of London, became Sophie's prison and place of agony, where she endured pain without any chance of rescue. A peculiar event occurred in the late summer of 2017 when Sabrina brought Sophie to the police, claiming that Sophie was prepared to testify against Mark. However, Sophie stayed silent throughout the visit. When officers decided to speak with her privately, they took her to a separate room. At that moment, Sabrina grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Sophie might reveal the atrocities happening in their home, which would implicate both her and her husband. Strangely, Sophie chose not to disclose anything or seek help. The police reaction was equally troubling. Despite noticing that the young woman appeared malnourished, terrified, and weak, they failed to contact a doctor or psychologist to assess her condition. At that time, 21-year-old Sophie weighed under 40 kilograms, had lost some of her hair, was missing a front tooth, and walked with a visible limp. Nevertheless, none of this seemed to concern the police, who simply sent everyone back home. By mid-September, Sophie made her final phone call to her mother. She confided that she wanted to come home, but lacked the money to do so. Sophie's mother, Catherine, reassured her, promising to buy the ticket and telling her to pack her belongings immediately. This was the last time Sophie ever spoke with her mother. On the evening of September 20th, 2017, an unexpected incident occurred at Sabrina's residence. A neighbor contacted the police to report a fire in the yard. What alarmed them most, however, was not the fire itself, but the disturbing odor emanating from it, a smell resembling burnt flesh and hair mixed with something unidentifiable. The stench filled the air and clung to the clothes and skin of those nearby. When firefighters and police arrived, they quickly extinguished the flames. Strangely, the homeowner appeared calm and seemed unaware of why the authorities had come to her property. Among the ashes, police spotted what looked like a charred human hand. Sabrina and Wissam were immediately arrested, and the severely burned remains were removed from the scene. At first, the victim's identity, sex, and age were unknown, but soon the body was confirmed to be that of Sophie Lionnet, identified by the melted metal frame of her eyeglasses fused to her skull. Determining Sophie's exact cause of death was extremely difficult. Forensic experts discovered extensive injuries, including multiple broken ribs, a fractured jaw, and evidence of blunt force trauma to her skull and limbs, all inflicted while she was still alive. Furthermore, several of her teeth were missing, and her nose showed severe damage, indicating repeated and violent beatings. The discovery of horrifying video recordings of abuse found inside the house revealed the full extent of Sophie's suffering. She had been viciously attacked with fists, iron wires, golf clubs, and even subjected to electric shocks. She also endured extreme humiliation, including being forced to hold her head in a toilet bowl until she nearly suffocated. Experts concluded that Sophie likely died of asphyxiation shortly before her body was burned, which at least spared her the agony of being burned alive. During the trial, both Sabrina and Wissam denied any guilt and showed no remorse for their actions. After the murder, Wissam calmly went to a nearby supermarket to purchase fuel used to burn Sophie's body and then prepared dinner for his family as though nothing had happened. The couple's first trial began in March 2018. Sabrina tried to depict herself as the victim, claiming that Mark's alleged torment had driven her into a psychological breakdown. However, medical evaluations confirmed that although Sabrina had a mental disorder, she was not insane and was fully aware of her actions. Wissam, though physically stronger, was psychologically dependent on Sabrina. Her dominance over him was absolute, and he obeyed her commands without question. A former lover of Sabrina testified during the trial, describing her as a cunning manipulator rather than a mentally unstable woman. On June 26, 2018, the court found Sabrina Cowder and Wissam Madani guilty of torturing, humiliating, and murdering their nanny, Sophie. The couple were sentenced to life imprisonment, and required to serve at least 30 years before becoming eligible for parole. However, neither of them admitted guilt. They continuously appealed for a reduced sentence. At one point, Sabrina even attempted to feign insanity in order to be transferred to a psychiatric hospital instead of remaining in prison. Nevertheless, this plan ultimately failed. Mark Walton, who was present at the trial, expressed deep regret over his past relationship with Sabrina. He stated that she had committed these horrific crimes in an attempt to gain his attention and extract money from him. Mark also extended his heartfelt condolences to Sophie's grieving parents. Moving on to the next case. Stephanie and her family. In April 2009, Stephanie Parente's friends and college officials grew concerned when she failed to attend her classes on a Monday, knowing she would not miss her final exams. College officials contacted a local hotel to request a welfare check on Stephanie and her family. When staff attempted to enter the room reserved by the family, a housekeeper found the door locked and received no response from inside. Once hotel personnel gained entry, they discovered a gruesome and deeply disturbing scene. Investigations later revealed the horrifying events that had occurred in the room, shocking not only those familiar with the family, but also the local community and the state at large. This marks the tragic case of the Parente family. William Michael Parente was born on July 20, 1949, in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, to parents Willie and Rulon Parente, who provided the foundation for his upbringing. Coming from a family with a history in law enforcement, his father having served as a New York trooper, Parente's childhood was marked by a solitary existence. As the sole focus of his parents' attention, he spent summers enjoying family time in Long Beach. He pursued his education at Brooklyn College and Brooklyn Law School, with financial support from his uncle Anthony J. Russo, who generously covered his tuition. In his bustling Manhattan office on the Avenue of the Americas, Parente earned respect as a diligent legal professional and devoted family man. Known for his consistent courtesy, even toward his loyal secretary, Parente maintained long, but not excessive working hours. His disciplined lifestyle, which excluded profanity and post-work socializing, distinguished him in the legal field. He never cursed or spoke harshly to anyone, even on difficult days. In 1977, he married Betty Mazzarella. After admission to the New York bar, he began his legal career at a prestigious Wall Street law firm. However, in 1988, upon learning Betty was pregnant with their first child, Parente transitioned to private practice. This change coincided with the family's relocation to Garden City, New York, an affluent Nassau County suburb on Long Island. Despite living in the suburbs, the Parentes maintained close ties to William's Brooklyn roots. They frequently revisited his old neighborhood, enjoying local foods, reconnecting with lifelong friends, visiting his mother, and reliving cherished childhood memories, such as their annual Halloween tradition of trick-or-treating in familiar surroundings with their daughters. At age 60, William Parente was an experienced estate and tax attorney operating his practice from a firm in a shopping center in Queens, while his wife, Betty, 58, focused on homemaking and actively organized charity fundraisers within the community. Betty Parente was also actively involved in church activities, playing a prominent role in the social fabric of their community. The couple shared the joys of raising two daughters, Stephanie and Catherine. Stephanie, the eldest at 19, was a sophomore at Loyola College in Towson, about 3 hours from their hometown. She studied speech pathology with aspirations of pursuing dentistry and was well-liked by both classmates and faculty, maintaining strong friendships back home in Garden City. Their younger daughter, Catherine, aged 11, demonstrated remarkable talent and was highly regarded by her teachers at Garden City Middle School, showcasing a promising future for the family's cherished youngest member. In the later stages of his legal career, William Parente had expanded into bridge loans, effectively functioning as a financial intermediary akin to a bank. He reportedly used assets from investment portfolios he managed to fund these loans. When at least one investor requested the return of their funds, Parente was unable to promptly fulfill the request or provide an adequate explanation. On April 15, 2009, William, accompanied by Betty and their youngest daughter Catherine, traveled to Towson to surprise Stephanie at college. They booked room N29 at the Sheraton Hotel near Towson Town Center Mall, with reservations extending through April 19th. Upon their arrival, Stephanie's friends noted her surprise at the visit, especially as classes had just resumed after Easter break and she was preparing for a chemistry exam. The family had also scheduled an on-campus meeting for Friday, April 17th, to discuss Stephanie's potential study abroad plans in England. Despite the initial shock, the visit began like any typical family reunion. The events of that tragic Sunday morning, however, would take a horrifying turn. Evidence later revealed that Betty Parente was the first victim, subjected to a brutal assault and suffocation, left lifeless in bed. Shortly afterward, Catherine suffered the same violent fate and was placed beside her mother. Later in the afternoon, Stephanie arrived from campus and was also killed in the same manner, her body laid beside her mother and sister. None of the victims showed signs of struggle, nor were there indications of drugging or physical restraint. William Parente had meticulously orchestrated the annihilation of his family that somber Sunday. Around midnight on April 19th, one of Stephanie's close friends and roommates became concerned when she failed to return to their dorm room after several hours. The roommate called the hotel where Stephanie was supposed to be studying for her final exams. William Parente answered the phone instead, claiming that Stephanie was staying at the hotel with her family. The roommate accepted the explanation, unaware that Stephanie had already been killed. In hindsight, the roommate later noted that Parente sounded different over the phone, unlike his usual demeanor. Early Monday morning, Parente took his own life in the hotel bathroom, using a knife he had purchased from a nearby mall. He fatally wounded himself and died from the injuries. Concern arose when the family failed to check out of the hotel, and Loyola College officials grew alarmed over Stephanie's unexplained absence from classes, particularly during a critical period for her final exams. College officials contacted the hotel, requesting a welfare check on Stephanie and her family. Around 3 p.m., a housekeeper attempted to enter the family's room on the 10th floor, but found the door locked and received no response. The housekeeper informed other staff members, prompting the hotel manager to enter the room. Inside, the manager discovered William Parente's lifeless body in the bathroom, the result of a self-inflicted knife wound. Emergency services were called immediately. As the manager proceeded further into the room, he found the three other victims, Betty Parente and her daughters, Stephanie and Catherine, arranged on one of the beds. Baltimore County Police were summoned, and other guests on the 10th floor were evacuated as part of the investigation. The family's Mercedes-Benz SUV was also secured by law enforcement. Police concluded that William Parente had carried out the murder-suicide of his family on Sunday, as previously described. While the exact timeline remains unclear, the causes of death were identified as asphyxiation and blunt force trauma. Authorities believe Betty and Catherine were the initial victims, followed by Stephanie. One of Parente's last interactions appears to have been with Stephanie's husband, who attempted to contact her by phone around midnight, by which time she had already been harmed. Following this call, Parente is believed to have gone to the bathroom and ended his own life with the knife he had purchased earlier. The horrifying events left investigators struggling to comprehend the unimaginable terror the Parente family endured. William Parente, who left no suicide note, was believed to have killed his family before taking his own life, possibly motivated by mounting suspicion surrounding his involvement in a fraud case. Specifically, Parente was linked to a Ponzi scheme, a deceptive investment plan that paid returns to earlier investors using funds from newer investors, resulting in significant financial losses. Reports suggested the scheme had defrauded investors of approximately $20 million, prompting multiple complaints. One investor reported losing $450,000, while financial investigations revealed that checks totaling $245,000 issued by Parente to investors had bounced, leading to further complaints filed with the New York Attorney General's office. After Parente's death, additional investors came forward, revealing multi-million-dollar losses. As a fellow attorney noted, monetary losses could be recovered, but the irreplaceable loss of lives highlighted the profound tragedy of the situation. Friends and family were left grappling with a mixture of grief and anger. At Loyola College, Stephanie's friends organized a memorial service on Monday night to honor her memory. Meanwhile, the once lively Parente family home became a somber space adorned with flowers and candlelit tributes. Catherine's classmates at Garden City Middle School came together to dedicate a football game in her honor, expressing collective remembrance and solidarity. Within less than a week, Maryland had witnessed two separate familicides. The other involved Christopher Wood from Middletown, occurring on April 16th, just 4 days prior. The close timing and geographic proximity of these tragedies drew significant media attention, prompting discussions on potential links between economic hardship and incidents of familicide and suicide. A funeral service for Betty Parente and her daughters was held at St. Joseph's Church in Garden City. Garden City Life reported that Catherine's middle school classmates were transported by bus to attend, while Stephanie's college peers traveled from Towson, arriving as early as 4 a.m. to participate in the morning ceremony. The family was buried together at St. Charles Cemetery in East Farmingdale, New York, providing a shared final resting place for the mother and her daughters. In contrast, William Parente was given a separate, private funeral service held at a different location. He was cremated, though the precise location of his ashes was not made public. The tragic and harrowing experiences endured by all the victims at the hands of this merciless perpetrator are profoundly distressing. As we contemplate this horrific story, our thoughts remain with the lives that were abruptly taken and with the grieving families and friends left to cope with the immense loss. Moving on to the next case. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass. Alice Adams and Tibor Vass were co-workers at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel. Living just 6 miles from the hotel, Alice had joined the team 3 weeks earlier and quickly built friendships with her colleagues, especially Tibor. Born and raised in Budapest, Hungary, Tibor was a sociable and warm-hearted person who loved music and could play nearly every instrument, with the piano being his favorite. He had taught his younger sister, Isabella, how to play piano, and together they often performed for their parents. Tragedy struck in 2007 when Tibor's father passed away, leaving the family devastated. As a teenager, Tibor assumed greater responsibility for supporting his mother, Rosalia, and younger sister. At 15, he began working full-time to help ease his mother's financial struggles. In 2008, he applied to the University of Budapest, hoping that earning a degree would provide better job opportunities and stability for his family. Despite his remarkable talent, Tibor was unfortunately denied admission to the university. He discussed his future plans with his mother and expressed his desire to move to Great Britain, a decision she supported. In July 2010, at 19 years old, Tibor relocated to the United Kingdom and settled in London. He started working at the Radisson Blu Edwardian Heathrow Hotel, where he enjoyed his duties, the work environment, and the chance to interact with colleagues and guests. Tibor quickly developed a friendship with Alice, who was also musically gifted, and they often bonded over shared interests. Both worked as receptionists alongside 31-year-old Attila Ban, the hotel's longest-serving employee, who had been recognized as the establishment's best employee in 2010. Since both Tibor and Attila were Hungarian, they naturally became close friends. The hotel provided accommodation for new employees, and both men lived in a company apartment located behind the hotel. This arrangement was convenient, saving them commuting time and living expenses. Tibor was delighted with his new life in England, yet he still aspired to pursue higher education. He reapplied to the University of Budapest and was accepted the following year. Overjoyed, he prepared to return to Hungary in August 2011. To celebrate his departure, a small farewell party was held on August 9, 2011, attended by Tibor, Attila, Alice, and other hotel staff. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. The following day, the three were scheduled to work, but none of them appeared. Concerned colleagues raised the alarm when they failed to arrive for their 7 a.m. shift, and police were notified at 7:53 a.m. When officers arrived at the apartment, they found the front door unlocked and the interior silent. Upon entering, an officer encountered a horrifying scene. Alice lay on the living room floor, her face covered with a pillow and her body bearing 22 stab wounds, as confirmed later by medical examiners. In the bedroom, Tibor's naked body was discovered on the bed, dead from 2 stab wounds to the heart. Attila, however, was missing. Police quickly secured the property, and forensic experts began their examination. During the investigation, they determined that the bed where Tibor's body was found was not where he had been killed. The bed appeared too neat, suggesting that Tibor had been attacked elsewhere, undressed, cleaned, and then placed on the bed post-mortem. Upon further examination, the apartment was found to contain empty alcohol bottles and traces of illicit substances, indicating that they had been consumed during a party. Police officers meticulously searched the residence, the surrounding area, and even the attic for Attila Ban, but he was nowhere to be found. His personal belongings, including his identification papers, remained inside the apartment. Consequently, Attila became the primary suspect in the investigation. While forensic experts continued analyzing the crime scene, detectives began interviewing Attila's co-workers at the hotel. Staff members revealed that Attila had taken a special interest in Tibor, the new Hungarian employee, immediately offering him guidance and helping him adjust to his new environment. Attila even went as far as to modify his work schedule to align with Tibor's. Tibor, being young and attractive, naturally drew considerable female attention. However, investigators discovered that Attila had developed romantic feelings for Tibor, which he openly expressed. According to the hotel staff, Tibor had politely rejected Attila's advances, which deeply upset him. Matters escalated when Alice joined the hotel staff 3 weeks before her death, and Tibor began showing interest in her. Attila grew jealous despite knowing that Tibor was only attracted to women. This raised a critical question for investigators. Could Attila have committed the murders out of jealousy and unreciprocated affection? A disturbing Facebook post made by Attila shortly before the discovery of the bodies strongly suggested his involvement. At 6:23 a.m., Attila posted, "I would like to wake up from that nightmare." Concerned friends commented under the post, but Attila never replied. This message further strengthened investigators' suspicions that Attila Ban was responsible for the deaths of his colleagues. The sheer number of stab wounds provided a clear reflection of the crime's brutality. Alice had suffered 22 stab wounds, while Tibor had only 2. Furthermore, the victims' positions offered crucial insights. Alice was found on the living room floor with a pillow covering her face, whereas Tibor was discovered on the bed. When investigators interviewed those who had been present at the apartment earlier that evening, they learned that Attila, Tibor, and Alice were the last ones remaining. This indicated that the tragic events occurred after the others had left, in the hours leading up to dawn. The news of Alice's death sent shockwaves through both families, the victims and the suspects. The Adams family, heartbroken by their daughter's loss, released a public statement in which Alice's mother, Sarah, delivered a deeply emotional tribute to her beloved child. She expressed her profound grief, saying, "My heart is shattered into a million pieces. I will carry this sorrow for the rest of my life. I miss my beloved Alice terribly and would give anything to hug her once more and see her radiant smile. Losing my child has stirred unbearable emotions within our family, sorrow, anger, and a devastation we can hardly endure. As a mother, I feel I failed to protect my daughter, and that painful truth haunts me every day. Not knowing exactly what happened to Alice on the night of her murder is an unending torment. I would rather confront the painful truth than be left to imagine the series of events that led to her death." Alice was an exceptional and irreplaceable person who brought immense love, joy, passion, and kindness into the lives of everyone she met. Her loss is a tragedy beyond description. Meanwhile, police continued searching for Attila Ban, but he appeared to have vanished without a trace. When investigators attempted to trace his phone, they discovered that it was sending signals from the same vicinity as the hotel, which struck them as peculiar. It was later uncovered that Attila had been much closer than anyone had imagined. After spending 2 days examining the crime scene, the investigative team left the house, only for the forensic unit to return later to perform additional examinations. Upon re-entering the residence, they found that the door they had previously left unlocked was now secured from the inside. Inside the room, they discovered Attila Ban lying on the bed, intoxicated and injured after attempting to harm himself using scissors and a knife. Investigators tried to question Attila, but he behaved strangely, relying on gestures to communicate his thoughts. He was then transported to the hospital for medical treatment. Unknown to the investigators at the time, Attila had constructed a secret hiding compartment within the sofa bed where Tibor Vasa's body had been found. To create this improvised hiding area, he had cut a slit into the bed frame, taken a phone and several bottles of water, and concealed himself inside. Throughout the investigation, Attila had been covertly observing and listening to the police through small holes he had made in the furniture. Attila Ban was subsequently arrested at the hospital as the prime suspect in the double homicide. His trial commenced on July 9, 2012, and during the proceedings, harrowing details about the crime came to light. The party had spiraled out of control after Tibor, Alice, and Attila were left alone in the apartment. Prosecutors confirmed that a consensual physical encounter had occurred among the three, supported by DNA evidence discovered on Miss Adams's body. The night then descended into chaos. Attila claimed to have no recollection of the events that followed, stating only that he awoke the next morning to find both Alice and Tibor dead. Overcome with guilt and remorse, he contemplated ending his life but lacked the courage to do so alone. The court was told that Attila had been consumed by jealousy toward Tibor, particularly after a team-building event where he threw a fit because Tibor was included in a photograph while he was not. Matters deteriorated further when Attila learned that Tibor had been accepted into a university program in Hungary and would soon be leaving the United Kingdom. The final breaking point likely came when Attila witnessed Tibor and Alice kissing, an event that sent him into a jealous rage, ultimately driving him to take the lives of both his friends. Prosecutor Richard Whittam revealed in court that Attila Ban had been found naked on a single bed, suffering injuries to his wrists, forearm, and neck. It was later determined that he had been hiding in the base of a double bed. Remarkably, he had succeeded in hiding himself and staying unnoticed throughout the entire investigation, including the pathologist's examination, the removal of the bodies, and the inspection by the crime scene investigator. When questioned about this oversight, Detective Inspector John Finch defended the police, asserting that it would be impractical and potentially harmful to lift every bed in search of someone. He explained that such actions could lead to the loss of vital forensic evidence and were not standard practice in such investigations. Rosalia, the mother of Tibor Vass, paid a heartfelt tribute to her son, remembering him as a kind, outgoing, and talented young man. She reminisced about his childhood interests in music, art, and sports, as well as his enthusiasm for photography, which inspired him to purchase a professional camera with his first paycheck. According to Rosalia, Tibor had numerous friends in both Hungary and the UK who cherished his kind and supportive personality. She stated that on August 11th, she received devastating news. Her 20-year-old son, Tibor, and his friend Alice had been murdered. The killer was a shocking revelation, Tibor's own friend, whom she had trusted to look after her son. This friend had personally vowed to keep Tibor safe, which made the news even harder to bear. Just days before the murder, she had found comfort in believing that Tibor had made a mature and intelligent friend in London. Now, she was overwhelmed by grief and struggled to comprehend the tragedy. The ensuing police investigation and trial only deepened her pain, forcing her to relive the horrors of that dreadful night. The anguish and loss her family endures will remain with them for the rest of their lives. The perpetrator, Attila Ban, pleaded guilty but claimed he could not recall the details of the crime. On July 18, 2012, the jury reached a guilty verdict after only 5 hours of deliberation. A month later, on August 17, Attila Ban received 2 life sentences. He must serve 26 years before becoming eligible for parole. Moving on to the next case. Dr. Thomas Burchard. Kelsey Turner was born on March 5, 1993, in Norfolk, Virginia, as the second child of Samantha Ingram, who had dreams of becoming a model and dancer. During her childhood, Kelsey grew up with her older brother, Colin. After her birth, the family relocated to Jonesboro, Arkansas, a small industrial town where Kelsey spent most of her early years. However, her family life took a turn for the worse when her parents divorced after several years. Following the separation, her father returned to Virginia. Kelsey blossomed into a striking young woman with a perfect figure and captivating features that could easily pave the way for a modeling career. Nevertheless, she found school dull and instead preferred socializing with friends, dating, and attending various social events. Her ultimate goal was to achieve fame, to appear on magazine covers, give interviews, and walk the red carpet at major events. Despite her ambition, Kelsey lacked genuine talent and had to depend on her youth and physical beauty to get by. While in high school, she began attending modeling auditions in hopes of launching her career. Her mother, Samantha, who had long dreamed of becoming a model herself, was thrilled to support her daughter's aspirations. Unfortunately, Kelsey's modeling career was limited to a few minor photo shoots for clothing catalogs. At 18, Kelsey married Jerry Turner when she was already pregnant. Their daughter, Beverly, was born shortly after their wedding. However, the marriage quickly fell apart, and ended in divorce. By the age of 20, after abandoning her traditional modeling pursuits, Kelsey decided to enter the world of men's magazine modeling. She rapidly caught the attention of several adult publications. Kelsey viewed this as the start of a promising career and a pathway to the glamorous life she had always envisioned. Over the years, Kelsey received several modeling opportunities, including photo shoots for popular magazines such as Playboy and Maxim, along with a session for 110 magazine. She frequently traveled to major cities like Los Angeles and Las Vegas to pursue these prospects. In an interview, Kelsey described herself as a curvy blonde with a slim waist and expressed her carefree personality, saying that she enjoyed having fun, partying with friends, and living life to the fullest. Kelsey paid little attention to the future. She often changed partners and quickly spent whatever money she earned or received from admirers. At the age of 23, Kelsey became pregnant again and gave birth to a son named Josh. The child's father refused to marry her or acknowledge his son. When her modeling offers began to decline, Kelsey turned to social media to build a following. She actively managed her accounts, sharing provocative photos of herself wearing swimsuits, lingerie, or only partially covering her body. Kelsey curated a flawless online persona. Her carefully edited photos made her appear stunning, and her social media profiles displayed her visits to luxury boutiques, stylish nightclubs, and other fashionable places. However, this polished image concealed the harsh reality of a single mother raising 2 children. Despite projecting a wealthy lifestyle, she struggled financially, as she was poor at managing money and often spent all her earnings immediately. Around 2016, Kelsey encountered serious difficulties after a tragic incident involving her daughter. The girl endured severe trauma, which left her withdrawn and unable to speak. An acquaintance advised her to take her daughter to a psychiatrist. Following this suggestion, she reached out to the well-known pediatric psychiatrist Dr. Thomas Burchard, who practiced in Monterey, California, to seek treatment for her daughter. Dr. Thomas Burchard was a highly respected pediatric psychiatrist, born on February 16, 1948, in Boston, Massachusetts. He was the son of a prominent architect and engineer, and his family later relocated to Virginia. Although his father taught architecture at several prestigious institutions, including Harvard, Thomas decided to pursue a different path and embarked on a medical career specializing in child psychology. After graduating from medical school, Dr. Thomas completed his residency in pediatric psychiatry at several top hospitals and also taught at universities throughout the country. He eventually settled at a public clinical hospital on California's Monterey Peninsula, where he worked for more than 40 years as a pediatric psychiatrist, earning an impeccable reputation for his extraordinary ability to connect with young patients and handle even the most complex and severe cases. He earned his doctorate from the University of California, Berkeley. Thomas was known for his kindness, intelligence, and remarkable generosity. His compassionate nature inspired him to help those in need, especially children whose parents could not afford treatment. He often paid for hospital care for sick children from low-income families and offered support to single mothers. Dr. Thomas had a longtime companion named Di, who worked as his assistant, housekeeper, and possibly more. As someone who knew him closely, Di was the first to notice changes in his behavior that indicated early signs of dementia or Alzheimer's disease. As Dr. Thomas entered his 70s, he became increasingly forgetful, absent-minded, and distracted. To conceal these symptoms from his colleagues, he began keeping detailed diaries and notebooks to record crucial information such as names, dates, and events. He always carried a small notebook in his breast pocket containing sensitive data like bank details, account numbers, passwords, and card pins. When Kelsey first visited Dr. Thomas with her daughter, she explained her challenges as a single mother and her inability to afford treatment. The doctor kindly offered his services free of charge, and even gave Kelsey $300 to help support her children. Kelsey was surprised but soon realized that by sharing emotional stories about her difficult life, she could extract more money from the elderly doctor. Kelsey carefully devised a plan for her next appointment with Dr. Thomas. During the visit, she told a sorrowful story about her youngest son's illness and her lack of money to buy the costly medicine he needed. She mentioned a specific amount she required and, to her surprise, received the entire sum from Dr. Thomas. Kelsey continued fabricating emotional stories in her subsequent visits, inventing hardships to gain increasingly larger amounts of money from the trusting doctor. Naturally, she did not use this money for her children, but instead spent it on her own pleasures, including luxury clothing. Not wanting to return to her hometown in Virginia, Kelsey persuaded Thomas to pay her rent in California, claiming that it would be easier for her to find work there and that the climate was better suited for her children. Thomas agreed and paid for the apartment that Kelsey had selected. Some people suspected that the doctor was having an affair with Kelsey, a young blonde model, and that this was the reason he continually gave in to her demands. However, Kelsey insisted that Thomas treated her and her children like family and acted purely out of kindness, not affection. Thomas provided Kelsey and her children with a place to live, covered their bills, and gave them substantial financial support for their needs. He even leased a luxury Mercedes-Benz convertible for her use. Over time, Kelsey came to realize that her modeling career was effectively over and that her youth was slipping away. Despite this realization, she made no attempt to find another job and instead continued to depend entirely on Dr. Thomas for financial support. During this period, he spent nearly $500,000 on Kelsey and her children. However, she squandered this money on personal indulgences, including breast augmentation and liposuction, hoping to reignite her modeling career. Kelsey's excessive spending and party-filled lifestyle caused her to neglect her children. This neglect eventually led her ex-husband, who had won full custody of their daughter through the courts, to strip Kelsey of her parental rights. As a result, she was left with only her youngest son. Thomas became furious when he learned of the situation, but his anger was directed toward Kelsey rather than her ex-husband. It became clear that Kelsey had neglected her children and had been using the money intended for their care to maintain her extravagant lifestyle. Dr. Thomas decided to confront Kelsey, informing her that he would no longer support her luxurious and idle way of life. In response, Kelsey threatened to spread false rumors suggesting that Dr. Thomas had inappropriate feelings toward his young patients. Although he knew the allegations were entirely false, Dr. Thomas realized that even the mere suggestion of such rumors could irreparably damage his reputation as a respected pediatric psychiatrist and academic. Faced with this threat, Dr. Burchard reluctantly yielded to Kelsey's demands and continued to support her financially. In 2019, Kelsey moved to Las Vegas with her son in an attempt to revive her modeling career, expecting Thomas, whom she was actively blackmailing, to finance her efforts. Following her instructions, Thomas rented her a house and provided the money she requested. However, after receiving the funds, Kelsey vanished for 2 months, and her whereabouts remained unknown. Later that year, in February, Kelsey resurfaced, contacting Thomas in a highly emotional state and claiming she was gravely ill, unable to work, and in desperate financial need. When Thomas refused to assist her, Kelsey's demeanor shifted drastically, and she resumed threatening and blackmailing him. Judy, who was close to Thomas, advised him to report Kelsey's behavior to the police and to contact Child Protective Services, given the ongoing concerns about Kelsey's ability to care for her young son, especially since she had already lost custody of her older daughter. Dr. Thomas began taking precautions in case his conflict with Kelsey escalated into legal action. He informed several of his colleagues about the situation, and they agreed to stand by and support him. Judy had already attempted to resolve the matter by speaking directly with Kelsey. Unfortunately, her efforts only led to Kelsey threatening retaliation. Thomas decided to go to Las Vegas to verify Kelsey's situation. Judy tried to dissuade him, but he remained determined to travel to Las Vegas and meet with Kelsey in person. Judy even offered to accompany him as a supportive friend, but Dr. Thomas insisted on managing the situation on his own. He finally departed on March 1st, 2019. On the morning of March 7th, a group of tourists became lost while driving through Nevada. Attempting to reach Lake Mead, they turned onto a dirt road off the main highway and stumbled upon a Mercedes-Benz convertible parked in the desert. The roof was closed and the windows were rolled up, yet unusually, there was no one anywhere near the vehicle. Curious, the tourists approached the car cautiously and noticed that one of the windows was broken. Upon closer inspection, they peered inside and observed clear signs of a struggle. Blood stains were visible all over the car's interior. Horrified, the tourists quickly contacted the police to report what they had found. Officers arrived at the location around noon and were immediately struck by an unbearable stench. The source of the odor was discovered once they opened the trunk. Inside, Officers found the body of an elderly man hidden beneath a pile of furniture and rags. Next to him lay a blood-stained baseball bat. The victim was later identified as Dr. Thomas, who had been missing for 5 days. Judy had reported him missing on March 2nd after being unable to reach him for their scheduled meeting. She instantly feared that something terrible had occurred and notified the police, hoping he might still be found alive. The autopsy revealed numerous severe injuries on Thomas's body. These included scratches, bruises, and surface cuts, as well as a serious head wound likely inflicted by the baseball bat discovered beside him in the trunk. Part of his ear had been severed, and his hands were covered in defensive wounds, indicating a desperate attempt to protect himself. Thomas's face bore distinct bruises with a unique patterned imprint. Most disturbing of all was the evidence showing that he had been placed in the car's trunk while still alive and severely injured, ultimately suffocating in the extreme desert heat. The investigation quickly centered on Kelsey Turner as the main suspect, since the vehicle found at the crime scene had been rented under her name. Judy provided police with Kelsey's address, which matched the location that Dr. Thomas had gone to visit. However, when officers arrived at the property, they found it completely deserted. Although no one was present, the home displayed clear signs of a hurried cleanup. Containers of cleaning supplies were scattered throughout the house, and the strong scent of household chemicals filled the air, suggesting that someone had attempted to eliminate evidence of the crime. The residence was shared by Kelsey, her 4-year-old son, and her new boyfriend, John Logan Kennison, along with 2 neighbors, Diana Pina and Jeremy Yerrick. All of them had fled, making each a suspect, since Kelsey alone could not have inflicted such extensive injuries on the doctor or placed his body into the trunk of her car by herself. Jeremy Yerrick was the only individual the police managed to interview. He stated that he and his girlfriend had left Kelsey's house while the doctor was still alive. According to Jeremy, his girlfriend had been drinking heavily and began flirting with Thomas, attempting to extort money from him in the same way Kelsey did. This enraged Kelsey, who accused Jeremy's girlfriend of trying to steal Thomas from her. The argument intensified, forcing Jeremy to quickly remove his girlfriend from the house to prevent a physical altercation. He did not return for several days and claimed to have no knowledge of what occurred after he left. During the investigation, police learned from Judy that Dr. Thomas always carried a notebook containing his bank account details and passwords, which he frequently misplaced. Upon searching, investigators discovered that the notebook was missing. Furthermore, 2 of Dr. Thomas's accounts showed large withdrawals on March 3rd, after which all his bank accounts and cards were promptly closed. On March 21st, in Stockton, California, police apprehended Kelsey and her boyfriend while they attempted to withdraw money once again. It was later uncovered that the couple had been staying at multiple motels with a child, paying exclusively in cash, and frequently changing locations. They initially tried to drain all of Thomas's accounts but failed. Their next attempt to withdraw additional money was meant to fund their escape to Mexico, but they were thwarted when the accounts had already been frozen. Diana, a neighbor who had been at Kelsey's residence that night, cooperated with authorities and provided her version of the events from the night of March 7th. According to her, the conflict began after Jeremy and his girlfriend had left. Kelsey engaged in a heated argument with Dr. Thomas, who refused to give her more money. Kelsey responded by threatening to destroy the doctor's reputation with fabricated rumors of misconduct involving young patients. As the dispute escalated, Kelsey became physically aggressive. Dr. Thomas, feeling endangered, locked himself inside his room. However, John forcefully broke the door open with a powerful shoulder strike and struck Thomas violently with a baseball bat. This blow caused a severe injury, resulting in a major hematoma and a heavy nosebleed. Diana rushed into the room, pleading with them to stop. Observing Thomas's condition, she begged them to take him to a hospital, fearing the consequences of what they had done. When Thomas mentioned that he would report the incident to the police, saying he had been attacked and robbed by strangers, the group moved toward the garage. Kelsey ordered Diana to return to the house and clean up every trace of blood. Diana followed the instructions and began scrubbing, but soon after, she heard screams and sounds of a struggle coming from the garage. She ran back and witnessed the couple savagely beating Dr. Thomas inside the car. The doctor was trapped, unable to flee or defend himself. It was evident that Kelsey and John never intended to take Thomas to a hospital. Instead, they planned to kill him using a baseball bat, a small knife, and John's unloaded pistol, which left distinct bruises on the doctor's face. Diana was then told to go back to the house and keep cleaning. Terrified for her own life, she obeyed and left the garage. While Diana was still cleaning, she heard the sound of the couple's car driving away. Several hours later, John's car returned with Kelsey, but the other vehicle, the convertible, was no longer there. Diana did not know where the convertible had gone until she heard news about a car discovered in the desert with a body inside its trunk. From the beginning, Diana chose to cooperate with the authorities by agreeing to a plea deal and revealing all the information she possessed. This cooperation led to a reduced sentence for evidence tampering, resulting in only 3 years of imprisonment. John Logan Kennison was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 45 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after serving 18 years. Kelsey Turner's trial turned out to be more complex. Following her arrest, she announced that she was pregnant, which caused significant delays in the judicial process. While in custody, she gave birth to a baby girl who, along with her son, was placed under the care of social services, as none of Kelsey's relatives were willing to assume responsibility for the children. Kelsey Turner was sentenced in January 2023 to 25 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after serving at least 10 years. She is currently serving her sentence at the Florence McClure Correctional Center for Women in Las Vegas. Moving on to the next case. Eric Richins. Eric Richins was born on May 13, 1982, and left a lasting impression on everyone who knew him. As a child, Eric had a strong passion for sports, actively engaging in basketball, baseball, and soccer, which highlighted both his athletic ability and his enthusiasm for physical activity. However, Eric's greatest passion was anything related to the outdoors. He was an outstanding hunter, celebrated for his remarkable marksmanship, and had accumulated an impressive collection of trophy animals from various parts of the world. With his lively personality, Eric had the gift of brightening any room he entered, spreading happiness and laughter through his entertaining stories, playful pranks, and infectious laughter. As an adventurous spirit, Eric embraced life to the fullest in Utah, where he owned a wide variety of motorized vehicles, including trucks, four-wheelers, and snowmobiles. He delighted in exploring nature and savoring the excitement of adventure. Despite his love of excitement and fun, Eric remained deeply devoted to his faith as a committed member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. His family supported him on a 2-year mission to Mexico City, where he became fluent in Spanish. After completing high school, he attended the University of Utah, earning a degree in international studies with a minor in Spanish in 2009. While working in construction, Eric often visited Home Depot, where he met Curry Darden. Over time, the two developed a friendly rapport, and Eric found himself drawn to her beauty and charming personality. However, he was too shy to approach her directly, so he asked a friend to help him obtain her phone number. One day, while Eric was shopping at Home Depot, his friend subtly asked Curry for her phone number, explaining that Eric was interested in getting to know her. Eric eagerly waited to see if his plan would succeed. He then took the initiative and called Curry to arrange their first in-person meeting, unaware that it would forever change his life. From the moment they met, they instantly connected, and their first date marked the beginning of a romantic journey. As they introduced one another to their families, their bond grew even stronger. Curry's family welcomed Eric warmly, and his family was equally impressed by Curry's character and how naturally she fit into Eric's life. Although Eric's sisters, Katie and Amy, were initially cautious, they soon embraced Curry and accepted her as part of the family. In 2013, Eric and Curry were married in a small, intimate ceremony, officially sealing their relationship. After their marriage, Curry gave birth to their first child, Carter, followed by Ashton and then Weston, completing their perfect family. Eric took to fatherhood naturally, and his sons deeply admired him. He took great pride in his boys' achievements, whether they excelled academically, athletically, or artistically. Eric always showed his unwavering support by attending their activities and celebrating their successes. Later, Eric founded a prosperous stone masonry business that thrived thanks to his outstanding craftsmanship and meticulous attention to detail. Clients sought him out for his skill in producing exquisite stonework. The business ensured financial stability for Eric and his family. Additionally, Curry, who worked in real estate, contributed to their income through her entrepreneurial drive and in-depth knowledge of the local housing market. She would purchase homes, renovate them, and sell them for profit. Together, the Richens family enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle that represented the pinnacle of success. However, their seemingly perfect life came to an abrupt end on March 4, 2020, when Curry called 911 to report that her husband Eric was unresponsive. When paramedics arrived, they determined that Eric had already passed away. Overcome with grief, Curry called her mother, Lisa, who rushed to be by her side. Curry's brothers, DJ and Ronnie, were also present, overwhelmed with tears and disbelief as the three struggled to process Eric's sudden passing. Curry recounted that the evening had started happily as they celebrated her latest real estate achievement, the purchase of a luxurious mansion. Before going to bed, Curry had even prepared Eric's favorite drink, a Moscow Mule, mixing ginger beer with vodka. Curry went to bed around 9 p.m., but ended up sleeping in her 9-year-old son's room because he was having nightmares. Later, at around 3 a.m., she returned to the bedroom she shared with Eric. When she touched him, she was shocked to find him ice-cold and unresponsive. Despite trying to wake him, she could not, and immediately realized that something was terribly wrong. As she waited for the paramedics to arrive, Curry recalled following the dispatcher's instructions to perform CPR on Eric. The paramedics were initially puzzled by the cause of death, speculating that it might have been an aneurysm given Eric's apparent good health and lack of medical issues. However, further investigation revealed that Eric had complained to Curry about chest pains the night before his death, which at first supported the aneurysm theory. But the autopsy results were astonishing. Eric's cause of death was determined to be a lethal dose of fentanyl. Fentanyl is an extremely powerful pain medication that can be highly dangerous and even fatal when consumed in excessive amounts. After Eric's death, a crucial question arose. How did this substance enter his system? From the beginning, Curry and her family quickly attributed the presence of fentanyl to Eric's supposed recreational drug use. Curry explained that Eric took a THC-infused gummy each night to relax, as he preferred THC, the psychoactive compound in cannabis, to unwind. However, Curry, her mother, and her brothers voiced concerns about where these gummies came from, suspecting that Eric may not have purchased them from legitimate sources and instead obtained them illegally. Eric's family firmly rejected these claims, convinced there was more to the story, and urged investigators to look deeper into the circumstances. Despite her attempts to move forward, Curry faced major challenges, according to her brother Ronnie, as the loss of their husband and father left an enormous void in their lives, causing their 3 sons to act out amid the uncertainty surrounding Eric's death. Curry, grieving and seeking solace for her children, turned to a creative outlet to manage her emotions. She wrote and self-published a children's book on Amazon titled Are You With Me?, which aimed to help children comprehend and cope with the loss of a loved one. The book narrates the story of a young boy grappling with his father's death through illustrations and storytelling. In the story, Curry depicted Eric, her late husband, as a guardian angel constantly watching over their son. Her mother Lisa commended the book, stating it provided some comfort to Curry and her grandchildren as they processed their feelings and began rebuilding their lives. However, detectives investigating Eric's death soon discovered evidence pointing toward foul play. Only weeks after Curry appeared on local Utah news outlets promoting her book and publicly expressing her grief, she was arrested and charged with her husband's murder on May 8, 2023. The community was left shocked by the arrest, and the tragic turn of events transformed what once seemed like an inspiring story of a mourning wife and mother into a startling narrative of betrayal and tragedy. Curry stands accused of murdering Eric by poisoning him. Eric's relatives believe Curry intentionally added a lethal dose of fentanyl to the Moscow Mule she had prepared for him on the night of his death. Nonetheless, Curry's defense attorney contends that no fentanyl residue was discovered in the drinking glasses at their residence. Curry firmly denies any participation in Eric's death, asserting she had no motive to harm him. Her mother, Lisa, was stunned by the accusations against her daughter and told investigators the couple appeared happy and had no reason to harm one another. But as detectives delved further, they uncovered that Curry and Eric's relationship was not as ideal as it appeared. The pair often argued, and Curry, who had left her career to become a stay-at-home mother, wished to regain her independence. She also grew increasingly annoyed with Eric's frequent hunting excursions. According to Lisa, Eric was unfaithful in their marriage and confided about the affair to both her and Curry. To mend their marital issues, Eric and Curry pursued counseling. Nevertheless, Eric's family refuted the claims of infidelity, maintaining that he truly loved his sons and was determined to preserve the marriage. Despite those efforts, Eric was secretly preparing for a possible divorce. He created a private trust with his sister Katie without disclosing his intentions. The investigation revealed that Eric held 6 life insurance policies totaling $3 million. Additionally, it was uncovered that Eric's signature had been forged on another $100,000 policy merely 2 months before his death. Investigators also discovered that Curry had allegedly taken money from Eric's personal accounts and misappropriated business funds over several years. Contrary to her statements, Curry's house flipping company was reportedly failing, according to Eric's family representative. Curry's firm was heavily indebted, owing millions of dollars. The spokesperson claimed Curry was in urgent need of cash, and a prenuptial agreement signed before the marriage specified that she would not receive business assets in the event of a divorce. However, if Eric were to die before her during their marriage, the assets would transfer to Curry. The spokesperson's assertions were challenged by Curry's attorney, who maintained that the business was financially stable and not in distress. The attorney explained that the debt was a normal aspect of the house flipping business, as it depended on lines of credit that would be repaid once the renovated properties were sold. Curry's attorney emphasized that the substantial debt amount mentioned was simply the outcome of standard business transactions. Curry's mother, Lisa, remembered that Eric had been encouraging of Curry's entrepreneurial efforts, particularly when they purchased the mansion where the couple had been celebrating on the night of his death. In Heba Valley, Utah, a 10-acre property with a mansion had stood vacant since its completion in 2017, despite being situated near popular ski resorts and Deer Creek Reservoir. This prime setting offered unlimited outdoor recreation potential. With assistance from investors, Curry bought the mansion intending to renovate it and transform it into a recreational retreat. Her objective was to sell the property later at a considerable profit. After consulting an accountant, Eric and Curry discovered that they could potentially earn a $12 million profit from the property's sale, representing a major return on their initial $3 million investment. However, there was a discrepancy concerning Eric's involvement. Although he appeared to approve of the purchase, his family contended that he opposed it and had a heated dispute with Curry regarding the mansion's acquisition. Eric's family spokesperson alleged that Curry gave Eric a fentanyl-laced drink on the night of his death and claimed that this was not her first attempt to harm him. They asserted that in 2019, during a trip to Greece, Eric became violently ill after Curry served him a drink. Yet, Curry's brother Ronnie refuted this allegation, explaining that Eric had mistakenly been given an alcoholic beverage by a bartender while taking antibiotics. Eric's family further alleged that Curry made another attempt to kill Eric on Valentine's Day in 2022, 1 month before his death, when she brought him a sandwich that caused him to break out in hives and experience breathing difficulties. Following Eric's death, Curry's behavior drew additional scrutiny, including an incident where she reportedly assaulted her sister Amy after Amy tried to open a safe containing a large amount of cash. Curry insisted she acted in self-defense while trying to retrieve vital documents, but was ultimately charged with assault and pleaded no contest in June 2023. Curry appeared in court for a 4-hour bail hearing during which her attorney sought to persuade the judge to grant her release. Prosecutors introduced 3 witnesses and supporting evidence to argue that Curry had fatally poisoned her husband. One of the witnesses, a cell phone expert, testified regarding Google searches located on Curry's phone, which included phrases like retrieving deleted iPhone messages, FBI's ability to recover deleted messages, and lethal dose of fentanyl. However, Curry's attorney countered that these searches occurred after her husband's death, while she was attempting to understand the accusations against her. Meanwhile, prosecutors questioned the lead detective about possible ways Curry might have obtained the drugs that killed Eric. According to the detective, a woman named Carmen Laba, who claimed she worked as a cleaner for Curry's business and home, informed investigators about a conversation that occurred in early 2022. During that call, Curry allegedly asked Carmen to purchase fentanyl pills for an investor suffering from a back injury. Carmen, who had a background of drug-related offenses and was on probation, agreed to the request. She later informed detectives that she had purchased between 15 and 30 fentanyl pills and then met with Curry to exchange them for cash. This transaction took place on February 11, 2022, just 3 days before Valentine's Day. Around this same period, court documents indicated that Corey had allegedly attempted to poison Eric with a sandwich. Carmen further stated that Corey contacted her again, seeking even stronger drugs. This time, she said, Corey compensated her with a check. Specifically, Carmen claimed that Corey wrote her a check for $1,300 approximately 1 week after Eric's death. However, Corey's attorney raised doubts, suggesting that the check might have been payment for cleaning services instead, a possibility the detective conceded. Corey's lawyer sought to discredit Carmen's testimony by emphasizing her criminal record, which included 4 first-degree felonies, and arguing that she was not a reliable witness. The attorney contended that Carmen could have been coerced into admitting to selling drugs in order to avoid a lengthy prison term, since the detective had allegedly warned her of severe repercussions if she refused to cooperate. The lawyer also inquired whether any physical proof existed showing that Carmen had purchased drugs. The detective acknowledged that no text messages were found in which Corey asked Carmen for drugs, and no witnesses confirmed witnessing the alleged exchange. During the bail hearing, Eric's sister addressed the judge, expressing the family's anguish over Eric's death and their fear that releasing Corey on bail would cause them additional pain. Eric's sister pleaded with the judge to keep Corey in custody, and the judge granted her request. Meanwhile, Corey's family was distressed because she was not permitted to leave jail prior to her trial and was required to remain incarcerated. They believed that her confinement was negatively affecting her mental and physical well-being. In 2023, a serious incident occurred while Corey was taking medication administered by jail officials. She suffered a seizure and was promptly transported to a hospital from the jail. While hospitalized, Corey claimed that officials had given her the wrong medication, which triggered adverse effects. Thankfully, she recovered after receiving medical care. During her hospital stay, jail authorities discovered a handwritten, unsent letter in her cell. They submitted it into court records, asserting that it was a note written by Corey to her mother. Prosecutors argued that this letter offered further insight into Carey's alleged intentions and motives. In November 2023, they filed a motion requesting a no-contact order to limit Carey's communication with her mother and brothers. Relying mainly on the letter, prosecutors alleged that it served as evidence of witness tampering. They claimed the letter instructed Carey's mother on how her brother Ronnie should testify during the trial. According to the prosecution, Carey wanted Ronnie to assert that Eric had admitted to obtaining pain pills containing fentanyl from Mexico during his travels abroad. The letter also directed Ronnie to gather text messages from Eric discussing drug use. Carey emphasized the importance of connecting Eric's trip to Mexico with his supposed drug involvement. Nevertheless, she firmly denied that the letter was an effort to influence witnesses, insisting it was merely a fictional story she had written. The judge ruled in her favor, as prosecutors were unable to substantiate the witness tampering claim. At present, Eric's family and Corey's family are engaged in a custody battle over the couple's 3 sons, who are currently living with one of Eric's relatives. Although Corey remains incarcerated, she continues to communicate with her sons through twice-weekly video calls. While her family is not permitted private visits with the children, they frequently attend the boys' sporting events and practices, which are open to the public. If found guilty of killing her husband Eric with fentanyl, Corey faces a potential sentence of 25 years to life in prison. Multiple civil lawsuits have also been filed against Corey, all pertaining to Eric's estate. A central issue in these cases is the custody of Eric's children. Eric's family believes that Corey's relatives are driven by a desire to control Eric's assets, as obtaining custody of the children would grant them access to his wealth. Corey's trial is set to commence in 2025. Moving on to the next case. Jamie Hahn. Jamie Hahn was born on October 25, 1983. Growing up in Orangeburg, South Carolina, she lived with her 2 brothers and her sister, Brett, Justin, and Ashley. Despite her parents' divorce and subsequent remarriage, Jamie remained a cheerful and positive child. She attended a small but distinguished private preparatory school known for its academic excellence. During junior high, Jamie visited the University of North Carolina with her classmates. She immediately fell in love with the campus and aspired to study there. Even as a young student, she sought to make a difference in others' lives by joining the board of the Center of Hope, an organization that supported troubled teens. Later, she became involved in various political campaigns. One of the most notable was Senator John Edwards' 2008 presidential campaign, during which he competed against Barack Obama. Through this experience, Jamie rose to prominence within North Carolina's Democratic Party. During one campaign, she met Nation, and their strong professional relationship gradually developed from friendship into romance. 4 months after their first romantic encounter, they announced their engagement and were married on April 18, 2009. Their profound love was grounded in a deep friendship. Jamie and Nation flourished in their respective professional pursuits. Jamie managed her own political fundraising consulting company, while Nation was a respected online strategist assisting politicians and nonprofit organizations with their campaigns. Friends and acquaintances described the couple as remarkably kind, gentle, and generous, earning them widespread admiration. They took their wedding vows to heart and actively engaged in initiatives such as the Coalition to Protect Young Families in North Carolina. Although they did not yet have children, Jamie and Nation planned to start a family soon. They both maintained lively social circles. Jamie was known among her friends and family for her compassion and her remarkable ability to bring joy to those around her. Her passion and aptitude for politics led many to anticipate a bright and successful future for her. However, without warning, their seemingly perfect life collapsed on April 22, 2013. At approximately 5:20 p.m., Jamie ran frantically from her home and managed to sprint several meters before collapsing unconscious in a neighbor's yard. Her body was soaked in blood. Witnesses on the street were horrified by the sight and screamed for someone to call 911. A neighbor who witnessed the chaos unfolding in his yard immediately contacted emergency services. From Jamie's disoriented words, he gathered that a man named John, who appeared to still be inside her home, had attacked her with a knife. Acting quickly, he pressed a towel against the multiple wounds in her abdomen and urgently called for an ambulance and the police. When patrol officers arrived, they followed the blood trail from the neighbor's yard back to the Hahn residence. Surrounding the house, the officers ordered the person inside to come out with his hands raised. Moments later, a disheveled bald man appeared on the porch. Officers observed that he had cuts on his wrists and a stab wound in his abdomen. Due to his injuries, the unidentified man was transported by ambulance to the hospital, accompanied by a police officer. On the way to the hospital, the wounded man became distraught and emotional, expressing remorse that the incident had not happened sooner and repeatedly saying that he wished to die. After he received medical attention, investigators sought to determine his identity, his reason for being in the Hahn residence, and the circumstances surrounding the brutal attack. They soon learned that he was 31-year-old Jonathan Wayne Broyhill, a close friend of Nation and a guest staying in their home. Jamie also knew John well. She had hired him as an accountant at her political consulting firm after he moved to North Carolina. The couple had kindly offered him a place to stay in their home until he could secure his own accommodation. Nation and John came from the same hometown and first met in 2000 during a church trip. Despite a 4-year age difference, they quickly developed a close friendship. As often happens with childhood friends, they drifted apart when one left for college, but reconnected after graduation. From then on, they became almost inseparable. Jonathan was even given the honor of serving as best man at Nation and Jamie's wedding. By April 2009, the trio had grown so close that they were often compared to the Three Musketeers, living by the motto, one for all and all for one. They took vacations together, shared their traditional Monday dinners, and celebrated holidays side by side. To many neighbors, Jonathan seemed like an extension of the Hahn family, given how much time he spent at their residence. This profound and seemingly indestructible friendship makes the violent episode that left all three of them with stab wounds inside their own home even more bewildering and tragic. Every Monday, Jamie and Nation hosted their mutual friend Jonathan for dinner. On that particular evening, Broyhill arrived earlier than usual, hoping to discuss recent campaign matters with Jamie. The couple had been deeply worried about John's well-being since he had confided in them about his diagnosis of pancreatic cancer, an extremely aggressive and often fatal illness. The Hahns, being compassionate by nature, accompanied Jonathan to his doctor's appointments and were always by his side, offering every bit of support possible in his difficult struggle for survival. On one occasion, Jamie, overcome with emotion, asked Nation whether they should consider having a baby soon so that their future child could know Jonathan. Such was their deep affection and respect for their friend. They genuinely wished for even their unborn child to have the chance to form a bond with him. The cancer diagnosis had been a crushing blow, but it was not the first health crisis Broyhill had endured. Over the years, John had faced several hospital stays. He had once confided to Nation that he had been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis during a gallbladder surgery. As a result, the Hans invited Jonathan to live with them temporarily, offering care and companionship until his condition improved. On that ill-fated Monday, Jamie and Jonathan were already in the kitchen engaged in work discussions when Nation arrived home and went upstairs to change. Suddenly, Nation was startled by Jamie's screams, shouting both his and John's names. Believing that Broyhill might have fallen ill due to his health problems, Nation hurried downstairs midway. He was met by Jamie's terrified cries, yelling that someone was trying to stab her. Rushing into the kitchen, Nation was horrified to find his wife lying on the floor, bleeding heavily. John stood above her, brandishing a large kitchen knife. As Broyhill began advancing toward Nation, the knife raised menacingly. Nation stood frozen in disbelief. How could such a nightmare unfold within mere minutes? In a desperate act of self-defense, Nation grasped the knife blade with one hand while striking John in the face with the other. Amid the chaos, he frantically urged Jamie to run for her life, struggling to restrain a man who only moments earlier had been his dearest friend. It felt utterly surreal. Despite her severe injuries, Jamie somehow found the strength to rise from the floor and escape through the side door of their house. Once she was outside, Nation, fighting through shock and confusion, shoved Jonathan aside and rushed after his wife. Outside, Jamie desperately sought help at the nearest neighbor's home, pounding on the door for assistance. Sadly, no one responded to her desperate knocking. Summoning her final reserves of strength, she staggered toward the next house, but collapsed unconscious in the yard, her body succumbing to the magnitude of her wounds. Drawn by the screams and commotion, passers-by quickly rushed to her aid while a neighbor called for both an ambulance and the police. Meanwhile, Nation, panicked and distraught, searched frantically for Jamie. Following the trail of blood, he discovered her in a neighbor's yard. She was still conscious but in excruciating pain, clutching her side. Kneeling beside her, he took her hand and tried to comfort her, whispering promises of recovery, of future anniversaries, and of vacations by the sea, though tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. As he spoke, holding Jamie's trembling hand, Nation was consumed by thoughts of life without her, unable to comprehend how their once peaceful existence had descended into such horror. While they awaited help, a neighbor hurried over with a towel to press against Jamie's bleeding abdomen. Tragically, the towel was quickly saturated with blood. Another compassionate neighbor lifted Jamie's legs onto a bag filled with leaves, hoping to offer some small relief. The ambulance was on its way, yet to those waiting, every passing second felt endless. Though it was only a matter of minutes, Jamie's breathing grew shallow and uneven, a clear sign of her deteriorating state. When paramedics finally arrived, they immediately began administering life-saving measures. Nation, who had sustained deep lacerations to his hand while struggling with the knife, was also in dire need of medical attention. Both he and Jamie were rushed to the hospital. During the frantic transport, Jamie lost consciousness, and upon arrival, she was taken straight into emergency surgery. Meanwhile, Nation, despite his own injuries, was consumed entirely by worry for his wife and oblivious to his pain as he received stitches. In his shock and desperation, he repeatedly attempted to enter the ICU, pleading for any information about Jamie, but was denied entry. Sitting anxiously on a hospital bed, Nation was tormented by the thought of Jamie's suffering. She had endured more than a dozen stab wounds, a severed artery, and extensive liver damage. His only solace in those agonizing moments was the fragile hope that she might survive. For a brief time, it seemed like a miracle. Jamie initially survived the surgery, but that hope was heartbreakingly short-lived. She never regained consciousness. 2 days after the horrific attack, Jamie succumbed to her injuries. The autopsy revealed a grim reality. She had sustained 24 stab wounds across multiple areas of her body, including her face, neck, back, hands, and forearms. However, the most fatal injuries were those to her chest and abdomen, which caused devastating damage to her lungs and liver. Meanwhile, Jonathan Brill had inflicted wounds upon himself and was hospitalized for 8 days to recover from those self-inflicted injuries. On Tuesday, April 30th, 2013, still in need of medical care and with both wrists heavily bandaged, Brill was transported on a stretcher to the magistrate's office in Wake County. He was formally charged with first-degree murder in the case of Jamie Hahn and with assault with a deadly weapon on Nation Hahn. Owing to the gravity of the charges, he was denied bail and held at Central Prison in Raleigh. This particular facility was chosen because it contained a hospital unit, ensuring that Brill would continue to receive the medical treatment he required while in custody for his crimes. The devastating and abrupt loss of Jamie left a profound impact on countless people, with one haunting question lingering. Why would someone she regarded as one of her closest friends commit such an atrocious act, depriving her of her future? In the aftermath of the tragedy, speculation began to circulate within the community about a substantial sum of money that had gone missing during an election campaign managed by Jamie's team. Jonathan Brill, who had served as the campaign's accountant, had officially ended his employment with the company at the close of 2012. Nevertheless, he continued to provide Jamie with financial details and assist in the preparation of financial reports. It was suspected that Jamie may have uncovered the missing funds, amounting to more than $50,000, and confronted Jonathan about the discrepancy. This confrontation may have provoked the violent outburst that led to her death. On April 22, 2013, Jamie had invited Jonathan over for their customary Monday dinner and planned to address the financial irregularities within the company. The precise sequence of events during Nation's brief absence upstairs remains uncertain. However, it is widely believed that Jamie confronted Jonathan about the missing money during that time. As time went on, Nation's physical wounds gradually healed, but the emotional and psychological scars endured, deep, raw, and unhealing. 6 months after the tragedy, Jamie's family and her heartbroken husband scattered her ashes near Pulaski Memorial Baptist Church, a place that held deep meaning to her, as she had devoted much of her time there as a volunteer. In a tragic twist of fate, merely a week before the horrific event, the Hahns had asked the church's pastor to pray for Jonathan, believing he was fighting cancer. Could they have ever imagined that soon it would be they who would need the prayers of their community in the aftermath of such an incomprehensible loss? Nation was forced to confront the unbearable reality that the person he had known since childhood, the friend he trusted above all others, had destroyed his world and taken the life of the woman he cherished more than anything. To Nation, Jamie was his anchor, his strength, and his soulmate. He could not comprehend how the sun could continue to shine without her. The trial of Jonathan Brill began on March 4, 2015. During proceedings, the district attorney revealed to the jury that Jonathan, while serving as Jamie's financial manager, had written 39 checks to himself, embezzling approximately $50,000, the exact amount missing from the campaign's accounts. To rationalize his actions, Brill claimed to suffer from numerous health problems, including brain damage caused by multiple sclerosis, memory loss, a gallbladder operation, and pancreatic cancer. Compassionate as ever, Jamie chose not to confront John about such a sensitive issue during what she believed to be his time of great suffering. She delicately avoided the topic, hoping that Brill would recognize his mistake and correct it on his own. Everything appeared normal until she received a call from a debt collector. Then, during the trial, the district attorney revealed a shocking truth. The defendant's first hospitalization the previous year had occurred after an incident at the Hahn's home. Before that, Jonathan had never sought any medical treatment whatsoever, as confirmed by his health records. It became evident that he had deceived Jamie and Nation entirely about his medical conditions. There had been no gallbladder surgery, no multiple sclerosis, and no cancer. Only a fabricated tale masking a deep psychological disturbance. A search of Jonathan's online history revealed that he had been researching pancreatic cancer and specialists in that field, clearly to lend authenticity to his lies. He had also looked up cruises that did not require a passport and even booked a one-way flight to Las Vegas for April 23rd, which he canceled on the 22nd, just 2 hours before attacking Jamie with a knife. Jonathan later admitted to authorities that he had indeed embezzled the campaign funds and fabricated all his medical ailments. Whenever the Hahns accompanied him to supposed medical appointments, waiting patiently in the car like caring friends, he simply wandered the hospital corridors. In the months leading up to the tragedy, Jonathan struggled with depression and suicidal thoughts. He confessed that he heard voices commanding him to harm others. He had purchased the knife with the intention of using it in Las Vegas to end his life. However, he believed Jamie was going to confront him about the missing money, and when she did, he he began stabbing himself. Jamie tried to stop him, but in a state of rage and confusion, he turned on her and attacked her impulsively. Jonathan later admitted to the assault, but claimed that parts of the ordeal were erased from his memory. Both he and his attorney knew that dismissing the charges entirely was impossible, given the overwhelming evidence of guilt. Nevertheless, they sought to argue for temporary insanity in hopes of reducing his sentence. Before the jury began deliberations, Nation Han was given an opportunity to speak. With a voice heavy with grief, he said, "We lock our doors at night to keep out the evil of the world, but it's terrifying to realize what happens when evil holds the key." He directed these words toward the man who had once been his best friend. On March 19, 2015, the jury reached its verdict. Jonathan Brill was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Jamie Han and the attempted murder of Nation Han. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Jamie's intentions had been nothing but pure, and her death was so utterly senseless that even Jonathan later admitted in an interview that if he had simply been honest with the Hans, she would have forgiven him. In an instant, their dearest friend had become their greatest nightmare. This tragedy defies all logic and understanding. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Brown. Jennifer Brown, born in 1979, radiated positivity and warmth, profoundly influencing those around her. Her numerous pursuits often left friends and family wondering how she managed everything, but her greatest passion was motherhood. Caring for her son, Noah, never diminished her spirit. Instead, it strengthened her resolve, especially after Noah was diagnosed with autism as a child. As she nurtured him, Jennifer became his anchor and closest companion. They spent countless hours together, sharing joyful moments and supporting each other through life's challenges. Their heartwarming relationship inspired tenderness and admiration from everyone who knew them. The small town cherished this family for their sincerity and cheerful demeanor. Tragedy struck without warning on January 3, 2023, when Jennifer disappeared without leaving any trace behind. On January 4, 2023, Antonio Blair Watts Richardson contacted the Limerick Township Police Department, deeply troubled by the sudden disappearance of his close friend Jennifer. Although less than 24 hours had passed since he had last seen or heard from her, Antonio's concern was intensifying by the minute. Despite repeated attempts, he could not reach Jennifer, which was extremely unusual because she was always responsive, especially regarding her son Noah. Jennifer's friends and family knew her as a devoted mother and compassionate person, making her unexplained absence deeply alarming. Antonio's call to the police launched an extensive and mysterious investigation. A large-scale search operation commenced, involving police officers, friends, and family, all determined to uncover clues about Jennifer's disappearance. The question haunting everyone was what could have possibly caused Jennifer to leave her beloved son without any explanation. At approximately 4 p.m., Officer Stephen Crawford of the Limerick Township Police Department arrived at the Brown family residence to assess the situation. He noticed Jennifer's vehicle parked near the porch. Upon entering the home, he found her keys, purse, tablet, and work phone all inside. However, Jennifer's personal cell phone was missing. When investigators attempted to track it, they discovered it had been switched off at 7 a.m. on January 4th, and its signal could not be traced afterward. The last known location of the phone was near the intersection of Lewis Road and Ridge Pike in Limerick. This discovery provided the first significant lead in the investigation and suggested that something troubling had occurred. Consequently, Jennifer was officially declared missing, prompting authorities to begin a formal investigation. Detectives interviewed Jennifer's relatives, friends, and neighbors, but none could offer any insight into her disappearance. Her loved ones, including her Aunt Diane Bram and friends Tiffany Barron and Antonio, insisted that Jennifer would never voluntarily leave her son. As a devoted mother, she would never abandon her child. Despite relentless efforts, no leads emerged in Jennifer's case. Her family made public appeals and offered a reward for information, but nothing surfaced, leaving only unanswered questions and mounting fear. The investigation began to center on the events of that day, focusing on Jennifer's close friend Antonio, the last person known to have seen her alive. On what appeared to be an ordinary January day, Jennifer and Antonio spent time together in the living room, talking about life, their future plans, and their children. Since their kids often played together, Jennifer asked Antonio to pick up her son Noah from school. Antonio agreed, and went to the school to get him. However, the following day, Noah's behavior at school caused concern among his teachers. They observed that he had missed 2 doses of his medication, which was highly unusual given Jennifer's consistent attentiveness to her son's condition. She always kept the teachers updated on Noah's health and any issues that arose in school. The school staff became worried when they were unable to reach Jennifer. Noah told them that his mother had gone to the grocery store but had not returned. Jennifer would never leave her son alone under any circumstances. Antonio also attempted to contact her but was unable to reach her. He subsequently reported her missing to the police. As the investigation progressed, no new clues about Jennifer's whereabouts surfaced. Hope for her safe return gradually faded with each passing day. It appeared as though she had vanished without a trace and might never be found. However, on January 18th, 2 weeks after her disappearance was reported, 2 warehouse workers in nearby Limmer Township made a shocking discovery. While stepping outside the building to get coffee, they noticed what appeared to be a freshly dug hole. Upon closer examination, they were horrified to discover a woman's body buried in a shallow grave. The workers immediately alerted the authorities, who quickly arrived at the scene. The remains were soon identified as those of Jennifer Brown, who had been missing for 2 weeks. The sheriff informed Jennifer's family that her body had been found partially buried near a warehouse in Rutherford. An autopsy later revealed that Jennifer's cause of death was asphyxiation, and 3 broken ribs indicated that she had engaged in a violent struggle with her attacker. The case swiftly transitioned from a missing person investigation to a homicide inquiry. Detectives re-interviewed Jennifer's family and friends, but those conversations yielded no new insights. The investigation appeared to have reached a dead end, with no suspects identified. Just as the case seemed to stall, an unexpected lead emerged from an unanticipated source. After Jennifer's disappearance and subsequent murder became public, the police urged anyone with potentially relevant information to come forward. Noah's teacher responded to the appeal. She recalled an incident that initially appeared insignificant, but took on new meaning after learning of Jennifer's death. The teacher reported that Noah had shared an important detail about the day his mother disappeared. According to Noah, when Antonio picked him up from the bus stop on January 3rd, he saw his mother's personal cell phone among Antonio's belongings. Noah recognized it immediately because the lock screen displayed a photo of him as a child. This revelation proved to be a crucial breakthrough in Jennifer's murder investigation. Previously, investigators had believed that Jennifer's killer had taken her phone. Now, Antonio emerged as the primary suspect. Detectives began delving deeper into the nature of Jennifer and Antonio's relationship, uncovering startling new details. At first, Jennifer and Antonio's friendship seemed strong and long-lasting. They spent a considerable amount of time together, knew each other well, and their families often socialized. However, once the financial arrangement between them came to light, an arrangement hidden beneath their apparently friendly relationship, things began to unravel. Antonio owned a restaurant called Bird's Kitchen, which had declined and eventually closed in early 2022. Following this, Antonio turned to Jennifer for assistance in August 2022. Wanting to support her friend, Jennifer chose to invest in Antonio's business, helping him reopen Bird's Kitchen at a new location. They signed a contract stating that Jennifer would provide regular financial support to sustain the restaurant, making payments roughly every 6 weeks. In total, Jennifer gave Antonio about $36,000 from August to January to rebuild Bird's Kitchen. They also agreed that she would provide him with another $99,000. Antonio was expected to secure a new property, pay rent, sign the lease, and reopen the restaurant in January 2023. However, Antonio used the money for personal expenses rather than for business purposes. As a result, the property owners canceled their agreement with him on December 26, 2022, after he failed to meet his financial obligations. This placed Antonio in a difficult position, leaving him without both the money and the chance to reopen the restaurant. Police suspected that Antonio might have committed a crime to rescue himself from financial ruin. Upon examining Jennifer's iPad, investigators found 2 unauthorized money transfers totaling $177,000 made to Bird's Kitchen on January 3rd. These transfers were not part of Jennifer and Antonio's agreement, and they initially failed because of 2-factor authentication, which was later disabled. This discovery further implicated Antonio in Jennifer's murder. Detectives then interviewed the landlords of the property where Antonio had been living, whose lease with him had recently been terminated. Strangely, on January 4th, the same day Antonio reported Jennifer missing, he met with them, claiming he now had the funds to sign a new lease. This made investigators more certain that Antonio was likely the killer, though they knew obtaining a confession would be difficult. They needed solid evidence to establish his guilt. To collect more information, investigators questioned Antonio's wife, Tiara Taylor, about his whereabouts on the day Jennifer disappeared. Tiara said that Antonio visited the Brown home around 1 p.m. on January 3rd and did not return until 4:30 a.m. the next morning, when he picked Noah up from the bus stop. She also mentioned that Antonio came home briefly, then left again around 5 p.m., not returning until late that night. This timeline became a key focal point of the investigation. Further inquiries revealed that Antonio spent the night with his mistress, Tatiana Garrett, but did not arrive at her home until 8 p.m., leaving a 3-hour gap in his alibi. Based on the evidence gathered, detectives reconstructed the likely sequence of events surrounding the murder. According to their findings, Antonio went to Jennifer's home around 1 p.m. on January 3rd and allegedly killed her while Noah was still at school. He then transferred funds from Jennifer's iPad to his own account before leaving to pick up Noah from the bus stop around 4 p.m. Later, he returned to Jennifer's house, dropped Noah off, and went back to dispose of Jennifer's body. He buried her in a shallow grave in a field near Roseford. Afterward, he drove to Tatiana's house and spent the night there. Everything seemed meticulously planned, but one fatal mistake exposed him, allowing Noah to see his mother's cell phone. The police had gathered enough evidence to secure a conviction, yet they continued their investigation to conclusively establish Antonio's guilt. This phase of the investigation involved film experts and a specially trained dog capable of detecting cadaveric odors indoors. First, the dog was brought to Jennifer's home to become familiar with her scent. This was the same location where the crime had occurred, in her kitchen. The police then guided the dog to Antonio's car, where it instantly detected the same scent. This final piece of evidence confirmed detectives' suspicions about Antonio's involvement in the murder. After several months of investigation, Antonio was arrested on February 8th and charged with first-degree murder, third-degree murder, and theft. He is currently being held at the Montgomery County Correctional Facility without bail, awaiting a preliminary hearing where he will stand trial for his alleged crimes. Jennifer's family and friends were heartbroken by her death, especially because the perpetrator was someone they had trusted. With the killer finally brought to justice, the case was closed. The boys' observation of the killer's mistake played a vital role in uncovering the truth and ensuring that the murderer was held accountable. The tragic events in Limerick Township serve as a stark reminder that even the most carefully planned crimes will ultimately be exposed. Cruel and inhumane acts do not go unpunished, and those responsible will inevitably face justice. Moving on to the next case. Mike Williams. It was a calm, cold morning on Lake Seminole. Mike Williams, a devoted father and skilled hunter, left home before dawn to go duck hunting, something he had done countless times before. But that day he never returned. Later, his boat was discovered. His equipment was still inside. Yet Mike himself was missing. At first, everyone believed it had been a tragic accident, but as time went on, the details no longer made sense. Whispers began to circulate about hidden truths, deception, and something far more sinister. This was not just an ordinary disappearance. It was the start of a mystery full of twists no one could have predicted. Jerry Michael Williams, commonly known as Michael or simply Mike, was born on October 16, 1969. He grew up in the rural community of Bradfordville, situated in Leon County, just north of Tallahassee, the capital of Florida. Mike came from humble beginnings. His father worked as a Greyhound bus driver, while his mother operated a daycare service. Together, they raised Mike and his older brother Nick in a trailer, choosing not to build a house so they could save enough money to send their sons to the private North Florida Christian school in Tallahassee. Mike worked part-time at night in local supermarkets to help support the family, and he excelled in school. He took part in many extracurricular activities, including playing football, serving as student council president, and participating in the Key Club, a student-run service organization. He was well-liked among his classmates, who voted him best personality. Around the age of 15, he developed a deep love for duck hunting, a passion that would stay with him for the rest of his life. At North Florida Christian, Mike met Denise Merrill, who would later become his wife. Denise was a cheerleader for the school's football team, the North Florida Eagles, and was also voted best dressed in their class of 1988 yearbook. During their school years, Mike also became close friends with Brian Winchester and Katie Aldrich. Like Denise, Katie was a cheerleader, while Brian was active in the Key Club. In fact, Mike and Brian's senior portraits appeared side by side in the yearbook. These friendships continued long after graduation. By 1994, both couples had married. After high school, Mike attended Florida State University, where he earned a degree in political science and urban planning. Even before graduating, he was hired by Ketchum Appraisal Group as a property appraiser, quickly building a reputation as the company's hardest-working employee. In 1999, 5 years after marrying Denise, the couple welcomed their only child. Mike was known for being deeply committed both to his family and his career. Tragically, his father passed away in 2000, bringing emotional hardship during an already difficult period. That same year, Mike and Denise obtained a life insurance policy valued at nearly $2 million. The policy was arranged by Brian, who by then worked in financial services and had become Mike's closest friend. By that time, Mike and Denise's marriage had already started to decline. Mike had grown dissatisfied with several aspects of his life. He was unfulfilled at work, mourning his father's death, and longing for a second child, a dream he believed Denise no longer shared. He grew worried when money began vanishing from their accounts, leading him to seek guidance from his mother-in-law. Mike feared that Denise might be concealing something, possibly an affair or a drug issue. He never received a clear explanation. In an effort to mend their troubled relationship, Mike arranged a romantic spring vacation to Hawaii, hoping it could serve as a second honeymoon and an opportunity to grow their family. Yet Denise, deeply devoted to her public image and Christian principles, never considered divorce an option, mainly out of fear of losing custody of their daughter. In the months leading up to that planned spring trip, Mike and Denise had arranged a more immediate getaway to celebrate their 6th wedding anniversary. They intended to spend the evening of December 16, 2000, in Apalachicola, a small coastal town in Florida. Mike believed it would be the perfect moment to restore their connection. Before sunrise on that same December morning, Mike departed alone for a duck hunting expedition, his favorite hobby. He left in his gold 1994 Ford Bronco, towing his boat and heading toward Lake Seminole. Located in the southeastern corner of Georgia along the Florida border, the lake is maintained by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Covering an area of 152 square kilometers and featuring over 600 kilometers of shoreline, the lake is supplied by 3 rivers, Chattahoochee, Flint, and Spring Creek, which converge to form the Apalachicola River. It is home to a variety of fish species, including largemouth bass, crappie, chain pickerel, catfish, and striped bass. The waters of Lake Seminole host not only fish but also a wide range of wildlife, including American crocodiles, water snakes, and numerous aquatic birds. It is a popular destination for duck hunters throughout the region. When Mike failed to return home by noon, Denise contacted her father. Together, they notified authorities, and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission promptly initiated a search and rescue operation, initially classifying it as a missing hunter case. However, due to an approaching storm, the mission was soon suspended. Mike's boat was later spotted by helicopter near the launch ramp. The pilot at first assumed the boat belonged to the rescue team. Inside, investigators discovered Mike's shotgun still secured in its case, but there was no sign of Mike himself. The prevailing theory suggested that Mike's boat might have struck a submerged tree stump, causing him to fall overboard and drown in the waters. If that were true, his body should have surfaced within days. Yet weeks went by without a trace. Mike became the only person among more than 80 known drowning victims in Lake Seminole whose body had never been recovered. One grim possibility proposed by a search company was that alligators had devoured Mike's body, dragging the remains to an inaccessible location. However, that explanation didn't seem to make sense. Alligators generally don't feed during winter, especially not in the freezing temperatures recorded in December 2000. Daytime highs averaged only 3 degrees Celsius, while nighttime lows dropped below freezing. The water temperature hovered near 14 degrees Celsius, cold enough that rescue teams had to build fires along the shoreline just to stay warm. In such conditions, alligators become lethargic, focusing on conserving body heat rather than hunting. Even if, against all odds, a gator had attacked Mike, there should have been some trace, remains, clothing, bones, or anything. Could a single alligator really have consumed a grown man without leaving evidence? 6 months later, in June 2001, a fisherman in the Stump Field area of Lake Seminole discovered a pair of wading birds floating on the water's surface. Authorities responded, and divers thoroughly searched the area. From the lakebed, they recovered a lightweight hunting jacket, a flashlight, and a pair of waterproof waders. Inside the jacket was a hunting license bearing Mike's name and signature. Yet curiously, none of the items displayed bite marks, damage, or signs of long-term water exposure. The wading birds were untouched. The flashlight still worked when tested, and the waders raised even more questions. Mike was known to only put them on after reaching his hunting location, never beforehand. 1 week after this peculiar discovery, a Leon County judge approved Denise's petition to have Mike declared legally dead. The official cause, accidental drowning, was supported by the recovered belongings and the theory that aquatic predators had completely consumed his body. This ruling enabled Denise to collect the nearly $2 million life insurance payout from the policy Brian had sold Mike only months earlier. However, Mike's mother, Cheryl Williams, remained unconvinced. She believed her son had not drowned and refused to let the matter rest. She persistently contacted law enforcement, urging them to keep investigating. Her tireless determination eventually succeeded. In 2004, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement reopened the case. Although the agency typically doesn't handle missing persons investigations, it assists local authorities, and Cheryl's persistence ensured their involvement. Unfortunately, progress was slow. Few new leads surfaced, and the case began to stagnate. Denise married Brian in 2005. 2 years later, in 2007, they made one of their rare public remarks regarding Mike's disappearance. Speaking to the Tallahassee Democrat, they claimed they had spent the past 7 years praying and hoping to finally uncover what had happened to him. According to them, no one wanted answers more than they did. Yet behind the scenes, suspicions continued to grow. The story of Mike Williams, his disappearance, his death, and everything that followed, was far from over. Thanks to the unwavering determination of Cheryl Williams, a mother who refused to let her son's disappearance fade into obscurity, the case of Mike Williams eventually caught the attention of the cable network investigation Discovery. In 2011, the network aired a segment devoted to Mike's vanishing and the years of unanswered questions that surrounded it. With the arrival of 2012, Cheryl began sending one letter each day to Florida Governor Rick Scott. In every letter, she pleaded with the governor to appoint a new agency or a special prosecutor to reopen her son's case. She sent over 200 letters in total, none of which received a formal response. Later, she discovered that the governor's office had been forwarding her letters unopened to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, where they were merely filed away with the rest of Mike's case materials. That same year, Denise and Brian separated. Brian moved out of their shared home, and in 2016, Denise filed for divorce. Brian did not take the news well. On the day a court-ordered appraisal of their house was set to take place, Brian snapped. As Denise was getting into her car to head to work at Florida State University, Brian, who had been hiding in the back seat, suddenly jumped out. Denise, talking on the phone with her sister, was startled when she saw a figure emerge behind her. Brian seized her phone, shouted instructions, and then brandished a gun. He told Denise that he wasn't there to kill her, but to end his own life. He was overwhelmed by the divorce, his mother's terminal cancer, and the fact that his teenage son had moved in full-time with his ex-wife, Katie. Denise remained calm and managed to talk him down. She convinced him to drive to a nearby park where his truck was parked. There, he retrieved some items from her car, including a mechanic's tool and a bedsheet, before finally letting her go. Denise immediately contacted the police and filed for a protection order, stating that she feared for her life and for the safety of their daughter. Brian was arrested without bail and charged with kidnapping, domestic assault, and armed robbery. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 20 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation. He was also credited for the 502 days he had already spent in custody. Shortly after Brian's sentencing, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement made a shocking announcement. They had found Mike Williams's remains. The discovery had actually occurred 2 months earlier, on October 18, 2017. Search dogs and officers located Mike's body buried under layers of mud and wooden debris at the end of a dead-end road near the same boat ramp where Mike had parked on the day of his disappearance. DNA testing confirmed what Cheryl had always feared. It was Mike. Astonishingly, 98% of his skeleton was recovered in remarkably good condition. He was still wearing his winter gloves and hunting boots, just as he had been that cold December morning in 2000. But how had investigators found him after nearly 17 years? The answer emerged the very next day. On October 19th, Brian Winchester signed a plea deal with prosecutors. In exchange for the state dropping the possibility of a life sentence on the kidnapping charge and withholding certain evidence during sentencing, Brian agreed to reveal the truth. Mike had not gone duck hunting alone that morning. Following behind his gold 1994 Ford Bronco was Brian, driving a white Chevy Suburban. The romantic relationship between Brian and Denise had not begun after Mike's disappearance. It had started years earlier, on October 13, 1997, when they shared their first kiss at a concert while their spouses were parking the car. From that moment, they led double lives, lovers in secret but public friends among their spouses, children, and high school peers. When Denise began feeling trapped in her marriage, particularly as Mike pressured her for a second child, she and Brian started plotting his death. Divorce was never an option for Denise. She feared public disgrace, losing custody of her daughter, and tarnishing her Christian reputation. Together, she and Brian devised several murder plans. One involved staging a boating accident during a group trip, ensuring only Denise and Brian would survive. Brian, however, rejected that idea, unwilling to endanger his wife Katie, who was the mother of his son. So, they revised their plan. Mike and Brian would go hunting alone. A sudden accident would occur, Mike would die, and Denise and Brian would have both the insurance payout and each other. The date was chosen, Saturday, December 9th. Denise stayed home with their 18-month-old daughter and made phone calls to build her alibi. But the plan fell apart when Mike canceled at the last minute. They decided to try again the following weekend. December 16th, 2000. This time, the plan would be carried out. After Mike canceled the initial hunting trip, Denise briefly abandoned the idea of having him killed, but within days she changed her mind. A new date was set, one that felt both symbolic and final, their wedding anniversary. On the night of December 15th, 2000, Brian and his wife Katie arranged for a babysitter to watch their son, Stafford, and went to Floyd's music store to watch a live band. They had a few drinks, and Brian later returned home and fell into a deep sleep. Denise and Brian had agreed to minimize communication in the days leading up to the murder to avoid leaving any trace. Brian even told Mike not to contact him, claiming that his phone was broken. The following morning at Lake Seminole, Mike launched his small boat as usual. According to Brian's later confession, once they were out on the water, he pushed Mike overboard. In a panic, Mike managed to remove his jacket and waterproof waders, struggling desperately to stay afloat. He managed to climb back into the boat, but that wasn't part of the plan. So Brian pulled out a shotgun and shot Mike in the head. He then returned to shore, backed his vehicle down to the water's edge, placed Mike's body in the back, and pushed the boat back into the lake. On his drive home, Brian disassembled the shotgun, which he had purchased from a Florida State University student, and tossed the parts out of his car window along the way. Back at home, he quietly slipped into bed beside Katie, pretending that he had overslept and missed a planned trip with his father. To support his alibi, he later phoned his father to apologize for not showing up. Still with Mike's body in his vehicle, Brian drove to a nearby Walmart on Thomasville Road, where he bought a blue tarp and a shovel. He then drove to a secluded area at the end of Gardner Road, only a few miles from where Mike had grown up, and buried the body roughly 25 inches deep. Acting as though nothing had happened, Brian later joined the search parties for his missing best friend. In the months that followed, he and Denise developed subtle hand signals to communicate when they needed to discuss Mike. They avoided talking inside their homes, instead meeting at public parks such as the Miccosukee Greenway. They believed their phones were tapped and their house under surveillance. Their paranoia became so overwhelming that they would even pat each other down to check for recording devices before speaking. But on their daughter's 19th birthday, Denise's world came crashing down. That day, law enforcement officers arrived at her Florida State University office, handcuffed her, and placed her under arrest for her husband's murder. Just moments before her arrest in 2018, a Leon County grand jury had indicted her on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and accessory to murder. By the end of that year, she was found guilty, and in February 2019, she was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In 2020, Denise appealed her convictions and achieved partial success. The First District Court of Appeals in Tallahassee overturned her first-degree murder conviction, but upheld her 30-year prison sentence for conspiracy to commit murder. The accessory charge was dismissed after the trial because Florida law prohibits an individual from being convicted of both murder and accessory to the same murder. The appellate judges determined that while Denise had indeed conspired to kill her husband by creating an alibi and persuading him to go hunting, there was insufficient evidence showing that she had explicitly ordered Brian to execute the murder. Denise's defense attorney maintained that Brian was simply a bitter ex-husband who invented his story to gain leniency. Thanks to his plea deal, Brian escaped a life sentence and had the freedom to say whatever he wanted. Katie, Brian's ex-wife, became instrumental in Denise's downfall. Acting as a police informant, she recorded a phone call in which Denise admitted their shared past and acknowledged Brian's love for her. Katie later testified that her suspicions about the affair began in 1999 when Brian claimed he was hunting in Alabama but left his car parked near Denise's home. She often felt like an outsider whenever she was around them, as though she was intruding on a date. Her doubts were eventually confirmed when she discovered movie ticket stubs in Brian's pockets and a receipt for a locket engraved with Denise's name. Katie and Brian ultimately separated in 2001. After Denise's conviction, her daughter inherited Mike's estate along with the insurance money that had originally gone to Denise. To avoid facing 3 counts of insurance fraud, Denise transferred the funds to her daughter. However, as part of the settlement, the daughter is forbidden from using that money to pay her mother's legal expenses. If she does, she will be required to pay the state a $150,000 penalty. From prison, Brian expressed remorse, claiming the murder tormented him far more than it did Denise, who, according to him, possessed an unsettling ability to live in denial. Denise, meanwhile, has refused all media interviews. Throughout it all, Cheryl Williams, the mother who never gave up, continued keeping the case alive in the public's consciousness. Her relentless determination ultimately brought justice for her son, though the truth came at a devastating cost. In the end, Cheryl's persistence exposed one of Florida's most chilling murder conspiracies, a calculated betrayal that spanned years, shattered lives, and was finally uncovered through the unyielding love of a mother. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sarai Sierra. She crossed the ocean only to meet her death. The high-profile case of an American photographer named Sarai Sierra, which occurred 10 years ago, shocked the world and mobilized the intelligence services of 2 nations situated on different continents. The U.S. citizen mysteriously vanished during her photo tour in Istanbul, disappearing without a trace as though she had evaporated into thin air. This story received widespread media coverage, and the strange nature of the circumstances gave rise to numerous rumors and conspiracy theories. Despite prompt, large-scale, and active search operations, the young woman could not be found alive. Her body was ultimately discovered in the historic heart of the city, near the ancient walls of Sarayburnu. But how could it happen that, in broad daylight, in a bustling tourist area, someone's life was taken so easily, and no one even noticed? To comprehend this tragic case, it is essential to reconstruct the full chain of events that led to it, and that is precisely what we will attempt to do now. Sarai Sierra, early years. Sarai Sierra was born in New York on November 9, 1979, becoming the second child in a large family. She was raised alongside her elder brother David and her younger sister Christina. Their parents, Dennis and Bethany Syme Jimenez, were of Puerto Rican heritage but had emigrated to the United States in 1973, settling in Manhattan, where their children were later born. Shortly after the move, the couple joined a local Protestant congregation and became devout evangelical Christians. They raised all their children with strict discipline, adhering closely to the moral and behavioral codes of their adopted faith. The family regularly attended church, actively engaged in the community, and the children participated in Sunday school. Sarai grew up to be an active, creative individual who possessed a determined, yet somewhat complex personality. In contrast to her younger sister Christina, who was quiet, compliant, and deeply modest, Sarai was often viewed as rebellious and mischievous. Nevertheless, she respected her parents and acknowledged their unquestionable authority. In the Jimenez household, there were stringent rules that applied to every family member. These covered the daily routines, household habits, and behavioral norms. For instance, the daughters were prohibited from socializing with boys, going on dates, or staying out past 9 o'clock in the evening. Every friendship was monitored, and their parents always knew where and with whom their children spent time. Consequently, Sarai's entire world revolved around home, school, and church, and her social circle was confined to those environments. For an energetic and socially inclined young woman, such confinement felt stifling and dull. Yet her parents remained convinced that these restrictions served their children's best interests. During her school years, Sarai initially aspired to enroll in a pedagogical university and pursue a teaching career in the arts or cultural studies. However, toward the end of her education, she developed a keen interest in psychology and began considering a career path in that field instead. During one of the gatherings of the religious community, the slender, dark-haired beauty caught the attention of a young man named Stephen Sierra. He was the first to approach her, finding an excuse to start a conversation. Sarai was barely 18 years old at the time, while her new acquaintance was 7 years older than her. Yet, despite the age difference, and with their parents' approval, the two young people began dating. Stephen immediately made a good impression on Dennis and Bethany, who believed that this decent, polite, and honest young man would be an ideal match for their daughter. It is likely that Sarai was not deeply in love with him, but she agreed to marry him mainly to finally leave her parents' home and free herself from their strict supervision. It should be noted that Sarai maintained a good relationship with her parents, though she desired some independence, the chance to live her own life and make her own choices for the future. Less than a year after they met, in February 1999, the couple married. At that time, the bride was 19 years old and the groom was 26. Shortly afterward, the newlyweds moved to the state of Michigan, where Stephen's parents resided. For Sarai, this relocation was a significant event, since she had spent nearly her entire life in her native New York without ever leaving it for long. The change of environment proved beneficial for her, as she seemed to come alive in her new surroundings. Sarai took great pleasure in shopping for her home, decorating it with care, and enjoying new acquaintances and places. She secured a position as a receptionist at a local dental clinic and began contemplating the idea of pursuing a college education after all. However, Sarai soon became pregnant and gave birth to 2 children, first a son and then a daughter. Her plans for university had to be postponed, as the young woman became completely immersed in motherhood and found joy in it. A few years later, the Sierra family, now with 2 children, decided to move once again. This time, they headed to sunny California, settling in the scenic Silver Lake district of Los Angeles. There, Stephen was offered a job, but before long, the couple realized that his earnings were insufficient to support their needs. After discussing their situation, they decided to return to New York, where they rented a modest apartment not far from the Jimenez family home. At that stage, the couple struggled with serious financial difficulties. Sarai stayed at home with the children, while her husband survived on irregular work, which often forced them into debt. Things began to improve once the children started school, and Sarai was able to take a job at an advertising agency. Stephen had by then secured a stable position as a city bus driver. A new hobby. As Sarai approached her 30s, with her children grown and life becoming more stable, she revisited her long-standing dream of obtaining higher education. By that time, the teaching profession no longer attracted her, and she decided instead to study psychology, enrolling in one of the local universities. However, Sarai soon lost interest in her academic pursuits, finding the endless lectures dull and uninspiring. She began seeking a new path, an activity that would excite her, inspire her, and allow her to express herself creatively. Since Sarai had always been a creative individual, gifted in drawing and in perceiving beauty in everything around her, she developed an interest in photography and soon joined a well-known New York photography community to further grow in this field. She quickly gained recognition for her genuine talent. Sarai had an exceptional ability to select perfect angles and compose her shots harmoniously, producing images of astonishing beauty. Even professional photographers praised her work for its originality and artistic vision. In early 2012, following the suggestion of her colleagues, Sarai created a page on one of the popular social media platforms, where she began posting her photographs. Her success came swiftly, and thousands of users started subscribing to her profile, leaving enthusiastic comments under each of her photos. Within a few months, she became a true online sensation, and her number of followers continued to grow rapidly. This sudden fame went to Sarai's head a little, and she began to feel that she could achieve far more, that she needed to progress and perfect her craft. Therefore, she proposed organizing a group photo tour in search of beautiful and unusual locations across various parts of the world. Sarai Sierra began with small trips within her home country, specializing in photographing architectural landmarks and different historical sites. Her works were widely admired, and she decided not to stop there. Sarai dreamed of traveling to Istanbul, one of the most ancient and breathtaking cities in the world, to capture its landmarks and cultural monuments. It is worth noting that her parents were not pleased with this idea, as she had never before left the United States or been away from home for such an extended period. However, Sarai remained resolute. Furthermore, she was supposed to be accompanied by her closest friend, Magdalena. At that time, Sarai's family life was in crisis, and her marriage to Stephen was falling apart. Perhaps one reason behind her decision to embark on a photo tour on the other side of the world was her desire to escape, change her surroundings, and reflect on her family situation from a distance. Having lived under strict boundaries for too long, Sarai now longed to do something for herself, something that truly spoke to her spirit. During this period, her husband's social media page began to feature peculiar posts and statuses. He mused about the meaning of marriage, love, and mutual respect between spouses, and wrote that he would never betray his wife even if their relationship were falling apart. In one post, Stephen indirectly hinted that his wife had been unfaithful, but he deleted the message a few hours later, leaving the curious comments below it unanswered. It was clear that Stephen felt unloved and unhappy, attempting to convey his pain publicly through social media. Sarai was enduring similar emotional turmoil, but kept her feelings private, refusing to complain and instead focusing on her creative pursuits. The long-awaited journey. Shortly before her planned trip, Sarai learned that her best friend would be unable to accompany her due to work-related issues. The young woman was deeply disappointed, but she refused to cancel her plans, as she had been preparing for this journey for too long. Sarai's relatives expressed concern about her traveling alone to a foreign country across the ocean, but she reassured them that everything would be fine, promising to call, write, and send photographs every day. Moreover, Sarai also intended to visit Germany and Austria, where she already had several photography assignments scheduled. Her itinerary was carefully planned, down to the hour, and she had no intention of deviating from it. On January 7, 2013, the young American woman boarded a flight from New York to Istanbul. She carried a small amount of cash, a smartphone, a tablet, a modest DSLR camera, and several professional-grade lenses. Upon arrival, Sarai contacted her family, letting them know that she had landed safely and was heading to the hotel she had booked in advance. It should be emphasized that she was traveling on a rather limited budget, which forced her to stay in a distant district that locals considered unsafe. After leaving her belongings in her room and changing out of her travel clothes, Sarai Sierra immediately headed to the nearest metro station to reach the historic center of the city. She spent the entire day wandering through Istanbul's streets until nightfall, capturing its beauty through her lens and relishing every photograph she took. In the evenings, she would video call her parents and husband, sharing her impressions and her plans for the following day. She also took time to edit her new photos and post them on her social media pages. A new friend. As later became known, Sarai was not alone in Istanbul. She was accompanied by a young man named Taylan. They had first met online in mid-2012, and it was Taylan who persuaded the American woman to travel to Turkey. For several months, they maintained an active correspondence and grew very close during that period. Sarai fully trusted her new acquaintance. They met almost every day and together visited numerous landmarks. Being a native of Istanbul, Taylan knew the city inside out and organized exciting excursions for Sarai to some of the most fascinating and unusual places. After spending a week in Turkey, the photographer had arranged to visit a couple of European countries, where, as previously mentioned, she had scheduled several commercial photo sessions. In order to save money on accommodation, Sarai had arranged in advance to stay with her followers, people who had admired her work for a long time. Therefore, upon arriving at the airport in Vienna, she was met by a young man who hosted her at his home for a couple of days. This Austrian acquaintance was a few years older than Sarai. He was also passionate about photography and greatly admired her art, so he was eager to meet and talk with such a talented photographer in person. The trip went smoothly according to her plan. Sarai visited all the sites she had set out to see and met everyone she had intended to. On the third day, she flew to Berlin, where she was likewise greeted at the airport by some of her followers, who gave her a tour around the city. After completing all her scheduled work in Germany, the photographer returned to the airport once again and boarded a flight back to Istanbul, where she intended to stay 2 more days before returning home. Upon arrival, she was met by Talon, and the two spent the day driving around the city, after which they went together to a popular local bar. It was already past midnight when Talon escorted Sarai back to her hotel, where they said goodbye. A mysterious disappearance in a foreign land. On January 21, 2013, the final day of her photo tour, Sarai called her parents and husband to tell them what time and which flight she would be taking back to New York. Having never been away from home for so long before, everyone was delighted that her journey was finally coming to an end. However, before her departure, Sarai decided to take one last stroll around the city and capture a few more beautiful photographs for her portfolio. At the scheduled time, Sarai's father arrived at the airport to pick up his daughter, as her husband was working and unable to come. He arrived early, worried that heavy traffic might cause him to be late. They announced the plane's arrival. All the passengers disembarked, but Sarai was not among them. Her phone was also unreachable, and every attempt to contact her proved unsuccessful. Dennis waited a bit longer and then, worried about his daughter's absence, approached the airline representatives. However, Dennis was utterly stunned when they told him that no passenger under that name had boarded the aircraft. Dennis immediately called Stephen to inform him of the situation, saying that a search needed to be organized without delay. Sarai's husband first contacted the hotel in Istanbul where his wife had been staying, but was told that her belongings were still in the room. She had not checked out, though she was supposed to the previous day, and she had not appeared at the hotel for 2 days. This information caused real panic among the family members, as they had no idea where Sarai was or how to proceed. Stephen, who had access to his wife's accounts, decided to check them in search of clues. There, he found messages between his wife and Tylan, which appeared highly suspicious to him. Nevertheless, he decided to contact the Turk himself to find out what he knew. But Tylan claimed he had seen the missing woman the day before her scheduled departure and that she had not called him before the flight, although she had promised to. Sarai's family immediately reported the incident to the American embassy in Turkey. The following day, a large-scale search operation was organized on-site, and a special unit was even formed for that purpose. Almost immediately, Sarai's husband and parents flew to Istanbul, deciding they needed to personally take part in the search. Moreover, since not much time had passed since her disappearance, there was still a strong chance of finding her alive. The investigating police officers first decided to identify the American woman's social circle and question those who had seen her shortly before she vanished. Those called to testify included the hotel staff where she had stayed, as well as her friend Tylan. The hotel manager stated that he had last seen Ms. Sierra the night before her departure. She had been leaving with a small bag and a camera in hand. She was supposed to check out later, but never returned to the hotel. The next morning, they received a call from her worried husband, who informed them that Sarai's belongings and documents were still in the room. The receptionist also described the clothes Sarai had been wearing that day. The situation with Tylan turned out to be far more intriguing and ambiguous. First, the man's real name was actually Tarkan, and why he had introduced himself to his new acquaintance under a false name remained unclear. Secondly, they had been in close communication for several months prior to their meeting, and Sarai had come to Istanbul at his invitation. All this indicated that there might have been a romantic relationship between them, but Tarkan firmly denied it, claiming that they were nothing more than friends. The next phase of the investigation was to reconstruct, in as much detail as possible, the route Sarai had taken that day. For this purpose, her cell phone data was analyzed, along with footage from street surveillance cameras. It was determined that the young woman had taken the subway to the Sultanahmet district, visited the promontory between the Bosphorus Strait and the Golden Horn Bay, and stopped by the Eminona market. However, she was lost there in the large crowd of tourists. Her trail was then traced back to the subway, where she was seen descending to head toward the Saraburni walls, but soon disappeared from the camera's view again. Frightening discovery. The search teams decided to head to the ruins of the Saraburni walls to comb through the area and speak with locals. Perhaps someone remembered seeing a lone woman holding a camera. After several hours, the search yielded results, though grim ones. The lifeless body of a young woman was found near the ruins of the ancient Constantinople walls. It was covered with an old, dirty blanket, which made it difficult to notice. Investigators assumed that Sierra had been brought there wrapped in that blanket. Forensic experts estimated that the body had lain there for around 10 to 12 days before being discovered. The lower part of the body was unclothed, which immediately suggested the possibility of sexual assault, later confirmed by experts. The autopsy revealed that Sierra had died from a blow to the head with a blunt, heavy object. In addition, several hematomas were found on her body, and a couple of ribs were broken. Moreover, pathologists discovered epithelial particles and traces of blood beneath Sarai's fingernails, indicating that she had fought back and scratched her attacker. The crime appeared strange and almost senseless, since the victim's bag, smartphone, and camera had been stolen, yet she still wore gold earrings, wedding rings, and an expensive watch, which immediately drew attention. The only footage found from cameras in the vicinity showed a young woman resembling Sarai filming something with her phone. A man then approached her, apparently either striking or pushing her, and both vanished from the camera's view. The attacker was not immediately identified. Versions and conspiracy theories. Almost immediately, information about the case was leaked to the media, nearly sparking an international scandal. The reason was that television networks and newspapers had been making daily appeals to the public to assist in finding the missing American woman and to report any relevant information, while the investigation itself remained silent. When the body was found, the situation grew even more puzzling. Many people began to wonder why a young married woman had suddenly flown alone across the ocean. What was she doing in Istanbul in Europe? And with what funds had she financed her travels? It all seemed suspicious indeed, and investigators initially suspected that Sarai had gone to meet her lover, Talon, also known as Tarkan, and afterward had flown to another man in Austria. But both of her acquaintances denied having any intimate relationship with the victim. Later, it emerged that the man who had sheltered Sarai in Vienna had a criminal record, which led to speculation that he might have used the American woman as a drug courier. However, a thorough investigation did not confirm this theory. There were also rumors that Sarai could have been working for U.S. intelligence services, gathering information in other countries, which allegedly explained the funds for her intercontinental flights. This theory, however, appeared implausible and was not taken seriously. The investigation of this high-profile case was conducted by Turkish special services in collaboration with the FBI. Initially, they had no substantial leads. Only several weeks later did the police identify the alleged perpetrator, a previously convicted, unemployed man named Tal Sali, who was collecting waste paper on the city streets. But it was impossible to reach him because almost immediately after the crime, he borrowed money from relatives and left the country, presumably heading to Hatay province, where he crossed the border into Syria illegally. After obtaining a warrant, the police searched the suspect's home, collected a DNA sample, and compared it with the skin particles and seminal fluid found on the murdered woman's body. After that, any remaining doubts were dispelled. Tal Sala was indeed the perpetrator of the crime. Additionally, the victim's phone had last been switched on in the neighborhood where he lived. When it became known that the criminal had fled to Syria, the special services lost all hope of apprehending him. But soon, fate provided an unexpected turn. The man was detained while attempting to cross the border illegally again, this time trying to return to Turkey. He had joined rebel forces in Syria and obtained firearms, but was injured in the conflict and concluded he would be safer back home. However, he carried his weapon with him upon his return, which initially led to his arrest. The local police soon realized the identity of the detainee and immediately notified the security services. When Tal Sala was brought in for questioning, his account was chilling, filled with horrific details. He stated that he saw a young woman on a hiking trail along the Saraburni walls and for several minutes merely admired her as she took photographs. As he approached, Sarai attempted to communicate with him using gestures, but due to the language barrier, he did not understand her intentions. However, he noticed a brand new iPhone in her hands and an expensive camera around her neck. As Sarai continued walking, he followed her, already intent on robbing her. Darkness was falling, and no other people were near the wall, at least within sight. At one point, Sierra turned around and, as he perceived it, took a photograph of him. That action became a trigger. Tal Sali grabbed a boulder and struck Sierra hard on the head. They then literally rolled together down to the ruins of the wall, likely causing the bruises and broken ribs found on Sarai's body. Taking advantage of the victim's unconscious state, Tal Sali committed acts of sexual violence. He then delivered another severe blow to the head to ensure Sarai's death. Tal Sali took the victim's bag, camera, and phone and walked away. Along the way, he came across a discarded blanket and decided to return to cover the victim's body with it. By then, it was completely dark, and the likelihood of anyone encountering him at the wall was minimal. Once back, he dragged the body slightly to the side, positioning it out of view from the hiking path. He then covered it with the blanket and left. Surprisingly, while the search for the American woman was underway, the perpetrator visited the crime scene once more to confirm that Sarai was dead and that her body remained where he had left it. When Tal Sali learned from the news that his victim had been found, he realized that the police would quickly track him down, so he decided to flee the country, borrowing money from his sister, who had always felt sorry for him. By the way, he never managed to profit from the stolen goods. The camera had been broken when it fell, and the smartphone was locked with a password, which he unsuccessfully tried to bypass at home. As a result, he discarded the phone and all other stolen items when he went on the run. The defendant did not deny his guilt, and judging from his statements, he felt no remorse for what he had done, nor did he suffer any pangs of conscience. As key evidence, DNA forensic results were presented, confirming that his skin was found under the fingernails of the murdered woman and that his seminal fluid was discovered on her body. Additionally, Sarai's cell phone had last been switched on near his residence. The case file also included video surveillance footage capturing the attack itself. After all the evidence was submitted, it was decided that a psychiatric evaluation was necessary due to the belief that Tal Sali might be insane. This suspicion arose from his actions, behavior, and the calm way in which he described in detail the atrocities he had committed. However, experts concluded that he was sane and fully aware of his actions when he attacked his victim. In the summer of 2014, the judge finally delivered the verdict. Tal Sali was found guilty on all charges and sentenced to life imprisonment. Sarai's relatives considered the decision just. After all necessary forensic examinations, the body of the murdered American woman was transported to her homeland in New York, with all associated costs covered by a Turkish airline. Sarai was buried according to all religious rites and traditions. Her family created a website in her memory, where they published her previously unseen works. The photographs achieved great success, attracting interest from people around the world who were willing to purchase them. The money earned from selling the photographs was saved by the family for the college education of orphaned children in honor of Sarai. As for Stephen, he categorically denied that there had been any crisis in his or his wife's family life that might have prompted her fateful trip. Soon afterward, Stephen grew close to a young woman from the Christian community who supported him during this difficult time and often visited his home to help with his children and household tasks. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.